Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. Order. If members can resume their seats or leave the chamber quickly and quietly. Call the clerk.
Government business. Notice number 1. Statements on the significant matter on the state of the service report 2024-25.
The call to the Assistant Minister for the Public Service.
Thank you, Speaker. Today I table the 2024-25 State of the Service report. The report shows us what is working, where we need to lift, and how the Australian Public Service is evolving to meet the expectations of the Australian public who we all serve. It is an honour to work with Senator Katie Gallagher as the Minister for the Public Service on these reforms. I share her determination for a public service that delivers and puts people and business at the centre of their work. This government has invested strongly in rebuilding the Australian Public Service and its capability. As of 30 June 2025, 198,529 employees were working for Australians across the service. That's more expertise, more specialist skills and more capacity where Australians need it most. Government decisions on public service resourcing and a sustained focus on effectiveness, capability and integrity make a big difference, especially to the service delivery experience of the Australian people. This report builds on the Trust in Australian Public Service report, which showed wait times are shorter. 71% said the time taken to achieve an outcome was reasonable. 2. Digital platforms are simpler and more reliable. 73% said that websites, apps and online platforms worked well. 3. Access to services is easier. 79% reported it was easy to engage with the relevant service. And 4. Service quality and staff helpfulness has improved. 75% of Australian public service staff were rated as helpful. In this report, 93% of APS employees now say they understand exactly how their work benefits the community. Because when public servants are connected to purpose, they deliver stronger outcomes for the Australian people. We are also strengthening integrity across the service. 81% of staff say their agency fosters a culture of integrity, up from 77% last year. And so I would like to, at the start of my remarks, say a big thank you to the public servants of Australia, because their work is how we deliver for Australians. They work from some 586 public service locations across this country and overseas, delivering for the Australian people from Broome to Bendigo, from Penrith to my hometown of Perth. And a huge shout out to the remote service teams. Some 335 remote service teams from Services Australia now operate across the country. On top of that, our biosecurity officers screen millions of packages and parcels each month, protecting Australian agriculture, our farmers and our food security. And right now, there are public servants in Darwin delivering for Australians affected by Cyclone Fina. A fair and inclusive public service is essential to delivering for Australians. The public service should reflect the community and communities which it serves. That's what John Howard's Act of 1999 demands. In December 2024, the public service achieved its lowest recorded gender pay gap of 4.4% based on annualised salaries. There's more to do, but that is something of which we can all be proud. We have data telling us now that 26.8% of public service employees reported their first language was not exclusively English. Culturally and linguistically diverse representation in the senior executive service of the public service, however, is just 11.8%. We are moving towards a longer-term benchmark of 24%, aligning with the 1% annual increase target. Guidance has been published to help leaders build culturally inclusive workplaces, because we know that diversity strengthens service delivery, especially when engaging with diverse communities. Salima Estefan, an advisor at Austrade, told us, quote, "I joined the APS to pursue a career with deeper purpose and broader societal impact in a country I've chosen to be my second home." Tens of thousands of other Australian public servants have made the same decision, and I thank them for choosing a career with the APS. We have also made significant progress when it comes to First Nations leadership in the service. First Nations leadership has doubled in just 2 years. This is because of deliberate decisions taken by Minister Gallagher and this government to ensure that we have a public service who can give us the advice we need. In 2023, there were 54 First Nations SES leaders. Today, there are 111. Further, we are working on the Disability Royal Commission's recommendations through a discovery project to consider the 5 recommendations of improving employment for people with disability in the service. It is also essential that the Australian public service embraces change and where necessary, leads change. Earlier this month, the Minister released the new AI plan for the APS to ensure artificial intelligence is used, but that it is used safely, ethically and transparently. AI now assesses more than 3 million mail consignments a month for signs of illicit drugs. AI is helping the public service forecast locust outbreaks across 25 million hectares of farmland, protecting food production. The platform, GovAI, provides APS staff with secure access to APS tools, protecting the data of the public service while gaining the benefits of artificial intelligence. Early engagement shows strong demand for secure experimentation, practical training and cross-agency collaboration. We're also investing in long-term careers across the service. 3 new profession streams have been launched this year: procurement and contract management, evaluation and complex project management. These join the existing digital, data and HR professions. Together, these networks now support tens of thousands of APS employees, helping them to deliver services faster and, importantly, at lower cost. The commitment to service by APS employees remains strong. More than 151,000 APS employees, including a few from the member for Fenner's electorate, participated in the 2025 APS employee census. 91% of staff say they are willing to go the extra mile when required. Our Public Service Reform Act took effect on 11 December 2024. The changes strengthen APS values, capability and governance. They encourage decision-making at the lowest appropriate level, faster decisions, less red tape. We included the APS value of stewardship, reinforcing that we need long-term thinking for the long-term challenges that we face. They make regular capability reviews mandatory, making sure that we know what is working and what needs improvement. They clarify the Commissioner's power to investigate alleged code breaches by current or former agency heads, and they require agencies to publish APS employee census results with corresponding action plans. They don't just have to publish the data, they have to publish what they will do about it. The APS must now also deliver at least one long-term insights briefing each year, and all of these changes, along with our other public service reform changes, have resulted in a $527 million reduction in spending on consultants in just 2024-25 alone. With that, I want to thank Commissioner Gordon de Brouwer as the Australian Public Service Commissioner. I want to thank his entire team at the Commission for all of the work that they do in making sure that we can deliver a public service that meets the needs of Australians now and into the future. But this report tells us more about not just the APS as it is now, it also tells us about where we've been. These reports, under successive governments of every persuasion since 1902, have given us insights into the service. They date back to the Public Service Act of 1902. And now the Commission, working with the National Library and others, has undertaken a project to locate and connect every single one of those reports so we have good longitudinal data, and some interesting insights as well. We found a letter from Prime Minister John Curtin to Public Sector Commissioner Thorpe in 1994, setting out his thoughts and priorities for the service after World War II. Now, while we know that Prime Minister Curtin did not see Australia post-World War II, we know that our success at that conflict was thanks to his leadership, and the rebuilding effort started well and truly under his watch. It reminds us of the essential role the Australian Public Service plays in keeping Australians safe. And I encourage those with an interest like me in Australia's history to look into that archive for insights into where we've been and where we are going. In conclusion, Speaker, the State of the Service Report 24-25 demonstrates a public service that is stronger, more skilled, more diverse and more future-focused than it has been in previous years. The delivery agenda of the Albanese government is working. We are restoring trust in government by investing in people, investing in systems and investing in the future of the public service on which all Australians rely. We are delivering for Australians. We believe that we can do that in partnership with the Australian Public Service, and I commend the report. Thank you.
I give the call to the honourable member for Cowper to speak in response to the Assistant Minister's statement.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. And I rise to speak on the statement of significant matters regarding the State of the Service report for 2024-2025. This report, as required under Section 44 of the Public Service Act 1999, provides a valuable annual snapshot of the Australian public service, its priorities, its challenges and its performance over the past year. This report is not produced in isolation. It represents the collective work of the Australian Public Service Commission and agencies across the APS, and it reflects how the APS supports not only the Australian Government and the Parliament, but ultimately the Australian people. We all serve the Australian people. And as we continue to face significant economic, social and geopolitical headwinds, a capable and focused APS is more important than ever. Last year's report marked 120 years of APS reporting, a milestone in the history of a public service that has long served Australia with professionalism. But with this long history comes a responsibility to adapt, to modernise and, above all, to remain efficient and respectful of the taxpayers' money. I hope that when every public servant goes to work, they remember that ultimately their role is to serve the public. As a fellow public servant, that is certainly a duty that I take very seriously. The Coalition believes in a high-performing public service that can do more with its existing resources, not through endless new spending, but through eliminating unnecessary bureaucracy. Unfortunately, the focus of the current government is not resulting in the best outcomes for Australians. We want an APS that is agile, able to respond quickly to new challenges and not weighed down by redundant or duplicative processes. We want an APS that is focused, delivering core services well rather than spreading itself too thin or duplicating the work of communities, individuals or the private sector. And most of all, we want an APS that is outcomes focused, where internal processes doesn't get in the way of delivering real benefits for Australians on the ground. That's why we were particularly concerned to learn via reporting in the Australian Financial Review that the Finance Minister has directed government departments and agencies to prepare spending cuts of up to 5%. This is on top of the standard 1% efficiency dividend already in place. This is a significant cut, and one that this government never admitted to during the election campaign. In fact, they said the opposite. They said they would not cut the public service. They were happy to criticise any prospect of public service reductions by the Coalition, but secretly harboured their own, far more ambitious plans. Public servants should be outraged at the betrayal by this government. But with the budget now facing a projected $42 billion deficit this year, the government is clearly scrambling for savings. Either they will have to make cuts or they will have to raise taxes. This was obvious at the prior election, but this government didn't want to be upfront with the Australian public. The minister needs to be honest. She should outline to the public the intent and scale of these cuts. Public servants deserve to know if their job is safe. And Australians deserve transparency, not secrecy, when it comes to how their public service is managed.
Merry Christmas.
This report also notes several key developments across the APS. First, the government's policy on artificial intelligence, which came into effect on the 1st of September 2024, marks an important step forward. The responsible use of AI is one of the greatest challenges facing the public service over the coming decade. Done well, it can enhance productivity and innovation, but it must be implemented with transparency, accountability and an unwavering focus on improving service delivery. Second, Working for Women, a strategy for gender equality, released in March 2024, provides a cross-government framework for gender equity. The opposition strongly supports policies that empower women to thrive in the APS, including in leadership roles. Every Australian, regardless of gender, should feel safe and valued in the workplace. Australians in the APS should be judged by their performance and capabilities, not just by their gender. Third, we note that the National Anti-Corruption Commission has now been operating for over 2 years. We hope this year's report provides robust analysis on how the NAC is functioning and whether it is successfully identifying and addressing misconduct. The Parliament must be prepared to act on lessons that emerge from that work, including possible structural or legislative reforms. As a member of the House Committee with oversight of the NAC, I know Australians want to see this body root out corruption. Finally, last year's report flagged the development of an integrity strategy for the Commonwealth Public Service. We hope this year's edition shows real progress because coordination and information sharing across agencies is essential to lifting ethical standards across the board. In conclusion, Mr Speaker, the Coalition supports a public service that is modern, efficient and responsive to the evolving needs of our nation. We will continue to bring forward policies to support that vision. That includes empowering a public service that is more agile, focused and accountable. We believe in service delivery based on what works, not ideology, and we will always support innovation that improves outcomes for all Australians. The Coalition want to thank the APS for their work over the past year and the Australian Public Service Commissioner for the release of this report. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
With the call to the Assistant Minister for Public Service.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that further statements on the State of the Service Report 2024-2025 be permitted in the Federation Chamber.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I'll call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 2, statements on the significant matter of consumer reforms.
The call to the Assistant Minister for Productivity, Competition, Charities and Treasury.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Auntie June just wanted a simple mobile phone. She walked into a Telstra shop in a remote Indigenous community and walked out with multiple postpaid contracts she didn't understand, extras she didn't ask for and monthly bills she couldn't pay. The federal court later fined Telstra $50 million for unconscionable conduct. Sales staff had exploited language barriers and financial vulnerability. They weren't helping consumers, they were harvesting them. Josh thought he was downloading a digital bodyguard. The app on Arvo Protect promised to keep his data secure. Instead, it quietly funnelled his browsing history back to Meta. The court fined Meta $20 million for misleading conduct. May took her broken phone to Apple and was told she'd voided her rights because she'd once used a third-party repairer. It wasn't true. Under the Australian consumer law, she was entitled to a fix. Apple paid a $9 million penalty for misleading customers. Liam bought a refurbished phone online, only to be told his rights expired after 14 days. They hadn't. The Australian Competition and Consumer Commission stepped in and the seller paid penalties. Consumers shouldn't have to memorise the law to get what they're owed, but companies should know it before they sell a product. These examples illustrate a basic truth. Consumers are more vulnerable when markets tilt too far towards monopolies, when competition fades and consumer protections lag behind. Labor's consumer protection agenda starts from a simple belief: markets only work when they work for people. Since coming to office, Labor has delivered for customers. I'd like to acknowledge the Treasurer and the Assistant Treasurer who are in the House today. We're rebuilding the framework that makes markets fair and households confident. We've outlawed unfair contract terms, so the fine print can't be used as a trap. We've increased the maximum penalties for anti-competitive conduct and ripping off consumers. Maximum penalties are now the greater of $50 million, 3 times the value of the benefit derived from the breach, or 30% of turnover. We delivered the Motor Vehicle Service and Repair Information Sharing Scheme, allowing independent mechanics to get the data and software tools they need to fix modern cars. The result is that independent mechanics are more productive. There's more competition in the car repair sector, and consumers are getting more choice and better prices. We're modernising product safety standards so that Australians have access to products that meet trusted overseas standards. The Albanese government has established the National Anti-Scam Centre, bringing together the expertise and resources to disrupt scammers making contact with Australians, raise consumer awareness about how to avoid scams, and link scam victims to services where they've lost money or had their identity compromised. We've launched Australia's first scams prevention framework, which will put real obligations on banks, telcos and digital platforms to stop scams before they strike. To ensure the Australian consumer law is up to the task, we commissioned a review to assess its fitness for the AI age. The review of artificial intelligence in the Australian consumer law found that the Australian consumer law protects people using AI-enabled products and services, just as it protects those buying traditional goods. The same obligations apply. If a product misleads, harms or fails, consumers have rights and businesses have duties. The review also highlights opportunities to make the rules clearer through a handful of minor changes, helping businesses better understand their obligations under the Australian consumer law. The government will progress those changes when appropriate. Our government will legislate a digital duty of care, placing the onus on digital platforms to proactively keep Australians safe and better prevent online harms. Australians deserve confidence that when they use a digital service, whether an app, a smart appliance or an AI-driven tool, their rights are protected. Strong consumer rights need real competition, and real competition depends on strong consumer rights. When markets become too concentrated, prices climb, service declines, and firms lose the incentive to play fair. That's why Labor's competition and consumer reforms are designed to reinforce one another. Last year, the Treasurer delivered the biggest overhaul of Australia's merger laws in half a century, moving to a modern, data-driven system that fast-tracks low-risk mergers and puts the scrutiny on high-risk mergers. Those reforms will foster a more competitive and productive Australian economy, put downward pressure on prices, and expand consumer choice. We're also revitalising national competition policy to keep markets open, dynamic and diverse. The Treasurer's $900 million National Productivity Fund will reward states and territories for productivity-boosting reforms in areas such as commercial planning and zoning and modern methods of construction. Together, those changes make the economy more competitive, innovative and productive. Fairness in markets also means fairness for workers. Too many Australians are blocked from changing jobs or starting a business by non-compete clauses buried deep in contracts. In 2027, we'll ban those clauses for workers earning under the high income threshold, currently $183,100 a year. No more contracts that read like a set of handcuffs. Non-competes suppress wages, trap people in roles they've outgrown, and smother innovation. We're also closing loopholes on wage fixing and no-poach agreements that keep pay low and opportunity locked up. By freeing workers to move, we're freeing the flow of ideas, skills and creativity that drive a modern economy. Nowhere is the need for fairness more obvious than in the supermarket aisles. Together, Coles and Woolworths account for 2/3 of the market. The Australian Competition and Consumer Commission has found Australia's big supermarkets are among the most profitable in the world, with limited incentives to compete on price. Families are paying too much for essentials, while farmers and suppliers face pressure on the other end. Our reforms tackle this head-on. We delivered a mandatory food and grocery code of conduct from the 1st of April 2025, implementing all of Dr Craig Emerson's recommendations. The Liberal and National parties voted against it, but Labor's supermarket code protects farmers and suppliers from retaliation, provides anonymous complaint channels through the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission, and establishes the toughest penalties of any industry code, up to 10% of a company's turnover for serious breaches. To empower shoppers, we're providing better information. We've funded Choice to publish quarterly supermarket price comparisons, giving shoppers better information about how to save money at the checkout. If sunlight is the best disinfectant, then transparency is the bulk buy special. We backed the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission with an extra $30 million to strengthen investigations and enforcement in the supermarket and retail sector. And then there's shrinkflation. A packet might look the same, but inside there's more air and less product. It's a sneaky way of pushing up the price. That's why our government has consulted on options to strengthen the unit pricing code, so every shopper can see the true cost per unit of a grocery product, alongside the total sale price. And we'll back those rules with civil penalties for firms that mislead consumers and do the wrong thing. In addition, the Albanese government has consulted on exposure draft amendments to the Food and Grocery Code to make supermarket price gouging illegal. This will empower the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission to investigate and bring enforcement action against Australia's two biggest supermarkets if they charge excessive prices for grocery products. The new laws will provide the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission with another significant tool to protect consumers in their weekly shop. Laws to protect consumers from excessive prices from companies with market power already exist in the European Union, United Kingdom and other jurisdictions. The Australian government is also delivering $50 million to help remote communities access affordable groceries, ensuring that planning and zoning rules don't deter new entrants, and requiring that every supermarket merger is automatically notified to the Treasurer. More competitors mean fairer prices, better service and a healthier food supply chain. Last Friday, I chaired a meeting of consumer ministers here in Canberra. With the support of state and territory governments, the Albanese government is banning unfair trading practices. We're banning subscription traps and drip pricing. We're strengthening consumer guarantees and the supplier indemnification framework. Unfair trading practices don't just cost households. They also reveal how manipulative design and a lack of disclosure can tilt markets against consumers. Our reforms introduce a principles-based and economy-wide ban on unfair trading practices, a clear rule against conduct that manipulates or distorts consumer decision-making, causing harm. On top of that, we're putting a stop to subscription traps. Australians increasingly pay for products and services through subscriptions. And while predictable billing can work well, problems arise when design relies on consumers being too busy to notice hidden terms or chase cancellation paths. Subscription traps arise when joining is swift and effortless, but leaving is confusing or loaded with friction. Real cases show trials converting to costly renewals without notice, gyms requiring complex steps to exit, and apps stalling with emotionally manipulative prompts. These traps drain budgets and erode trust. Our reform restores symmetry. If joining takes seconds, leaving should too. Businesses will need to clearly disclose key terms, provide timely reminders, and remove unreasonable barriers to cancelling. Our government's also strengthening protections against drip pricing. Drip pricing erodes consumer choice by advertising a low upfront price only to reveal unavoidable per-transaction charges late in the process, when people have invested time and mentally committed to buy. Real cases show concert tickets jumping from $89 to $129 at checkout, and internet plans hiding set-up fees until sign-up. Drip pricing wastes time, obstructs price comparison, and rewards concealment over clarity. Our reforms strengthen existing protections by requiring all unavoidable per-transaction fees to be disclosed early and upfront, so consumers can choose with confidence and firms compete on merit. Fairness in markets depends on transparency, and that's what these changes deliver. In addition, the Albanese government is reinforcing Australia's consumer protection framework to ensure that when products or services fail, Australians and their small businesses receive the refunds, repairs and replacements that they're entitled to. These consumer guarantee reforms introduce tough civil penalties for businesses that fail to comply and give regulators expanded enforcement powers, including infringement notices to deter non-compliance. A critical element of these changes is adding penalties around supplier indemnification. Manufacturers are required to reimburse suppliers for the cost of providing remedies, ensuring businesses, especially small businesses, aren't left out of pocket for doing the right thing. By adding penalties to these provisions, regulators will have the tools they need to ensure compliance with the law. This is particularly important for small retailers who often bear the upfront cost of refunds or repairs when goods fail. Supplier indemnification reduces the financial strain on small business, helping them enforce their rights more easily and levelling the playing field so compliant businesses aren't disadvantaged by competitors who ignore the law. These changes will also improve clarity and fairness, reducing time and resources spent on disputes and boosting confidence for both consumers and small businesses. The government will consult stakeholders on draft legislation in early 2026 with a view to bringing legislation to Parliament later in the year. We'll keep building momentum and continue to deepen cooperation across jurisdictions, aligning enforcement, sharing intelligence and ensuring consistent protection. So whether you live in Humpty Doo or Hobart, Bundaberg or Busselton, Australia's consumer authorities have your back. Our government's competition and consumer reforms mean Australians can shop, sign and spend with confidence. When you buy a toy to put under the tree, you can trust it's safe. When you take out a phone plan, it's easy to understand the terms. When you pay online, your bank and telco will be guarding against scams. When you fill the supermarket trolley, you won't be paying for hidden markups. When you sign up for a subscription, you'll know that cancelling will be just as easy. And if you want to switch to a better job, no fine print will chain you to your old desk. Markets depend on trust, that prices are fair, contracts are clear, and competition is genuine. Labor's consumer reforms are delivering that trust, helping households get a fair deal and rewarding businesses that play by the rules. Confident competition and fair competition make better markets and a stronger, fairer economy.
And I call the member for Cowper to speak in response to the Assistant Minister's statement. Member for Cowper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the statement on significant matters regarding consumer protection reforms. On the 21st of November, Commonwealth, State and Territory Ministers met and agreed that consumer priorities for 2026 will include progressing nationwide reforms to protect consumers from unfair trading practices, introducing prohibitions and penalties to enhance the effectiveness of consumer guarantees and supplier indemnification regime, focusing on addressing risks associated with unsafe products such as lithium batteries and e-micro mobility devices such as e-scooters and e-bikes, identifying opportunities to strengthen Australia's product safety framework, continuing implementation of the scams prevention framework and efforts across governments, including with the New Zealand government, to make Australia and New Zealand harder targets for scammers, with particular focus on property payment redirection scams. I welcome any focus protecting Australians. That is the first job of government. But if you step outside the Canberra bubble, the reality is very different. Australians are not being protected. Nowhere is it clearer than in superannuation. Today, more than 12,000 Australians, many close to retirement, have had over $1 billion in their super taken as a result of the collapse of First Guardian and Shield investment schemes. This is now the largest superannuation failure in Australian history and one of the most serious consumer protection failures we have ever seen in our financial system. And it all happened under this government's watch. Deputy Speaker, I've sat with some of the people who have lost everything. They aren't wealthy people. They're hard-working Australians who have been let down. A detective from Queensland nearing retirement. He thought he'd done everything right. Members from Save Our Super Group, Melinda Key, Peter Spencer Franks, a bus driver, Brad Waterman, Denise Coquit, a teacher, and Mike Poland. The hard-working Australians who had saved diligently and followed all the rules. But they find themselves with no super because this government failed to protect consumers and because ASIC failed to enforce the law. Losing your super doesn't just mean losing money, it means losing the future you worked for. They trusted the system would protect them. It didn't, but it should have. And I hope to work constructively, as I always do, with Minister Merlino to do what is right by them. This situation, unfortunately, is a familiar pattern. Listening to the Minister address this morning reminded me of the review Labor commissioned in 2022 into the managed investment schemes, the very structures used in First Guardian, Shield and recent collapses like Lion Property Group. The government initiated that review after failures including the Sterling Income Trust, Trio Capital and Timber Corp. Labor promised they wanted to strengthen the regulations and increase consumer protections. Stakeholders called for tighter oversight and greater transparency. But after that review concluded, we have heard nothing. When the moment came to protect consumers, Labor buried the review and any uncomfortable recommendations it contained. And since then, we have seen further collapses. First Guardian, Shield, Lion Property Groups and others unfolding under the very same framework. None of this has occurred in a vacuum. We have a corporate regulator whose job it is to enforce the law, protect consumers and maintain confidence in the financial system. And on First Guardian and Shield, ASIC failed to do that job. Warnings were raised years before, concerns were put on the record, patterns of behaviour were visible well before the collapse. ASIC had the powers it needed, but it chose not to use them. The victims I speak to feel that they were failed twice, first by the scheme themselves, then by the regulator that did not act when it mattered. The Senate's review into ASIC, led by Senator Bragg, identified profound issues in ASIC's structure and performance. But instead of responding to that review, the government has simply ignored it. But whatever the government might think about that review, it predicted many of the issues that we are now seeing. And rather than strengthening oversight of ASIC, Labor has introduced legislation to weaken it, stretching independent reviews from 2 years to every 5. This was a safeguard of the Financial Services Royal Commission designed to protect consumers, but this government has now weakened them. We also have a Treasurer who, after more than 3 years in the job, still refuses to issue ASIC with an updated statement of expectations. It is hard to avoid the conclusion that he has no expectations, and unfortunately, ASIC are meeting them. I have higher expectations of ASIC than the Treasurer. There are a lot of good people in the organisation that care immensely about ensuring better outcomes for Australians. They just lack the right focus from the government. Everyone I speak to across the spectrum says ASIC is not delivering for consumers. Yet from this government we hear nothing but silence. It's not good enough. Deputy Speaker, there is another part of this story that goes to the heart of consumer protections, and that is the blowout in the compensation scheme of last resort. Because the government have dragged their feet on ensuring ASIC fulfils its enforcement role, and because misconduct has not been prevented early, this scheme is now facing escalating costs and multi-million-dollar special levies. The estimate for 2027 is already $137 million, and that's before First Guardian and Shield are even factored into it. Someone will have to pay, or victims will go without, Deputy Speaker. Advisors who have done nothing wrong have already been tapped out. They cannot pay any more. So the only place left for the government to turn is everybody's superannuation, and that's exactly where it's heading. The CSLR was intended to be the final safety net when everything else failed. But under this government, it is becoming the default response because prevention is weak and enforcement is delayed. A scheme that continually needs special levies just to stay afloat is not a sign of a system working. It's a sign of a system breaking, and consumers are paying the price. We see the same disconnect in the approach to scams. Earlier this year, the government passed its scam prevention framework. The Coalition supported it because anything that helps Australians avoid scams is worth backing. But we said then, and we say now, it would be judged on its results, not press releases. And the results are clear. Between January and September this year, ScamWatch received more than 159,000 scam reports with losses of $260 million. That's a 16% increase on last year. After all the promises, all the announcement, all the branding, Australians are losing more money to scammers, not less. Once again, big talk, weak delivery. For most Australians, consumer protection isn't abstract. It's something they rely on every day. When they put money into their super, deal with business, sign up for a service or try to avoid fraud, they expect the system to look after them. They expect problems to be caught early, and they expect safeguards that work in practice, not just on paper. Across too many areas, that basic expectation is not being met. In super collapses, in weak regulatory oversight, in compensation schemes pushed to the breaking point, in rising scam losses and people falling through the cracks of a system meant to protect them. Australians deserve more than a government that loves to make announcements but is weak on delivery. They deserve a government that prevents harm, responds early and puts their interests first. We will continue to raise with the government all of these issues. We will continue to stand up for Australians who have been let down, and we will continue pressing the government until consumer protections is something people can genuinely rely on, not just something they're told to believe in. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I call the Assistant Minister.
I move that further statements on consumer reforms be permitted in the Federation Chamber.
All those of the opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary no. The ayes have it. I now call the Chief Government Whip.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I declare the Federation Chamber Orders of the Day number 2, Government Business Vet Student Loans Miscellaneous Measures Bill 2025, and number 3, Government Business Veterans Affairs Legislation Amendment Miscellaneous Measures number 1 Bill 2025 are returned to the House for further consideration.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Oh, I've got the wrong one. The matter will be set down for consideration at a later hour this day. And I call the member for Clare.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that so much of the standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent the private member's business order of the day relating to the Stopping Wind Farms in State Forest Bill 2025 being called on immediately and given priority over all other business until final determination of the House. Deputy Speaker, I'm moving to suspend standing orders because this matter is urgent. It can't wait. It needs to be debated and brought on for a vote. This is because the major parties have all let our local residents down. It's been a failure of politics and politicians. When the National Party passed laws that allowed wind farms into state forests, it abjectly failed to properly regulate it. That's the cold, hard truth, and the result has been chaos and conflict. Communities divided. You've got family members pitted against family members, neighbours fighting neighbours, broken friendships, extreme mental health anguish as residents worry about the property values of their homes, fear and uncertainty. It's the same story with the creation of renewable energy zones in New South Wales. The National Party created them and totally failed in its duty to control them. It would have been a very simple thing to clearly set out where these developments can and can't go and protect the rights of local residents so that they have a say and their rights are protected and their voices are heard. That there was genuine consultation, not just tokenistic tick-a-box consultation. They could have mandated that, but they failed to do so. The National Party failed to do so. So rather than pretending to ride around on white horses, the National Party should apologise. It should own up to its failures and come into this House now to support this bill. All of the major parties have had a hand in this. They are all guilty of failing these residents. It's been an ongoing failure across the political divide, and all parties need to bear responsibility for it, including the Labor Party in New South Wales. Across the political spectrum, it's been a sad case of politicians not doing their jobs and letting down our local residents and our local communities. Well, Deputy Speaker, this bill is a chance for them all to redeem themselves. We need to give them the opportunity to come down into this House, into this chamber, and vote for this bill. I would expect National Party members to be in here, and we want government members too. I went and saw the Energy Minister about this bill, and I think he does understand that there are developers doing the wrong thing. So we want him and all members down here to support this bill because our residents are demanding urgent action, immediate action. I've been working with local residents in impacted communities for many years, and while I've had some success in getting wind farms moved or modified for local residents, such examples are sadly few and far between. This is because the consultants from these companies come out from the city, Sydney or Melbourne. They say that they're going to do things differently and that they'll consult in a meaningful way, and then they fail to do so. And that's because the truth is that these decisions about turbine heights and placements are for the most part made in foreign boardrooms over oceans, far away from our local residents. Moving turbines away for impacted residents and reducing their height actually costs money. And compromising with local residents means they just don't make as much of it. The profits are less. It's a business decision. A lot of developers come out into our area and they say soothing words like, we're going to sponsor the local footy team and that'll make it all right, but it doesn't. I've had constituents in tears worried about the value of their homes when they have turbines slated for 700 metres from their homes. I asked the House to look at what's happened in the Oberon area with the Pines wind farm, which is proposed by TAG Energy and Stromlo. They have failed to carry the community with them. People have rebelled against the pseudo-consultations. Residents have quite frankly felt duped. The developer claimed to be only putting turbines in state forests and then started shopping them around outside of these boundaries, and now they're hitting up the community of Trunky Creek. These residents are in shock. It's a small farming community to have this suddenly foisted upon them. The whole thing has been deeply traumatic for the whole area. They were supposed to only be in state forests and now they're shopping them all over the place. Over at Portland, where Someva is developing the Sunny Corner wind farm, it's also just ticker box consultation without genuine compromise. And now we have a Spanish company releasing its plan for the Canobolas State Forest near Orange. Well, our communities are sick of this patronising, disingenuous and frankly bogus approach to consultation and community engagement. Out at the Boree solar farm near Geary, it's the same old story, a shocking lack of consultation in the face of prime agricultural land being threatened. The Kerrs Creek wind farm is another example where that's being run out of the United Kingdom by the McAlpine companies. Terrible consultation and only tokenistic compromise. My bill steps in to fix the failures of the state government and all political parties and enables the federal government to use its constitutional powers to make laws to stop turbine developments in these state forests. This federal legislation would override failed state legislation. Clause 3 of the bill uses the corporation's power of our constitution to provide that a corporation must not construct, install or commission a wind farm in a state forest. And to put it beyond doubt, it includes the Sunny Corner State Forest near Portland and Lithgow, the Vulcan State Forest, the Mount David State Forest, the Ganang State Forest, they're all in the Oberon area, and also the Canobolas State Forest near Orange. The bill is not limited to those named state forests, they're for any state forest. And it's now up to all parties to get behind this bill. The folks impacted by the Sunny Corner State wind farm, the State Forest wind farm proposal, want action on this, as do those folks around Oberon, around Orange, wherever these state forests are. So it's now up to all parties to back it in, including the National Party. They need to stop the infighting, the bickering and the plotting and start being an effective opposition and come in to support this legislation. I look at these benches over here and I see the opposition imploding before our eyes. We've had the attempted forced retirements of the members for New England and Riverina. They're trying to Rissole them out. That looks to be going pretty badly. The member for New England, he looks set to hit the eject button on his seat in the party room. They've already lost a senator. And it looks like the member for New England, if the steak dinners are anything to go by, is the next to depart. Anyone who's a leadership threat is moving on, or they're trying to move them on. And then you had that ham-fisted attempt to break away from the Liberal Party, which lasted 48 hours when they realised that they would lose pay, lose staff, lose positions, and they'd have Liberal Party members running in their seats in three-cornered contests. This bill is the crossbench getting the job done in the face of, let's face it, a shambolic opposition. And because they're so busy trying to tear each other down in their own misguided quest for personal glory, and because they're no longer truly standing up for country people, the crossbench and the independents are answering the call of our communities. We are doing the heavy lifting in the face of political failure in this House. And it's not just the chaotic opposition, it's also the government that needs to be answering the call on this bill, because our communities are tired of the failure. They are tired of the false promises and the empty words. They want their voices heard, and they want these wind farms in state forests stopped. So I would urge all members of the House to heed that call and listen to the communities and what they are asking for. We need to put an end to the anguish and the pain that our communities are experiencing. We need to put an end to the bogus ticker-box consultation, which is not genuine and is basically fly-in, fly-out ticker-box consultation. We need to actually be bringing those voices into this parliament, and this bill is a way to do it. And it is widely supported in our area. It is widely supported by our impacted residents who've had enough. They've had a gutful. I urge all members of this House to come into this chamber and support the Stopping Wind Farms in State Forest Bill 2025. I commend this motion to the House.
Is there a seconder for the motion?
Deputy Speaker, I
Member
rise...
for Fowler, sorry. Member for Fowler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today in strong support of the member for Calare and his call to stop wind farms from being built in our state forest. Let me start by saying this. Australians support renewable energy. My community in Fowler supports renewable energy, but we also expect governments to show common sense, to plan properly and to protect the environment, not destroy it in the name of saving it. And that is exactly what is happening when wind farms are carved into state forests across New South Wales. We are told that wind energy is automatically clean and low emission, but that is simply not the full story. Building these massive turbines requires enormous amounts of steel, concrete, rare earth, minerals and global transport. All of this highly energy intensive and carbon heavy. Before a single kilowatt of electricity is ever generated, these projects create massive upfront emissions that nobody seems to talk about. Why should we be clearing state forests, precious environmental assets, to build infrastructure that already carries such a large carbon footprint? And when we look at the long-term impacts, the concerns get even more serious. Deputy Speaker, wind turbine blades are notoriously difficult to recycle. Current technology cannot process the composite materials, so thousands of blades around the world are ending up in landfill. Australia is no exception. While I acknowledge that it's only for softwood pine plantations and not plantation pine forests, we are still have to look at how these wind farms are being built and set out across these pine plantations, softwood pine plantations. If we allow wind farms in state forests, we risk turning protected lands, areas meant for conservation and recreation, in future waste sites once these turbines reach the end of their 20 to 25-year lifespan. That is not responsible environment stewardship. The irony is that we are destroying natural habitats and biodiversity in order to build something that is meant to help the environment. Renewables must not become a license to industrialise conservation areas. Deputy Speaker, while these wind farms may not be proposed in my electorate of Fowler, the consequences absolutely flow into my community. Western Sydney suffers from urban heat, poor air quality and rising energy costs. Families and small businesses in Fowler are struggling with electricity bills that keep going up despite the promises of cheaper renewable energy. Yet we hear rushing ahead and poorly planned renewable projects that will cost more to build and more to maintain and ultimately push more costs onto consumers. Communities like Fowler are tired of paying for bad planning. We need smart, balanced, long-term decisions, not shortcuts, no symbolic gestures, not projects that look good in press release but create environmental damage and financial burden in years ahead. Deputy Speaker, the government must also acknowledge that a transition done badly will undermine public support for renewables. People want cleaner energy, but they want also honesty. They want transparency. They want assurance that we are not destroying forests, displacing, creating mountains of unrecyclable waste in the name of climate action. If we lose public trust, we lose the transition. That is why I support the member for Calais' motion. We can and should pursue renewable energy, but we must do so responsibly. And that begins with a simple principle. State forests should be protected. Deputy Speaker, I commend this motion to the House and support the members for Calais' motion to stop wind farm in state forests.
Before I call the attorney, member for Fowler, I just need you to move that you second the motion.
I move that I second the motion by the member for Calais to stop for the bill to stop an act to stop the wind farms in state forests.
Thank you. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the attorney.
The debate be adjourned.
The question is that the debate be adjourned. All those the opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. I think the ayes have it. Division required. I think that given that you don't... Sorry? Member for Clare?
Aye.
Two voices called for the division. Okay, division is called. Can we lock the doors? So do I do this first? So the question is that the debate be adjourned. All those the opinion say aye. Ayes to the right, the noes to the left. And as there are fewer than as there are fewer than 7 members on the side for the noes in this division, I declare the question resolved in the affirmative in accordance with Standing Order 127, and the names of those members who are in the minority were recorded in the votes and proceedings. And I call the clerk.
Thanks, Clark. Good job. That's right, exactly.
So,
You good to go? Yeah.
call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 3. Health legislation amendment prescribing of pharmaceutical benefits bill 2025.
And I call the Minister.
Well, thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. I present the Health Legislation Amendment Prescribing of Pharmaceutical Benefits Bill 2025 and the explanatory memorandum.
I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act relating to the provision of pharmaceutical benefits and for related purposes.
Minister.
Thank you again. I move that this bill be now read a second time. Acting Deputy Speaker, the Health Legislation Amendment Prescribing of Pharmaceutical Benefits Bill 2025 introduces historic reforms to health legislation that empower more nurses to work to their full scope of practice and to improve access to medicines for people right across Australia. This bill advances scope of practice reforms identified by the Strengthening Medicare Task Force and the subsequent review, the Unleashing the Potential of Our Health Workforce Review. It amends the National Health Act 1953 to authorise registered nurses endorsed under the registration standard known as the Endorsement for Scheduled Medicines Designated Registered Nurse Prescriber Standard to prescribe certain medicines under the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme, the PBS, attracting Commonwealth subsidies. This change empowers nurses to provide safe, high-quality care directly to people in the community, reducing the need for GP visits or long waits in overcrowded hospital emergency departments. Enabling prescribing under the PBS by designated registered nurse prescribers ensures the medicines they prescribe are affordable for patients. This reform aligns with the government's commitment to cheaper medicines and with the National Medicines Policy. It promotes equitable, affordable and timely access to high-quality medicines and services. Currently, our registered nurses, who are highly skilled and highly educated, remain underutilised in primary care. Allowing them to prescribe under the PBS will boost efficiency, strengthen care coordination and ensure GPs and nurse practitioners can focus on patients with more complex needs. Designated registered nurse prescribing strengthens the health system by easing workforce pressures and building long-term capacity and sustainability. Improved access to primary health care reduces avoidable hospital visits and preventable hospitalisations. In rural and remote communities, people often have to travel long distances and face long wait times for even basic care. This reform allows people, especially those in rural and regional areas, to receive affordable treatment with greater equity. Designated registered nurse prescribers will help relieve pressure across acute and primary care. They will ensure individuals receive care when and where they need it. The list of medicines that will be able to be prescribed under the PBS by a designated registered nurse prescriber will be considered by the Independent Pharmaceutical Benefits Advisory Committee, or PBAC. Since 2017, the Nursing and Midwifery Board of Australia and the Chief Nursing and Midwifery Officers have conducted extensive research and consultation on nurse prescribing models. The NMBA, the board, developed the standards for designated registered nurse prescribers through multiple rounds of public consultation, which received very strong support. All health ministers have endorsed the scheduled medicine standard, which came into effect in September this year. The first cohort of nurses expected to complete their education and receive endorsement as designated RN prescribers will be open on July 2026. To maintain integrity and safety, the bill also amends the Health Insurance Act 1973. It subjects designated RN prescribing under the PBS to the Professional Services Review Scheme, a peer review mechanism that safeguards the PBS and other programs. This bill delivers on the government's commitment to ensure our health workforce operates as far as possible at their full scope, enhancing safe and timely access to medicines. It's a win for nurses and a win for all Australian patients. And I commend the bill to the House.
The debate must now be adjourned. The question is that the resumption of debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. The question is that the resumption of debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. All those opinions say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. I call the clerk. Yeah. I call Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations.
Thank you, Speaker. And I present the Coal Mining Industry Long Service Leave Legislation Amendment Bill 2025 and the explanatory memorandum.
Call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend legislation relating to the black coal mining industry long service leave scheme and for related purposes.
Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I move that this bill be now read a second time. The Coal Mining Industry Long Service Leave Legislation Amendment Bill 2025 will deliver fairness and certainty for workers in the black coal mining industry and their employers. This legislation is designed to ensure eligible workers have a clear pathway to access their hard-earned long service leave entitlements quickly and in full. This will benefit workers across the black coal mining regions, including the Hunter Valley and the New South Wales North Coast, the Illawarra, Central Queensland and Mackay and the Whitsundays. For decades, portable long service leave has been a vital entitlement for employees in the industry, allowing them to accrue leave as they move between sites and employers. However, disputes about who is covered by the coal mining industry, the Long Service Leave Funding Scheme, have meant that many eligible employees are missing out on their lawful entitlements. This issue has particularly impacted employees in mechanical and supply services. The two recent decisions of the Full Federal Court of Australia on these matters have clarified the scheme's coverage. Many employees in the black coal mining industry can now access their entitlements under the scheme, and in some cases, employers may have liabilities dating back to 2010, potentially involving debts of millions of dollars in unpaid levy for long service leave. The government is taking decisive action through this bill to resolve these legacy issues. The bill provides a practical time-limited pathway for employers to settle historical levy debts. This pathway will enable employers to pay their levy in a financially sustainable way and connect employees with their entitlements. To ensure fairness, employers that have already begun paying their debts in good faith will also be able to opt into this pathway. The bill allows employers to set up payment arrangements for outstanding levy debts to be paid in instalments over 6 years. Once an employer has paid 80% of the amount owed, the remaining 20% will be waived. This represents a balanced approach intended to incentivise employer participation, protect the viability of the scheme, and supporting employers with significant levy liabilities. Greater employer uptake ultimately benefits their employees, who will gain access to their entitlements sooner. Importantly, the 20% debt waiver has no impact on worker entitlements. Eligible workers will receive the full entitlements they are owed. Employers will need to specify the employees and periods covered under the payment arrangements. This upholds the principle that payments should be directly linked to individual work entitlements. The bill builds in flexibility and support to ensure eligible employees will not miss out on their lawful long service leave entitlement. In response to stakeholder feedback, timeframes will be able to be adjusted so employers can conduct thorough checks and identify all eligible employees. The Coal LSL will also engage with employers through the process to provide support with establishing their payment arrangements. The historical nature of these issues will mean that employer records may be incomplete. To prevent this from impacting workers, the bill adopts a fair and workable approach to establishing arrangements and calculating employee entitlements. This includes allowing certain simplified calculations, as well as allowing certain reasonable assumptions to be made. Such an approach will ensure incomplete records do not stand in the way of connecting employees with their historical entitlements. Some employers operating in good faith have already paid long service leave entitlements directly to employees upon cessation of employment. To ensure that employers don't pay twice, the bill provides that employers can offset eligible payments against their debt in certain circumstances. Alongside supporting the payment of historical debts, the bill will also strengthen the scheme's compliance mechanisms by updating penalty arrangements. The bill links the additional levy rate to the Reserve Bank of Australia's cash rate plus 2%, which ensures the additional levy functions as an effective deterrent to late payments into the scheme by employers. This bill represents a fair outcome for employers and employees. For employees, this bill provides certainty and recognition after many have been previously excluded from the scheme. Employees who may have previously missed out will have their service recognised and be connected with their lawful entitlements. For employers, it provides a clear and fair process to resolve debts that, in some cases, go back 15 years. The 20% debt waiver and the ability to pay in instalments will assist employers in paying their debts. In that spirit, these reforms have been developed in consultation with industry representatives, unions and the Coal Mining Industry Long Service Leave Funding Corporation. Broadly, stakeholders have expressed support for these changes as necessary and proportionate to maintain confidence in the scheme. I'd like to thank all those stakeholders for their constructive engagement with this issue over a number of years. This bill is a practical and balanced response to complex legacy issues. It reflects the government's commitment to supporting employers to pay their debts and connecting their employees with their lawful entitlements, and I commend the bill to the House.
The debate must now be adjourned. The question is that the resumption of debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. Put the question. All those opinions say aye. No. Let's have it. And I call the Minister, the Clerk, sorry.
Government business, notice number 4, Universities Accord, Australian Tertiary Education Commission Bill 2025.
I call the Minister for Education.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I present the Universities Accord Australian Tertiary Education Commission Bill 2025 and the explanatory memorandum to this bill, and the Universities Accord Australian Tertiary Education Commission Consequential and Transitional Provisions Bill 2025.
Call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to provide for the establishment of the Australian Tertiary Education Commission and for related purposes.
Minister for Education.
Deputy Speaker, I move that this bill be now read a second time. Deputy Speaker, this is a bill to establish the Australian Tertiary Education Commission, the ATEC. It's a key recommendation of the Australian Universities Accord. Before I set out the details of the bill, let me remind the House what the Universities Accord is about. 3 years ago, I appointed 6 eminent Australians to develop a blueprint for how we reform our higher education system. Professor Mary O'Kane as Chair, a former Chief Scientist and Engineer of New South Wales and a former Vice-Chancellor of the University of Adelaide. Professor Barney Glover, who is now the Commissioner of Jobs and Skills Australia, and was then the Vice-Chancellor and President of Western Sydney University. Distinguished Professor Larissa Brent, Laureate Fellow at Jumbunna Institute of Indigenous Education and Research at the University of Technology, Sydney. The Honourable Fiona Nash, the Australian Regional Education Commissioner, former Minister for Regional Development and Minister for Regional Communications. The Honourable Jenny Macklin, former Minister for Families, Housing, Community Services and Indigenous Affairs and Minister for Disability Reform. And Shamara Wick-Ramanayake, Chief Executive Officer at Macquarie Group and a member of the former government's University Research Commercialisation Expert Panel. And I asked them to look at 7 priority areas: Australia's knowledge and skill needs now and into the future, access and opportunity, investment and affordability in higher education, governance, accountability and community, connections between vocational education and training and higher education, the quality and the sustainability of higher education, and new knowledge, innovation and capability for Australia. I released their final report in February of last year. And in short, what it says is that in the years ahead, more jobs are going to require more skills. What it says is that 60% of Australians working today have a certificate, a diploma or a degree. And that by 2050, that'll increase to about 80%. That's a big jump. It means more people at TAFE, more people at university, and more people doing a bit of both. And what the Accord says is that the only way that this will happen is if we break down 2 big barriers. The first of those is the artificial barrier that we've created and built up between the vocational education system and the higher education system, and replace it with a system that's more joined up. The second is the invisible barrier that stops too many young people from poor families, from our outer suburbs and from the regions and from the bush from getting to university at all. And to give you an idea what the Accord is talking about, 69% of young Australians from wealthy families have a university degree today, but only 19% from very poor families do. And this isn't just a barrier to university. The Accord peels away any misconception that it's okay if young people from poor families don't make it to university because they make it to TAFE. What it shows is that 87% of young people from wealthy families have either a TAFE qualification or a uni degree, but only 59% of young people from poor families do. In other words, more than 40% of young people from poor families don't have the sort of qualifications that so many people are going to need in the years ahead. We've now implemented every recommendation of the Accord's interim report, and we've started work on implementing the final report. In last year's budget, we bit off a big chunk of it, 31 out of 47 recommendations in full or in part. And let me remind the House of what some of those are. It includes more than doubling the number of university study hubs in the regions, in the bush, and now for the first time ever in our outer suburbs. These are places that bring university closer to where a lot of people live. They're about breaking down that invisible barrier. And most of them are now open, and the rest will open in the next few months. We're also increasing funding for bridging courses that help to prepare you to start a uni degree. They're like a bridge between school and uni. Over the next 10 years, we'll invest an extra $1 billion to help tens of thousands of Australians to do one of these courses for free. We've also introduced paid prac. This is financial support for teaching students, for nursing students, for midwifery students, and for social work students while they do the practical training that's part of their degree. It's means tested and it's targeted at people who need it most. And so far, more than 67,000 students have applied for paid prac. More than 80% of those applications have been processed, and more than 80% of those have been approved. The Accord also recommends that we allocate more medical Commonwealth-supported places to address the shortage of doctors in our community, and we're doing that too. Next year we'll train more doctors than ever before. Earlier this week, the Minister for Health and I announced more medical places to train more doctors at 10 universities across the country. Over the last 3 years, we've announced more than 350 new commencing medical places. We've also announced 8 new medical schools. When fully rolled out, it will mean we are supporting around 1,790 more medical students studying each year. We've also scrapped the 50% pass rule. This was an unfair rule that significantly and disproportionately affected Indigenous students, students from poor families, and students from the regions and from the bush. We've also reformed the student services and amenities fees, setting a minimum amount of 40% to be provided to student-led organisations. And we've also introduced a demand-driven system for Indigenous students wherever they live. Previously, this was only available for Indigenous students living in regional and remote Australia. This means if you are an Indigenous student and you get the marks for the course you want to do, you will now get a place at university. And it's already having an impact. Last year, the number of Indigenous students starting a degree increased by 5%. This year, it increased by a further 3%. The Department of Education estimates that over the next decade, this could double the number of Indigenous students at university. We've also introduced a National Student Ombudsman that started work this year, and a national code to prevent and respond to gender-based violence that starts on the 1st of January and will give the Ombudsman's recommendations real teeth. This year we also established an expert council on university governance, and it delivered its final report a few weeks ago. This includes a set of principles that we will put into law and require universities to report annually on an if not, why not basis. And on the recommendations of the current Senate inquiry into university governance, we will also get the Remuneration Tribunal to help set the salaries for Vice-Chancellors and require universities to publish the decisions of council meetings, spending on consultants, Vice-Chancellors' external roles and any conflicts of interest. We're also making major changes to reduce student debt. Last year we capped the indexation of student debt to the lower of the Consumer Price Index and the Wage Price Index, and this wiped $3 billion off student debt. This week and next week we'll wipe a further $16 billion off student debt, cutting student debt by 20%. Tomorrow, 1.5 million Australians will have their debt cut by 20%, and another 1.5 million will have their debt cut by 20% next week. This is the biggest cut to student debt in Australian history. We promised it, Australians voted for it, and now it's happening. We've also made major structural changes to the way that the student debt repayment system works. The way the system used to work was the amount that you repaid every year was based on your entire earnings. Once you earned above a minimum threshold, you paid a percentage of your entire wage as a repayment, and that has now changed. Now you only pay a percentage of your wage above the minimum repayment threshold. Now what that means in practice is if you earn $70,000 a year, you'll now have to repay about $1,300 a year less than you used to. It's real cost of living help when you need it most. It's another recommendation of the Accord, and it's also a recommendation of the architect of HECS, Professor Bruce Chapman, who said this is, and I quote, "the most important thing that's happened to the system in 35 years. It's marginal collection, it's much gentler and much fairer than previously. We should have done it years ago," end of quote. Now, Deputy Speaker, all of this is just the start, because if we're going to hit that 80% target in the Accord, we need more people to go to TAFE and more people to go to university. That means we have to fund more places at university, and that starts next year. Next year we'll allocate 9,500 more commencing places to university across the country than in 2025. That's about a 4% increase on this year and means more Australians will start a university degree next year than ever before. And even more will start a university degree the year after that. In 2027, we'll allocate an extra 16,000 fully funded Commonwealth support places, and another 16,000 in 2028, and another 16,000 in the year after that. In 2030, this increases to 19,000 additional fully funded Commonwealth-supported places. All up, over the next decade, we expect to fund an extra 200,000 commencing places at university. It means the number of Australian students in our universities will grow by about 27% over the next 10 years. That's a big jump. Part of this also involves making sure all of these places become fully funded, and the ATEC will play a critical role in implementing it. As part of that, over the next 12 months, we'll implement and legislate two big changes to the way that we fund universities. The first is what the Accord calls demand-driven equity. We currently provide universities with a capped amount of funding for Australian students. The Accord recommends that we uncap that for all students from disadvantaged backgrounds, like we've already done for Indigenous students. In other words, if you get the marks for the course you want to do, you'll get a place at university. This is about breaking down that invisible barrier that the Accord talks about, prizing open the doors of opportunity for more people from disadvantaged backgrounds. And it starts in just over 12 months. The second big reform is needs-based funding. Funding to help these same students who get in to get through. Think about it as like Gonski for universities. The school funding system provides schools with extra funding based on where they're located and the needs of the students that they educate. Students who come from economically disadvantaged families receive additional support, and so do the schools that are in the regions and the bush. The Universities Accord recommends that we do the same thing for universities. It means extra academic and other support services to help students to make it through university. It's demand-driven. The money follows the student. The more students a university has that meet the criteria, the more funding they'll receive. The more students that are at regional universities, the more funding those universities will receive as well. And it starts in January, in just a couple of weeks' time. It'll be the job of the ATEC to help to drive and to steer both of these big reforms. And that brings me to what this bill is about. Of all the recommendations in the Accord, this one might be the most important. As someone said to me the other day, the ATEC is the Accord. The Accord is big, it's a blueprint for the next decade and the one after that. And it will take more than one minister and more than one government to make it real. It's a national project and it needs a steward that's there for the long haul, to craft compacts with individual universities, to help to improve policy, administration and coordination of the sector, to get the sector to work more like a system, to get the vocational education system and the higher education system to work more closely together, more joined up, to provide expert independent advice, to help to drive real and lasting reform. That's what the ATEC is about. Just like Jobs and Skills Australia, it will be independent. It will report directly to ministers. It will be guided by a ministerial statement of expectations. Key performance indicators will be established in consultation with the minister. It will publish its work plan. It will provide advice to government and publish reports. It will be able to undertake its own research. Its staff will be directed by the ATEC commissioners, governed by a service-level agreement with the Department of Education. Its operations will be transparent and it will be required to consult. An independent review of the ATEC, its role, its functions and its operations, is also built in after 2 years and after 5 years. And these reviews will be tabled in the House and in the Senate. It will be led by 3 commissioners, a full-time Chief Commissioner, a full-time First Nations Commissioner and a part-time Commissioner. Collectively, they'll be required to have expertise in higher education and in vocational education. The First Nations Commissioner must be an Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander person with significant understanding of issues affecting Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. The ATEC will have its own decision-making powers. It will take on responsibility for new mission-based compacts with individual universities, setting out the number of domestic and international students in line with the government's strategic direction. This will be set out in more detail in legislation that I'll introduce next year. It will take over responsibility for the Higher Education Standards Framework from the current Higher Education Standards Panel and provide advice on it to the Minister for Education and the sector regulator. The Minister for Education and the Minister for Skills and Training will also be able to request advice from the ATEC on a range of matters, and this includes the cost of teaching and learning in higher education and overall higher education funding amounts, including on a per-student basis, student demand, skills demands and the capability of the system's ability to meet Australia's workforce needs, the strategic direction, governance, size and diversity of the higher education system, and the financial sustainability of higher education providers. And this obviously includes not just universities but other non-university higher education providers. Ways to improve coordination and collaboration between the vocational and higher education systems, and how to improve access, participation and outcomes for people facing systemic barriers to education, including Indigenous Australians, Australians with a disability, Australians from low socioeconomic backgrounds, and Australians living in the regions and in the bush. Deputy Speaker, the ATEC will also be required to produce and publish a State of the Tertiary Education System report every year, with the first report to cover the period starting 1st of January 2026. This report will set out current and emerging trends and issues and system-level changes needed to meet these challenges, progress on tertiary participation and attainment targets, the extent to which the higher education system is meeting Australia's current and future students' skills and knowledge demands, how well we're doing in breaking down the barriers between vocational education and higher education, and breaking down the systemic barriers faced by Australians from disadvantaged backgrounds. The ATEC will also publish a work plan and a statement of its strategic priorities for the tertiary education system every 2 years, starting on the 1st of January 2027. Deputy Speaker, I want to thank everyone who has been involved in the development of this important bill. That includes university vice-chancellors, peak bodies including Universities Australia, state and territory ministers, my department and the Accord Implementation Advisory Committee. I also want to thank the Minister for Skills and Training, Andrew Giles, Assistant Minister for International Education, Julian Hill, and my former colleague and great mate, the former Minister for Skills and Training, the Honourable Brendan O'Connor. I also want to especially thank the interim commissioners of the ATEC, Mary O'Kane, Larissa Berent and Barney Glover. They played a fundamental role in writing the accord, and now they are helping to lift those words off the page and to bring them to life. Deputy Speaker, this bill represents the next step in a long story of reform. The first Universities Commission was established in 1943 by the Curtin Labor government. Over the next 4 decades, that commission and its successors oversaw significant reform of our higher education system. It's important to remember that John Curtin may have started this, but Sir Robert Menzies continued it, and in 1959 his government introduced the Australian Universities Commission Act, which for the first time embedded the Commission under its own standalone legislation. This was a key moment in the history of higher education. Labor supported Menzies in this pursuit, with Doc Evatt declaring his quote-unquote enthusiastic support. We have a similar opportunity in front of us now to build the sort of foundations that set us up for the future, to help build the sort of skills that we're going to need over the next decade and the one after that, to help to open the doors of opportunity wider than they are today, to help build a better and a fairer education system, and in doing that, a better and a fairer country. I commend this bill to the House.
I thank the Minister. The debate must...
The debate now be adjourned.
The debate must now be adjourned. The question is the resumption of the debate being made in order of the day for the next sitting. All those in favour say aye. Opposed say no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Government business. Notice number 5. Universities Accord, Australian Tertiary Education Commission, Consequential and Transitional Provisions Bill 2025.
And I call the Minister.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I present the Universities Accord, Australian Tertiary Education Commission, Consequential and Transitional Provisions Bill 2025.
And I call the clerk.
First reading. A bill for an act to deal with consequential and transitional matters arising from the enactment of the Universities Accord, Australian Tertiary Education Commission Act 2025 and for related purposes.
Call the Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I move that this bill be now read a second time. This bill is part of a package of 2 bills which together establish the Australian Tertiary Education Commission. This bill makes consequential amendments necessary to implement the measures in the main bill, which I've just introduced. Full details of the measures are contained in the explanatory memorandum, and I commend this bill to the House.
Call the Shadow Minister.
I move that the debate now be adjourned.
The debate must now be adjourned. The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. All those in favour say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Government business. Notice number 6. Translating and Interpreting Services Bill 2025.
And I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I present the Translating and Interpreting Services Bill 2025 and the explanatory memorandum.
I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to provide for translating and interpreting functions and for related purposes.
I call the Minister.
I move that this bill now be read a second time.
I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Australia's translating and interpreting services have a long history and play a vital role in our community. And this bill will establish a new act to provide a clear statutory foundation for these services, reflecting the government's commitment to the work of translating and interpreting service, TIS National, and the important role that it plays in our modern multicultural Australia. Now, the Australian government began providing translating services in 1947, and interpreting services commenced not long after that. These services were introduced to support post-World War II migrants. The government recognised then, as it does today, the critical importance of these services to migrants making their new home in Australia. Since 1947, these services have continued to grow and to evolve to meet the needs of the Australian community. In 1973, Australia established the world's first telephone interpreting service, which remains a core component of the services today. The government's translating and interpreting services are now provided by TIS National in the Department of Home Affairs. TIS National's services facilitate communication between people with limited English proficiency and the agencies and businesses that they rely on for vital services. TIS National operates 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and provides over 1.3 million interpreting services each year in over 150 languages. Deputy Speaker, Australia is a diverse, multicultural society with a rich Indigenous heritage and a successful migration story. Over 1/4 of us were born overseas, having migrated from over 200 countries. The diversity of the Australian population provides us with a variety of languages, beliefs, traditions and cultures. And that is why we have the Multicultural Access and Equity Policy, a key policy ensuring that all Australians, whatever their cultural or linguistic background, are able to access government programs and services, which in turn means they can fully participate and contribute to our society. The services that TIS National are vital in upholding that TIS National provide are vital in upholding this commitment to Australians. Beyond helping us achieve access and equity outcomes, the government's translating and interpreting services also play a vital role in supporting social cohesion in our multicultural nation. Australia's multicultural diversity is fundamental to the character of our nation. It is who we are. And all Australians have an equal right to participate in the social, political and economic life of our country. However, this often isn't always the experience of diverse Australians, and this is why the government recently established an Office for Multicultural Affairs and elevated to Cabinet for the very first time the standalone position of Minister for Multicultural Affairs. The government's translating and interpreting services play a vital role in supporting a multicultural Australia. Over the years, new migrants and humanitarian entrants have relied on these services to engage with the community and build their lives as full participants in Australian society. Services like this help new Australians navigate the complexity of our country and access essential support. They make it easier for people to engage with government and community services. For patients, these services can mean better access to health care, the ability to explain their symptoms in their own language and receive the care they need. During the height of the COVID pandemic, translating and interpreting services were absolutely vital. For families with limited English, a simple call to TIS number 131450 meant that they were able to access life-saving information, where to get vaccinated, how to stay safe, and the latest health advice when they needed it most. And day to day, we know that TIS National provides an invaluable service with its free interpreting service, available to all parliamentarians and ensuring that their constituents are able to access assistance and support from their representatives regardless of their English ability. Ultimately, the government's translating and interpreting services help us to harness the economic and social benefits of our diversity and build a more productive and socially cohesive Australia for all of us. This bill does not seek to change the way in which the services of TIS National are provided or funded. It will simply provide a clear legislative framework for the services, providing certainty and ensuring their continued availability to support our community into the future. To achieve this, this bill will establish express legislative functions for TIS National as functions of the Secretary of the Department of Home Affairs, These functions include the provision of translating and interpreting services to government departments across all levels of government and private sector entities to facilitate communication by and with people with limited English language proficiency, including visa holders and newly settled migrants. The functions also enable the operation of TIS National's 24/7 phone interpreting service, which supports calls to 000 emergency services. Further, the functions will enable the development, training and support of translators and interpreters and ensure ongoing powers to enter into contracts and arrangements to provide these services. The bill also includes provisions to make clear that arrangements entered into before commencement of the legislation, including those arrangements that continue to be in force when the legislation commences, will continue to have effect. This appropriately ensures that established arrangements are able to be maintained and provides certainty for all parties, and reinforces that the purpose of this legislation is to provide a statutory framework for existing long-standing functions and services provided by TIS National. The bill will also provide a power for the Minister to make rules, a disallowable legislative instrument, to prescribe matters required or permitted by the proposed Act or necessary or convenient to be prescribed for carrying out or giving effect to the Act. This will enable the Minister to specify further functions to support and sustain TIS National's operations and an important role in the provision of translating and interpreting services for the Australian community into the future. The bill sends a strong signal about the government's commitment to a united and prosperous multicultural Australia, and I commend this bill to the Chamber.
I thank the Minister and Member Fisher.
The debate now be adjourned.
The debate must now be adjourned. The question is the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. All those in favour say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Government Business, Notice Number 7, Treasury Laws Amendment, Genetic Testing Protections in Life Insurance and Other Measures Bill 2025.
Call the Minister.
I present the Treasury Laws Amendment, Genetic Testing Protections in Life Insurance and Other Measures Bill 2025 and the explanatory memorandum.
And I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to life insurance, financial services and certain international financial institutions and for related purposes.
And I call the Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. Genetic testing can help save lives, supporting medical practitioners to prevent, diagnose, treat and monitor a range of cancers, cancer predisposition syndromes and other heritable conditions. This bill amends the Insurance Contracts Act to ban life insurers from taking into account information about an individual's genetic testing to inform the offer of life insurance cover or the terms and conditions of the cover that is offered. The Albanese government recognises the importance of genetic and genomic health technologies. We support the use of genetic tests increasingly becoming part of our preventative health system. Although genetic testing uptake is on the rise, a recent genetic testing study from Monash University shows that more than half of participants that discontinued their involvement in the study did so because of concerns around accessing affordable insurance. One participant in this study was Ben. Ben didn't have any significant family history of cancer, but he took part in a genetic testing study. The results showed he carries a PALB2 variant, which raises the risk of prostate and breast cancer in men. This information was important not only for him, but also for his female relatives, who now know they face higher risks of breast and ovarian cancer and have begun getting tested. Learning about these elevated risks has motivated Ben to adopt risk-reducing strategies. Genetic tests help save lives. Australians should not be discouraged from undertaking genetic testing out of fear that it may impact their ability to get life insurance.
By putting this ban in place, we will remove this barrier so more Australians will access genetic testing and, in turn, its full benefits for patients, public health and medical research can be delivered. I appreciate the industry and stakeholder consultation process that has occurred to ensure this legislation achieves its intended purpose. This schedule creates new, strict liability and civil penalty provisions for breaches of this ban and gives the Australian Securities and Investment Commission regulatory responsibility for monitoring and enforcing the ban. Schedule 2 to this bill provides licensing relief to facilitate access by Australian professional and wholesale investors to global investment opportunities so that they can diversify their financial holdings. This improves outcomes for millions of Australians as these services are commonly used by superannuation funds and institutional investors, among other financial firms. This relief has generally been provided by way of an ASIC instrument. The legislation and this schedule in the bill will elevate the relief to primary law and improve oversight for the regulator. This gives certainty to the industry that financial institutions and eligible investors can access the financial products and services offered by foreign financial service providers. Schedule 3 to the bill streamlines and modernises Australia's legislative framework for multilateral development banks and the IMF, reducing both administrative and legislative burden. These banks are rapidly evolving their financing models. A more flexible framework will ensure Australia does not fall behind in our ability to participate in future financing arrangements with these institutions. These changes will importantly allow Australia to formalise agreements announced as part of the 2024-25 MYEFO with the World Bank and the Asia Development Bank, and are consistent with Australia's support for a rules-based multilateral institutions. Schedule 4 to the bill repeals Schedule 2 of the Financial Sector Reform Hayne Royal Commission Response Better Advice Act 2021 and gives effect to the government's decision to no longer proceed with Stage 2 of the registration process for financial advisors. This would have otherwise required individual financial advisors to register themselves annually with ASIC from 1 July 2026. This maintains the current system, which requires Australian financial services licensees to apply to ASIC to register their authorised financial advisors, and is consistent with the objective of removing unnecessary regulatory burden for individual advisors. Further, the operation of Stage 1 registration has proven sufficient to meet the policy objectives of a functioning and effective disciplinary system. The Legislative and Governance Forum on Corporations was notified about the amendments as required under the Corporations Agreement 2002. Full details of the measure are contained in the explanatory memorandum.
I thank the Minister and the member for Fisher.
I move that the debate now be adjourned.
The debate must now be adjourned. The question is the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it, and I'm very proud to sit here today to hear this introduced, and I congratulate the Minister. Great. I call the clerk.
Government Business, Notice Number 8, Corporations Amendment Digital Assets Framework Bill 2025.
Call the Minister.
I present the Corporations Amendment Digital Assets Framework Bill 2025 and the explanatory memoranda.
Call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to corporations and financial services and for related purposes.
Call the Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. Financial markets are changing, and so is the way people hold and exchange value. Across the world, digital assets are reshaping finance. Blockchain technology and tokenisation are unlocking new ways to invest, trade and transfer wealth. They promise faster settlement, lower costs and broader access to markets that were once out of reach. Tokenisation can turn real-world assets like property, commodities or bonds into digital tokens that can be traded instantly and securely. This is not a distant future. It is happening now. Global institutions are experimenting with tokenised securities, central banks are exploring digital currencies, and investors are demanding safe, regulated ways to participate. Digital assets are a growing part of the global financial system. They offer new ways to trade, invest and build businesses, unlocking capital markets and strengthening Australia's competitiveness as a financial centre. Australia must keep pace. If we get this right, we can attract investment, create jobs and position our financial system as a leader in innovation. But with opportunity comes risk. It is currently possible for a business to hold an unlimited value of client digital assets without any financial law safeguards. The collapse of FTX and other failures showed what happens when digital asset businesses operate without proper oversight. Billions were misappropriated, consumers were devastated and confidence was shattered. We also know that cryptocurrency remains a vector for scams and fraud. Australians have lost millions to schemes that exploit gaps in regulation and consumer understanding. These risks cannot be ignored. This bill responds to those challenges by reducing loopholes and ensuring comparable activities face comparable obligations, tailored to the digital asset ecosystem. It focuses on the potential source of risk, the businesses that hold digital assets on behalf of consumers rather than the underlying technology itself. This means it can evolve as new forms of tokenisation and digital services emerge. This bill delivers on the government's commitment to modernise Australia's financial regulatory framework and prepare it for an ever-digitising economy. It ensures digital asset and tokenised custody platforms are subject to the same standards of consumer protection, transparency and integrity that apply across our financial system. This is about future-proofing Australia's regulatory settings. The bill supports innovation and competition while giving regulators the tools to swiftly act when new risks arise. It extends long-standing, well-understood financial services obligations that can be applied across a diverse and rapidly developing industry. It is another important step to make the Australian economy more dynamic, resilient and productive. It advances our commitment to smarter regulation, regulation that gets more investment flowing more efficiently and effectively across the economy. It will boost confidence, attract investment and support jobs and wages by providing clear, trusted rules for emerging digital markets, helping to make Australia a global leader in financial technology. These reforms will increase integrity in the digital asset ecosystem. Together with the world's first scams prevention framework and our proposed reforms of Australia's anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing regime, this bill will help remove bad actors and restore trust in digital asset markets. It will make it harder for criminals to operate and easier for consumers to participate safely. 2 new types of financial products will be introduced into the Corporations Act: digital asset platforms and tokenised custody platforms. This ensures that businesses holding and dealing in client digital assets are subject to the same consumer protections and licensing requirements that apply across the financial system. These include prohibitions on misleading and deceptive conduct and unfair contract terms, design and distribution obligations, and supervision and enforcement by the Australian Securities and Investments Commission. Anyone providing services in relation to digital asset or tokenised custody platforms, such as advising on, dealing in or arranging for others to deal in them, will be treated as providing a financial service. They will therefore need to hold an Australian Financial Services licence, as other financial service providers do. Using the existing licensing framework avoids the need for a new regime, reducing complexity and compliance costs for businesses. Operators will be required to meet minimum standards set by ASIC covering how client assets are held and how transactions and settlements are conducted. Operators must also provide a platform guide to clients explaining how the service works, including custody and transfer arrangements, fees and charges, key risks and client rights. It replaces the need for multiple product disclosure documents and ensures transparency for investors. The bill also delivers proportionate regulation, providing targeted exemptions to avoid regulatory duplication. Small-scale operators with less than 10 million in transaction value across a rolling 12-month period will be exempt from licensing, as will businesses that deal in or advise on platforms only incidental to their main non-financial activities. Flexible powers are provided to the Minister and ASIC to respond to emerging risks and technologies. The Minister may designate certain facilities as financial markets or clearing and settlement facilities, or exempt them where that treatment would be inappropriate. The Minister may also prohibit particular products or activities that present systemic or consumer risks. ASIC's existing product intervention powers and the government's existing regulation-making powers will extend to cover these new financial products. There will be an 18-month transition period. This will help businesses and ASIC get familiar with navigating the reforms in practice. The bill will ensure a smooth pathway to the new regime, including providing temporary relief for businesses trying to do the right thing. Together, these features create a pathway to clear, consistent and enforceable framework that protects consumers, provides regulatory certainty for industry and maintains flexibility as technology and markets evolve. As digital assets grow in use and scale, this bill lays the foundation for managing future risks to financial stability. It closes the gap for unregulated digital asset intermediaries and gives Australians the confidence that their assets are protected. Stakeholders have long called for this bill, engaging in 4 rounds of public consultation on the policy and legislative approach. The Legislative and Governance Forum on Corporations was consulted in relation to the bill and has approved them as required under the Corporations Agreement. We have listened, improving regulatory clarity and ensuring seamless interaction with existing law. The government is committed to strengthening Australia's position as a global leader in financial innovation, one where technology supports productivity, competition and long-term economic resilience. Full details of the measure are contained in the explanatory memorandum.
I thank the Minister. The debate must now be adjourned.
I move that the debate is adjourned.
I thank the member for Mallee. The debate must now be adjourned. The question is the resumption of debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. All those in favour say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. I call the Minister.
I present the Treasury Laws Amendment Supporting Choice in Superannuation and Other Measures Bill 2025 and the explanatory memorandum.
And I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to taxation and superannuation and for related purposes.
Call the Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. This bill introduces a number of important reforms to the superannuation and tax laws to implement our election commitments, streamline systems and processes and reduce compliance costs for taxpayers. Schedule 1 to the bill amends the Superannuation Guarantee Administration Act 1992 to streamline the superannuation choice of fund process during employee onboarding. Australians deserve to make an informed choice about their superannuation fund when they start a new job. Stapling was introduced to ensure employers pay superannuation contributions to an employee's existing super fund if they do not make a choice. If an employee does not make a choice of fund, their employer can request stapled fund details from the ATO to pay contributions to. This prevents employees unintentionally opening new superannuation accounts every time they start a new job. This amendment provides greater flexibility for employers or their agents to request an employee's existing stapled fund details from the ATO earlier in the onboarding process. That way, if a stapled fund exists, the employer can provide those details to the employee during onboarding to help inform their choice of fund. This amendment supports the government's commitment to empower employees to make informed choices by making it easier to see, consider and select their existing super fund when they start a new job, if they choose to do so. As under existing choice of fund rules, employees will still be able to choose any available super fund. This amendment supports the government's commitment to reduce unintended duplicate accounts, which can erode retirement savings through duplicate fees and insurance premiums. It will also give employers more timely and accurately superannuation details, supporting their readiness for the government's payday super reforms. Schedule 2 to the bill amends the Corporations Act 2001 to impose a ban on advertising superannuation products to employees during onboarding, with certain exceptions. Australians deserve protection from inappropriate advertising when they provide their superannuation details to an employer during onboarding. A review of the Your Future, Your Super laws uncovered inappropriate behaviour where software providers were undermining stapling and directing employees towards advertised products, including those associated with the software provider. The government committed to stop this inappropriate behaviour. This amendment introduces a ban on advertising superannuation products to an employee, specifically at the point of employee onboarding when starting a new job. This is a key moment when employees engage with their superannuation and should be able to do so in an informed and safe way. The following exceptions will apply so that only certain types of superannuation products can be shown or advertised to employees. An employee's stapled fund, the employer's default fund, My Super products that meet the following conditions. First, the My Super product passes the annual superannuation performance test. Second, the person advertising the My Super product is not related to the super fund that is offering the product. Third, the person advertising the My Super product has requested an employee's stapled fund and has provided those details to the employee if available. And finally, the advertisement is accompanied by clear and unambiguous disclosures. My Super products are default superannuation products which are subject to strict regulation and the annual performance test. And the condition to show an employee their stapled fund is an important consumer protection that will provide the necessary information and context to make a better informed decision. The ban does not apply to a person advertising in the ordinary course of business. The government has consulted with stakeholders on this amendment, and there was broad support for the changes and an understanding of the benefits that superannuation stapling brings to reducing unintended duplicate accounts. By requiring stapling as a condition of advertising a My Super product during onboarding, the bill strikes the right balance in giving employees as much transparency as possible while providing flexibility for service providers to ensure their systems are ready, and aligns with the implementation of payday super. This amendment reinforces the government's commitment to supporting Australians to make an informed choice about their superannuation while providing strong consumer protections. It will protect employees from being unduly influenced to make uninformed decisions, open inappropriate products, and unintentionally create duplicate accounts. As under existing choice of fund rules, employees will still be able to choose any available super fund. Schedule 3 provides targeted tax exemptions to help Australia host the Men's and Women's Rugby World Cup in 2027 and 2029. These games aren't just two events on a calendar. They're part of a long national tradition of hosting sports that brings people together. World Rugby chose Australia in 2022 for a good reason. We are a country that competes. The men's and women's World Cups will draw hundreds of thousands of international visitors, fill hotels, put bums on seats in our pubs and restaurants, pack out our stadiums and showcase Australia on the world stage in the lead-in to Brisbane 2032. The amendments will provide income tax exemptions for event delivery companies and joint venture partners, and a withholding tax exemption for certain payments to foreign entities through to 30 June 2031. These settings align with what we've put in place for other major global sporting events hosted here, including the 2023 FIFA Women's World Cup and the 2020 ICC T20 World Cup. They're critical to ensuring Australia remains a competitive and attractive destination for global events. Schedule 4 puts Australia's new tax treaty with Portugal into law, adding to the attractiveness of Australia as an investment destination. This is the first agreement of its kind between our countries. It opens the door to deeper commercial, investment and innovation links by cutting withholding tax rates on dividends, interest and royalties. That means fewer tax barriers, cheaper access to foreign capital and stronger incentives for Australian and Portuguese businesses to invest. It also strengthens tax integrity. The treaty reinforces the Albanese government's agenda to ensure multinationals pay their fair share by enabling information sharing between tax authorities and improving cooperation on debt collection. That reduces opportunities for evasion and avoidance and helps protect the Australian tax base. Schedule 5 to the bill amends the income tax law to specifically list the following entities as deductible gift recipients: Coaxial Foundation, Community Foundations Australia, Equality Australia, Foundation Broken Hill, Partnerships for Local Action and Community Empowerment, Paul Ramsay Foundation, Social Enterprise Australia, St Patrick's Cathedral Melbourne Restoration Fund, Sydney Chevra Kadisha, the Great Synagogue Foundation, the Parenthood Project. Specifically listing an organisation encourages philanthropic giving and supports the not-for-profit sector as donors may claim income tax deductions for donations to organisations with DGR status. To maintain trust and integrity in the DGR system, the schedule also removes entities that have either voluntarily requested removal or no longer operate for the purpose for which they were originally provided DGR status. Speaker, I finish with a topic close to my heart: wine. When we introduced legislation last month to freeze draft beer excise increases, we wanted the rest of the alcohol industry to know there was a place in our hearts for them too. Schedule 6 delivers on the Albanese government's 2025-26 budget commitment to provide tax relief for Australia's wine producers. Currently, all eligible wine producers can receive a rebate of wine equalisation tax up to a cap of $350,000. These changes will increase the cap to $400,000 per financial year from 1 July 2026. And we didn't stop at wine. Through regulations, we're making matching changes for brewers and distillers too. From 1 July 2026, the excise remission cap for eligible alcohol manufacturers will also rise from $350,000 to $400,000 a year for beer and spirits entered for home consumption. That keeps support for wine, beer and spirits in step. Together, these changes back local producers, keep money flowing through regional towns and support investment and jobs. In the spirit of these changes, I welcome recommendations of your favourite drop. Full details of the measure are contained in the explanatory memorandum.
I thank the Minister. I call the member for Mallee.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
Good. The debate must now be adjourned. The question is the resumption of debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. All those in favour say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. And I call the Minister.
I move that so much of the standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent further statements of no longer than 10 minutes each on the Domestic, Family and Sexual Violence Commission's yearly report to Parliament being permitted in the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and all those in favour say aye, opposed say no. The ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Government business. Next order of the day, VET Student Loans Miscellaneous Measures Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading.
And I call the member for Braddon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak in support of the VET Student Loans Miscellaneous Measures Bill 2025. This bill is about fixing a problem identified during a review of how VET students' loans were administered under the previous government. It is a practical measure that ensures certainty for students, providers and the integrity of the system. Since the VET Student Loans Act commenced in 2017, VET student loans providers, registered training organisations, including TAFEs and private colleges, have played an important role in administering loan applications. In practice, this involved handling tax file numbers for the purpose of verifying a student's identity and ensuring loan repayment through the tax system. However, during a review of how VET student loans were administered, the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations identified that the VET Student Loans Act of 2016 did not explicitly authorise providers to handle TFNs. The program operated as intended, providers acted in good faith, and the system functioned to help Australians access training without upfront costs, but the legal footing just needed to be clearer. This bill addresses that gap. It clarifies the authority retrospectively so that everyone involved, providers, Commonwealth officers and the department, has certainty that their past handling of TFNs for the administration of loans was lawful. The bill does three key things. First, it retrospectively authorises the handling of those tax file numbers by VET student loans providers and relevant Commonwealth officers for the purposes of administering VSL from 1st of January 2017 to the 30th of September 2025. This ensures that the good faith actions taken to administer the scheme were legally supported. Second, it provides certainty to providers, government officers and students that past practices where tax file numbers were used to correctly link a student's loan account to their Australian Taxation Office record were lawful and appropriate. Third, from the 1st of October 2025, providers will no longer need to handle tax file numbers at all. Updated IT systems in the department now mask tax file numbers from providers and automate their secure transfer between relevant systems. In other words, the future design eliminates the need for providers to handle tax file numbers while preserving the essential function of the program. A tax file number is essential for an income contingent loan program like VET student loans because the loan is repaid through the tax system. The tax file number enables accurate tracking of a student's loan, ensures the correct linkage to their Australian Taxation Office account and supports repayments as the student's income grows. Without a tax file number, the integrity of the program would be compromised. Providers have always been subject to strict integrity safeguards, including compliance with disclosure provisions under the VSL Act, extensive approval processes and mandatory reporting of any data breaches. These protections have applied in the past and will continue to apply. And with the new IT architecture, we will go further. Tax file numbers will be masked from providers, and the secure handling of sensitive identifiers, which is really important, will occur within government systems designed expressly for that purpose. So not for other purposes, but expressly for that purpose. The bill is not just about fixing a technical gap, it is about supporting Australians who rely on VET to build their careers. And we know that there are many young people, but also more mature students out there who are looking at VET, getting assistance with getting through a VET program. And in my home region of Braddon, the importance of VET cannot be overstated. Across the electorate of Braddon, VET student loans have helped locals train for many jobs like aged care and disability support. Those sectors are growing rapidly as our population ages, and we want to encourage more people to get into those roles. It's really important. They've also backed apprentices and trainees in construction and advanced manufacturing. These are the industries that drive major projects, and in Tasmania, things like Marinus Link and beyond. So those construction and advanced manufacturing jobs are very, very important for the renewable rollouts that we are seeing right across the country, but particularly in my region, in Braddon in Tasmania. And we need to back in apprentices and trainees and give them every opportunity that they can to go through the VET system and get trained. Students at TAFE's Burnie and Devonport campuses are completing diplomas in things like agriculture, project management and the nursing skills, which are the essentials for strengthening our hospitals, for advancing our renewable energy projects and also supporting our local businesses. Private providers in Braddon play a vital role too. They deliver courses in hospitality, tourism and tour guiding, which creates pathways for jobs that showcase our region. We have a fantastic region to showcase. We need really high-skilled people to be able to get on board, to get the skills and the training and get involved in those courses to really showcase our region through events like the Wynyard Tulip Festival that runs every year, run by a small committee, but they need lots of volunteers and lots of people with the skills. But also the Unconformity Festival in Queenstown, which happens every 2 years in Queenstown on the West Coast. It brings in people from all over Tasmania, both from the mainland of Australia, but also they have international people that visit there. So having really good trained people with the skills and the opportunities to showcase those regions is vitally important. Without VET student loans, many of these students would face upfront costs that they simply could not afford. And we see a lot of students who make a decision about whether or not they actually get involved in doing a VET course based on whether they can afford it or not. The free TAFE has been tremendous in supporting many students, both young but also more mature students, in realigning their careers, changing the shape of what they want to do for the rest of their life, and those things have been really helpful. The student loan and this bill, the changes around this will also mean that those things are really making differences in people's lives. The bill ensures that the system is underpinning those opportunities and it's a sound, secure and future-proof. We want more aged care workers, we want more electricians for renewable energy projects, and we need more chefs in our local cafes and restaurants. And these are the sorts of opportunities that students get when they go through a VET course. The VET Student Loans Program has been helping Australians access training since 2017, but during a recent review we found something important, that the law didn't clearly allow providers to handle tax file numbers, even though they needed to at the time for the system to actually be able to work. We're fixing that, and that's what this bill is doing. Since early this year, the department has upgraded its IT systems, so providers no longer will see the tax file numbers. They're now masked and transferred automatically. And this government is investing $42.2 million over 4 years to build a modern VSL platform. From 2026, the program will run on a new, secure system for assessments and payments. The bill starts the day after royal assent, so it's really urgent that we get this bill dealt with. It confirms past practices were lawful, but it also introduces a safer and a more modern way to handle that sensitive data like tax file numbers and that data that students have. Why does it matter? Well, it matters particularly because vet student loans makes training more accessible. They let students defer fees, gain skills in our areas that the economy needs most, around science, around technology, engineering, in our licensed trades. They help tackle skill shortages and create better job outcomes. In Braddon, the area that I represent in Tasmania, that means that there'll be more nurses in our hospital. We need a lot more of them. More skilled trades for housing projects. We are working on that really hard as a government, and we need more people to come on board to get the skills to be able to build those homes. And more technicians for renewable energy. As I said earlier, we have a very big renewable energy hub right on the northwest coast of Tasmania, and I want to see our young people have opportunities to get trained to be technicians and work in those renewable energies that provides really great future jobs for and good secure jobs for the future for those young people. It means stronger local businesses and a stronger regional economy. This bill is about doing the right thing for students, for providers and for the integrity of our loan system. It ensures that VSL can keep supporting Australians without the complexity that's there, without uncertainty, but really importantly is with the privacy protections that the public rightly expects.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Chief Government Whip.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I rise today to speak on the Vet Student Loans Miscellaneous Measures Bill 2025. Proudly, often governments have great intentions. We've all heard a lot about the national skills shortage. We've all heard us talk repeatedly about the need for us to develop people with those skills in our communities to ensure that we can build the homes that we need, to ensure that we can be competitive on the global market. And the vet student loans have been part of that since 2017. But as it is important to enact things in response to that skills shortage, it is just as important to ensure that we have a streamlined system and that the students who are looking to access that system have certainty about the outcome of accessing it. And that's what this piece of legislation is about. It's about a government that's listening to the people at the end of the line of the intention of legislation, listening to the feedback that we're getting from the system, if you like, and from the grassroots, from the students who are accessing the loans. And what we've found is that there's a problem that needs to be fixed. And this government has identified it during a review in the last term of government of how vet student loans were administered, and now we're fixing it with this piece of legislation. We're taking action to ensure that this issue is resolved and that there is certainty for students and for providers. The bill is a fix for an issue where VSL providers were handling tax file numbers when the 2016 VSL Act did not authorise it. The Department of Employment and Workplace Relations identified that there's no clear role for VSL providers to handle tax file numbers in the Vet Student Loans Act 2016. A stronger alignment between relevant IT systems and legislation was required. This is why the Albanese government is bringing forward the Vet Student Loan Miscellaneous Measures Bill 2025 to ensure this alignment and to fix the problem. The bill will retrospectively authorise vet student loan providers' handling of students' tax file numbers for administering the Vet Student Loans program. The bill will also provide certainty to providers and government officers that their past handling of students' tax file numbers for administering the VSL program from 1st of January 2017 to the 30th of September 2025 was in fact lawful. The Department of Employment and Workplace Relations has since early 2025 made updates to relevant IT systems to mask tax file numbers from the providers and automate the transfer to tax file numbers between relevant systems, meaning that VSL providers are no longer need to handle the tax file number. This, of course, closes also a loophole in terms of a potential breach of personal information to those providers when it wasn't necessary. A tax file number is information that is essential for administrating a loans program of this kind. This is because, of course, tax file numbers enable accurate tracking and repayment of that loan in the future through the tax system. There will be no change to the way students apply for a VET student loan using the Electronic Commonwealth Assistance Form, or the ECAF. And I'd also note that there have been no VSL student complaints as a result of past TFN handling practices for the purposes of the VSL program since it commenced. However, this is important and responsible and part of due diligence. Providers have also been subject to security controls in the relevant IT systems and integrity safeguards to protect students' personal information. So that has been occurring and this legislation will ensure that it's all been done above board in the past and into the future. These safeguards include requirements for providers to comply with the strict use and disclosure provisions that apply to VET information under the VSL Act, that they undergo extensive approval processes to become an approved provider, and that they notify the department of any student-related data breaches. These protections that have previously applied to VSL providers' handling of TFNs will continue to do so after the bill's commencement. So the bill will apply to all current and former VSL providers and their officers who have handled student tax file numbers to administer their loan applications and their VET student loans itself prior to the 1st of October 2025. It also extends to other relevant persons, including the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations Secretary, the Commissioner of Taxation and Commonwealth Officers. The Department of Employment and Workplace Relations has communicated with the providers about the IT changes throughout the year and continues to communicate with providers about this bill. We are ensuring that there is certainty in the system and that no one else will be affected by a problem of this kind in the future. VET student loan providers are, of course, registered training organisations approved by the Australian Government to deliver the VSL-approved courses, including TAFE institutions and private colleges. The bill will commence the day after it receives royal assent, and the measure in the bill will be applied retrospectively to be in effect from the 1st of January 2017 to the 30th of September 2025. So, Deputy Speaker, it's important that this bill happen expeditiously. It's important that the continuity of the provision of the VET student loans are not interrupted. It's important that certainty be given to both the providers and to the students. It's important that people feel assured and confident that there have been no breaches and that because of this bill there will be no future breaches. And what does it mean for students? Well, the VET Student Loans Program enables students to undertake a VET course and defer the payment of tuition fees through an income contingent loan. This is critical. It is critical in areas like the area that I represent, where young people may not have a mum and dad bank to fall back on, and their decisions about further and higher education are actually impacted by that family situation. And these loans were enacted to support those young people to access a vocational education and training, to get the skills that they need for future employment, or for people to re-engage in the vocational education and training sector so that they can upskill and find new positions. It's about us having the workforce that we need to be globally competitive, that we need to make sure that we're doing the provision on the ground that our communities need. We don't have to go far to think about the shortage in housing and construction at the moment that we know we're trying to fulfil, to look at the shortages that we've had in aged care across the country and in childcare across the country. The vocational education and training system are critical in developing that workforce. Government can do the things that we're doing to ensure that people are attracted to the industry and maintained in the industry because they're getting a fair and decent wage, but we also need to ensure that they're capable and it's supported in accessing the training so that they can take those next steps. And this piece of legislation is about fixing that system, a small fix but an important one. It's about making sure that everybody has continuity and certainty around this system so people can access the loans without fear of a breach in their confidentiality or an upset in the system between them and the taxation system and the loan system. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Werriwa.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I've spoken at other times in this place about the critical need for Australia to have skilled and job-ready workforce. Unfortunately, the failure of successive coalition governments has meant that many geographical areas around our nation have critical workforce shortages. Further, there are any number of workforce specialty areas where there are severe shortages, regardless of your postcode or where you live. Key to addressing workforce shortages is training and education. This can often commence at high school, but also occurs at TAFE, university and through approved course providers. A key aspect of meeting Australia's workforce needs is free TAFE courses. Excuse me. Along with the states, the Albanese Labor government has partnered to deliver more than $1.5 billion worth of funding for 500,000 fee-free TAFE and VET places across Australia from the period 2023 to 2026. This is a marvellous program and one that I am delighted to support. I've seen firsthand in the electorate of Werriwa the life-changing and positive effects that fee-free TAFE program is having, and it really can be a game changer and opens opportunities to my constituents that they would never been able to achieve. Complementing the fee-free TAFE program is also the government's delivery of a reduction in 20% into students' HECS debts. Hundreds of thousands of Australians have already received that SMS message from the Australian Tax Office, and millions of Australians will continue to receive it over the coming weeks, advising them that their debt has been slashed by 20%. I'm sure that's a welcome early Christmas present for everyone. And important and relative to the matter before us now is the VET student loans and are also included in the debt reduction scheme. Student loans for vocational education and training were first introduced in 2008 under the VET Fee Help scheme. Without these VET student loans, many students wouldn't have had the opportunity to undertake tertiary studies, with a serious flow-on effect for Australian businesses and industries. The 2008 scheme was subsequently replaced in 2017 by the VET Student Loan Program. In 2017, the 2017 program had its own legislative framework while still continuing to use the same system platforms. A review of how VET student loans are administered has been identified that there is no role for VSL providers to handle tax file numbers in the Act. To be clear, VSL providers are registered training organisations approved by the Australian Government to deliver these approved courses, including TAFE institutions and private colleges. This bill seeks to address this issue to ensure there is certainty for both students and those providers. Tax file number information is essential for the administration of the VSL program because the provision of the TFN enables accurate tracking and repayments of these VET student loans, particularly when the student's income reaches the repayment threshold. The bill before us will result in stronger alignment between the relevant IT systems and the legislation. This bill, Deputy Speaker, will retrospectively authorise VET student loan providers handling the student's tax file number for administering the VET student loans program. This also includes retrospective authorisation of approval of the VSL provider's historical activities that involved requiring or requesting, collecting, recording, storing, using and disclosing students' TFNs for the purposes of facilitating the administration of a student's loan application for a VET student loan or the loan itself. Finally, the bill will also provide certainty to providers and government officers that their past handling of students' TFNs for administration of the VET student loan program from the 1st of January 2017 to the 30th of September 2025 was indeed lawful. Importantly, the matter this bill speaks to has been addressed throughout 2025 as the department has made updates to relevant IT systems to mask the VSL student tax file number, meaning that VSL providers no longer needed to handle the TFNs. Thankfully, I note there has been no VSL student complaints as a result of past practices. I note that as a result of this bill, there will be no change to the way that students apply for these loans, and they will still continue to use the electronic Commonwealth Assistance Form. I commend the Minister for bringing this matter before us for debate. Providers and relevant government officers need certainty that they were acting lawfully at the time in the way that they handled students' tax file numbers. Similarly, students deserve equal certainty that their sensitive information is handled appropriately and according to the law. Australia, under the Albanese Labor government, has a VET program which will be the envy of the rest of the world, and this bill will ensure it remains that way. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call... Oh, you put... Since no one else is speaking, okay. I'll put the question. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? The ayes have it. I call Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to authorise certain things done in relation to tax file numbers in connection with loans to students and for related purposes.
Sorry. Clerk, a sec. Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately?
Leave is granted.
Yep.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
Yep, I'll put the question. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? The ayes have it. Call Clerk. Oh, Member for Clerk.
Deputy Speaker.
Sorry. We'll call the Clerk first and then over to you. Member for Clerk. We've got a lot of clerks going on here.
Third reading, a bill for an act to authorise certain things done in relation to tax file numbers in connection with the loans to students and for related purposes.
I call a member for Clerk.
And I thank the Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I seek leave to move the following motion. That the House 1 notes that the report of the inquiry into online gambling and its impacts on those experiencing gambling harm, you win some, you lose more, also known as the Murphy Report, was handed down 2 years and 5 months ago. 2. Notes that the Cross-Party Standing Committee on Social Policy and Legal Affairs unanimously endorsed the 31 recommendations contained in the report, including the flagship recommendation to implement a 3-year phase-out of gambling advertising. And 3, calls on the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition to grant their party members a free vote on the implementation of this flagship recommendation.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Sorry, is leave granted?
Is leave granted?
Is leave granted? Can you just jump up and say it into the mic?
Yeah, leave is granted.
Okay.
Speaker, and I thank the Government and the Minister for granting leave. Deputy Speaker, there is clearly an urgent need to address this motion because there's an urgent need to give all members of this House a free vote so that they can use their own judgment, informed by their own constituents, on whether or not there should be a 3-year phase-out of advertising on gambling, which, as the motion makes clear, was a flagship, or the flagship recommendation of the Murphy report brought down almost 2.5 years ago. Deputy Speaker, the importance of addressing this urgently cannot be stated enough, because this is a very, very real issue that needs to be tackled quickly. Not only is the community broadly, clearly in a majority, sick to death of the endless gambling advertising, the community is also sick to death at the way that advertising is normalising gambling. The community is sick to death at the way that advertising is effectively grooming children to start gambling as soon as they can. Now, that's not an exaggeration, Deputy Speaker, because when you look at the evidence prepared by the Australia Institute, they find that last year almost 1 million young people aged between 12 and 19 gambled. I mean, that's all the evidence you need to make absolutely clear that all of this advertising is grooming young people to gamble as quickly as it can. And Deputy Speaker, this isn't some esoteric argument. Deputy Speaker.
Order. I just need you to move the motion. You asked leave, but if you could move the motion, that would be
Thank
great.
you, Deputy Speaker. Then I move that the House, 1, notes that the report of the inquiry into online gambling and its impacts on those experiencing gambling harm, you win some, you lose more, also known as the Murphy report, was handed down 2 years and 5 months ago. 2, notes that the Cross-Party Standing Committee on Social Policy and Legal Affairs unanimously endorsed the 31 recommendations contained in the report, including the flagship recommendation to implement a 3-year phase-out of gambling advertising. And 3, calls on the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition to grant their party members a free vote on the implementation of this flagship recommendation. And, Deputy Speaker, there's been a little bit of confusion on the clock there on account of that. So am I right to assume that my 10 minutes starts now?
Yes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. But I will mercifully not speak for 10 minutes, Deputy Speaker, because I would like to leave at least 5 minutes for the member for Curtin to make a contribution to this debate, because as members would be well aware, the member for Curtin has done as much or more as anyone in this House when it comes to gambling reform. Deputy Speaker, I make the point again, and I'm pleased to make the point again, that there is an urgent need for this Parliament to decide on whether or not to allow individual members to exercise their personal judgment, informed by their communities, on the matter of whether or not there be a free vote. On the matter of whether or not there be a phase out of gambling advertising in this country. And the reason we need to go to a free vote, Deputy Speaker, is because this place is currently paralysed on this issue, absolutely paralysed, which beggars belief as to how it could be the case, because there is clearly a strong majority of members in the House of Representatives who want to see a phased-out ban or a phased ban on gambling advertising. So how we can have a clear majority of members want a ban, but yet the place is paralysed, honestly, it beggars belief. We have to crack this open. We have to end this impasse. That's what the community wants. That's what the community is calling out for, because the community is sick to death of the endless ads. The community is sick to death of the way the endless ads are normalising gambling. The community is sick to death at the way the endless ads are grooming children to become gamblers as soon as they can. No wonder the Australia Institute finds that last year almost 1 million people aged between 12 and 19 gambled. Not because it's in their DNA or because they just had a bright idea one day, I'm going to start gambling. It's because every time they look at their phone, their iPad, their laptop, the TV and the newspapers, I would add, even if they're not looking at an ad directly, they're looking at, say, the cricket ground during the first Ashes test, and the ball's racing towards the boundary, and there's Bet365 ads on the road. I mean, you can't escape it. Just going through your day, people in the community encounter literally hundreds of ads for gambling. And let's not forget, Deputy Speaker, this isn't some esoteric debate we're having in here. This is a very real matter affecting people every day. Remember that as we encourage gambling, more and more people will become addicted to gambling. And with addiction to gambling, we see countless people going broke, losing more money than they can afford. It destroys relationships. It affects mental health. It leads to homelessness. It leads to violence in the home. It leads to an elevated rate of suicide in the community. I make the point again, this isn't some academic argument we're having in here. This is whether or not we in this place do what the community want, that the government does what the majority of members want, and to implement the very well-researched flagship recommendation of the Murphy report to ban gambling advertising. And not straight away. The Murphy committee recommended 3 years to phase it out, to give more than enough time to change the landscape, to allow the gambling companies to transition, to allow the media companies to transition, to allow the major sporting codes to transition. And yes, that might take a little bit of government financial help, but when you consider the billions of dollars that are at stake here with money lost and the countless cost to the community of gambling addiction, then a little bit of government assistance is more than justified, particularly for the media companies and the sporting codes to be weaned off this, I'll say it clearly, this blood money. This money that comes from harvesting people at often the most disadvantaged and most vulnerable people in the community. They should be weaned off that blood money, and the government has the means not just to pass the legislation to do so in this place, but it has the financial resources to make that transition workable for all of the people involved. I'll end it there, Deputy Speaker, because I am keen for the member for Curtin to have her say. And I just say to the government and the opposition, do the right thing by your backbenchers. Do the right thing by the backbenchers who are just having to suck this up and get confronting every day with constituents to say, why won't you ban the advertising? I feel for the backbenchers. You know, you've been handed a sour lemon to suck on, and I don't think that's fair on them. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Call the member.
I thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, it's a privilege to second this motion from the member for Clark. And I've stood in this place for nearly a decade and talked about the harms of gambling. I've stood in this place for nearly a decade and talked about the families that have been torn apart, the people who have taken their lives. And we're in this last week of Parliament, and surely now is the time. Now is the time to do something right by the Australian people. And so I would urge the government to look at this motion, to follow this motion, and simply just allow a free vote on an issue that your government presented a report, a unanimous report, in support of ending gambling advertising. It's not saying banning gambling. We know that's not going to happen in this nation. We know that this is a legal thing to do. However, like smoking, decades ago, we banned advertising because we recognised that there were inherent harms in smoking. Legal product, but inherent harms. And gambling is exactly the same. It's been 29 months since the Murphy report was released, and that was called You Win Some, You Lose More. And every day I try to walk into this place, and every day I go through the House of Reps gardens, and there is a bank of roses, and those roses have plaques in front of them, and they're for members who passed away while they were in this place. And Peter Murphy's name is there on that plaque. And I often stop and I look at the roses, and they're all in bloom at the moment, and I think about Peter Murphy, and I think about her courage, And I think about how she gave so much of her last months of life to this place, and particularly to this report. She wanted to make sure that she finished this report to the absolute best that she could possibly do. And there are recommendations from that report that the government hasn't even bothered to formally respond to. But one of the most important recommendations on there was to ban gambling advertising, because it is pernicious and it is saturated and it is everywhere. And there is not a young person in Australia, I would say, that hasn't seen those advertising. And, you know, we're banning social media because we recognise that for under 16s there is an inherent harm there. But once you're 18, it's open slather. You can be targeted with advertising from Sportsbet and BetStop and Ladbrokes and the whole list. You can't even watch a game. You can't go to a game without seeing it everywhere. We have normalised this so much in Australia. And I would say to the Prime Minister, really, I plead with the Prime Minister, you love your Rabbitohs, you love a sports game. Think of what it was like when you were 20 and you were going and watching your beloved Rabbitohs, or think of what it was like when you were watching it on television. You were not bombarded like a 20-year-old is bombarded today. They can't get away from it. And they are even targeting those advertising, particularly at young men. We know that between now and Christmas, there are going to be people who can't escape the advertising, who are so triggered by the advertising that feel that there is no hope in their life and who will not be here at Christmas. How awful is that? And we have the power in this place to do something about it, and yet here we are, nearly 900 days later, and the government is really saying, this is not an issue for us. This is not a priority for us. And so I just, you know, I've been here and I've stood here and I've given speeches before and I've been really cranky. Now I'm heartbroken. I'm heartbroken that we are doing nothing about something that is affecting so many young people in our nation. Just our last sitting week, and we could do so much better. We could do so much more. So please, Prime Minister, allow a free vote of your backbench. They desperately want this leadership from you.
Hear, hear. Okay. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I'll call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the debate to be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for a later hour this day, or the next sitting. All of those of that opinion say aye. I need two. Okay, thank you. And on the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Are we done? Yep. Lock the doors. Oh, sorry. Forget that. Lock the doors. The question is that the debate be adjourned. If the ayes could move to the right and the noes to the left, I appoint the members for Bean and Werriwa as tellers for the ayes and the members for Clark and Bradfield as tellers for the noes. And I call the class. Order. The result of the division is ayes 87 and the noes 14, so it was resolved in the affirmative.
I think we won that one.
I call the clerk. Members could leave quietly. Thank you.
Government business, next order of the day, Veterans Affairs Legislation Amendment, Miscellaneous Measures Number 1, Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Petrie.
Every Australian who puts on a uniform of our nation makes a promise to serve, to protect and to sacrifice. And in return, our nation makes a promise to them that their service will be honoured, their families supported and their well-being safeguarded for life. This promise is a responsibility this government takes with unwavering commitment. For too long, too many veterans and their families have been left struggling within a system that was meant to support them. A system that was complicated, confusing and slow, and too often added to their distress instead of easing it. We have heard their stories, we have listened to their frustrations, and we have acted. And today, we are continuing that work. We continue this significant reform to how our nation supports veterans, reform that puts veterans and their families back at the centre of the system built for them. This bill continues the Albanese Labor government's response to the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide. It demonstrates once again our government's deep and enduring commitment to implementing a better and simpler veterans entitlement system, one that ensures veterans and their families can access the support they need and deserve faster. For too long, the complexity of the veterans entitlement system has been a source of frustration, confusion and delay for veterans and their loved ones. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide interim report found that this complexity has been a contributing factor to distress and suicidality among our veteran community. That finding is heartbreaking, but is also a call to action. When a person puts on the uniform of our nation, we make them a promise that their country will stand by them. That includes making the system designed to help them simple to navigate. That's why, in February this year, the Albanese Labor government passed the Vets Act. The Vets Act represents the most significant reform in how Australia supports veterans in more than a century. This Act was a response to recommendations from the interim report from the Royal Commission released in August in 2022. Under the old, outdated system, veterans' entitlements were determined under one or more of three primary compensation acts, which acts applied depending on when the veteran served and which period of service caused or contributed to the condition they're claiming. It was a complicated patchwork of laws that left too many veterans waiting, too many families confused, and too many claims stuck in the bureaucratic limbo. We heard directly from veterans and their advocates that navigating three overlapping acts was exhausting. We heard from multiple stakeholders that the system was inefficient and unnecessarily complex. We heard from the Royal Commission that this confusion, frustration and sense of being lost in the system were real contributors to the distress that too many veterans experience. The Vets Act fixes this. It reduces the number of acts the Department of Veteran Affairs administers from 3 to 1. That means from 1st of July 2026, all veteran claims will be assessed under a single harmonised piece of legislation. This single act will be simpler to use, easier to understand and faster to process. It will ensure that veterans and families receive consistent, fair decisions no matter when or where they served. By simplifying and harmonising the system, we remove unnecessary administrative barriers and free up resources to focus on what matters most, supporting the well-being and recovery of veterans and their families. This reform is not just about efficiency, it is about dignity. It's about ensuring that when a veteran reaches out for help, they are met with a system that says yes, not a maze of forms and confusions that say wait. Since passing the Vets Act earlier this year, our government has been working to prepare for this transformation. We've been making veterans aware of the changes coming in 2026, upskilling departmental delegates so that they're ready to implement the new system effectively, providing additional training for advocates and ex-service organisations, and updating computer systems and modernising processes to ensure a smooth transition. We know that change on this scale requires careful management and clear communication. That's why the commencement date of 1st of July 2026 gives veterans, their families, advocates and the department the time needed to prepare. We are determined to get this right because veterans deserve nothing less. This bill is about making sure that the transition is a simpler, fairer system, as smooth as possible. The bill makes four technical amendments to ensure the successful implementation of the Vets Act and the continuity of support for veterans. While these amendments are administrative in nature, they are critical to ensuring that the reforms we passed earlier this year can be delivered efficiently and without disruption. The first is supporting continuity and transition. The First Amendment provides the new Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Commission with the powers it needs to make and preserve instruments before the commencement of the new Act. This will ensure a seamless transition from the old framework to the new. It allows the existing Commission to put in place the rules, regulations and administrative instruments needed to make the new system work smoothly from day one. These instruments will include things like presumptive liability rules, which enable the government and the department to respond quickly to emerging medical evidence about conditions linked to military service. This is about being responsive to veterans' needs, not rigid bureaucracy. It ensures that if new conditions are recognised as service-related, we can act fast to provide support without waiting for lengthy legislative processes. The Second Amendment allows certain treatment-related instruments made under the VEA by the Reparation Commission to carry over and continue to have effect under the new MRCA. This is another measure to ensure continuity and fairness. It means that critical treatment arrangements covering things like medical referrals, rehabilitation programs and health cards will continue uninterrupted as we move to this simplified framework. This approach avoids unnecessary administrative duplication and, most importantly, it ensures that no veteran experiences a gap in care during this transition. The Third Amendment confirms that all claims for funeral compensation should be determined according to the Act under which they are lodged. This ensures consistency with a date of claim approach established under the Vets Act and avoids any confusion and delay for grieving families. When a veteran passes away, the family should not have to worry about legal technicalities or administrative errors delaying funeral assistance. This amendment ensures that their entitlements are determined quickly, clearly, and in accordance with the law. The Fourth Amendment addresses the review pathway for the DRCA determinations made before 21 April 2025. As of that date, a new review pathway for the Veterans Review Board commenced, but the rights of the appeal of determinations made before that date were ambiguous and potentially open to jurisdictional dispute. This amendment makes clear that veterans who had their claims determined before the date will retain their former review rights, and that the new simplified single review pathway applies going forward. It ensures fairness and clarity for all claimants, protecting veterans' rights while reinforcing the principle of a single, straightforward review process. Taken together, these four technical amendments may appear minor, but they are foundational to delivering the government's broader reform agenda for veteran entitlements. They are about removing ambiguity, strengthening procedural fairness, and ensuring that when the new system commences in 2026, it works as intended, efficiently, reliably, and compassionately. These amendments will ensure a smooth transition from the old, complicated tri-act model to a single, ongoing act, so veterans and their families can continue to access the support they need without disruption or confusion. This bill is not an isolated measure. It forms part of a coordinated long-term response to the findings and recommendations of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide. The Royal Commission made clear that many veterans have faced unacceptable delays and barriers when seeking support. It found that the administrative complexity, unclear eligibility rules and the long processing times have contributed to the mental distress and tragically to suicide. Our government took those findings seriously. That's why we've acted quickly to simplify the laws through the Vets Act, to streamline claims and to make the system easier to navigate. We also invested in improving mental health services, expanding open access to treatment for veterans with mental health conditions, and strengthening early intervention supports. We increased staffing within the Department of Veteran Affairs to cut through the backlogs and ensure veterans receive timely decisions. We funded the digital modernisation so that DVA systems are fit for purpose for the 21st century. And we're working hand in hand with ex-service organisations and advocates to ensure veterans' voices continue to shape the reforms as they roll out. This bill continues that work. It's another step in turning the Royal Commission's recommendations into real, lasting change. The Albanese Labor government has a proud record of standing up for veterans and their families. We're investing in the Veteran Mental Health and Wellbeing Strategy and Action Plan, ensuring support for those transitioning out of service. We've expanded the Veterans Employment Program, helping more former defence personnel find meaningful civilian work. We're improving housing support, addressing homelessness among veterans, and increasing funding for veterans counselling and family programs. We're strengthening oversight and accountability in how support services are delivered. And through our reforms to DVA, we're rebuilding trust and confidence in a system that veterans can rely on, not one that they have to fight. Because our veterans have already done the hard work. They have already served our nation with courage and commitment. And it's our job to make sure the system serves them in return. When the new Single Act takes effect in 2026, veterans will no longer need to navigate three different legislative regimes and wait months for answers about which act applies. They will have one clear pathway for compensation and rehabilitation. They will have faster access to treatment, simpler review processes, and greater consistency in decision-making. They will have the confidence that the system is built around them, not the other way around. And this is about more than administrative reform. It's about fairness, compassion, and respect for those who have worn the nation's uniform. Every veteran deserves to know that when they ask for help, they won't be told to wait. Every family deserves to know that when their loved one's service will be honoured, not just in words, but in the care they receive. And every Australian should be proud that their government is delivering on that promise. This bill makes small but vital adjustments needed to support the largest overhaul of veterans' entitlements in a century. It ensures that the reforms we have already delivered through the Vets Act will be implemented smoothly, clearly, and efficiently. It builds on the government's ongoing response to the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide, and it reflects our unwavering commitment to ensure veterans and their families receive the support they need when they need it. Because when Australians serve, they do so with honour. And when they come home, they deserve a system that serves them with that same honour. This bill is another step towards that goal.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the member for Gippsland.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I say at the outset that the Coalition will be supporting this bill, and I would like to acknowledge the presence of the Minister in the chamber today as well, and make the simple point, wherever possible, the Coalition will follow a principle of bipartisanship on issues impacting our veterans and their families, and it's a long-standing principle, I think, on both sides of the chamber, in fact, that where possible, the major parties in this place have worked together to try to improve the system of support for veterans and their families, and I encourage the government to continue to work with the opposition in that regard and in that spirit going forward. And like the Labor Party, and the previous speaker indicated, like the Labor Party, we believe on this side of the House we have a proud record in terms of working to reform the system of support for veterans and their families. While in office, the Coalition parties worked diligently with the Department of Veterans Affairs on a wide range of reforms to improve the system, to make them fit for purpose for the modern day veterans. Because one of the challenges, Deputy Speaker, in this portfolio, in this space, is acknowledging that the needs of different generations of veterans are very different. It's very tempting when you see our men and women in uniform to think that they're all the same. They kind of look the same in their different uniforms of Navy, Army and Air Force, but beating beneath the surface of the uniform is a heart and a soul of an individual person who may have different needs when they leave the Defence Force. And making sure that our systems of support is fit for purpose for all generations of veterans is one of the critical challenges facing this chamber, this government, and has faced previous governments. And I want to commend the Minister for his endeavours in that regard. We recognise on this side of the House, as the Minister himself has recognised on many occasions, that more needs to be done to make the system fit for purpose for our modern veterans in particular. During our time in government, the Coalition released what was known as the Veterans Covenant. And there's an important line in the Veterans Covenant, Deputy Speaker, which says, "For what they have done, this we will do." For what they have done, this we will do. So that goes beyond just saying thank you for your service on Anzac Day or Remembrance Day. For what they have done, this we will do is a commitment that we make, the men and women of Australia who haven't served in uniform. It's a commitment that we make that we will support them in their service and after their service. And it's timely that we have this conversation, this debate today, Deputy Speaker, because more and more there is a narrative in the community that military service inevitably results in a person being broken or busted. And it is simply not true, Deputy Speaker. Just this week in Parliament, the Prime Minister's Veterans Employment Awards were hosted in the Great Hall, and it was a celebration of veterans who have served our nation with distinction, transitioned well, and then brought their skills to bear in the civilian environment. And it's so critical, Deputy Speaker, that we challenge this narrative that military service inherently results in a person having long-term problems for life. There is no doubt, Deputy Speaker, that the unique nature of military service exposes people to risk every day, during training or during deployment. But equally, Deputy Speaker, we have an obligation under this covenant, for what they have done, this we will do, is to make sure that we recruit well, we train them well and give them the equipment they need to be able to do their job well, and when they deploy, that they're properly supported, and then when they transition in the best possible shape to go on and lead fulfilling lives in the civilian environment. And what the Veterans Employment Awards do, Deputy Speaker, is to celebrate those successes, is to recognise that on transition, so many of our veterans go on to make an enormous contribution to our wider community. And this is a critical point, Deputy Speaker, because the skills are transferable. The skills that our men and women in uniform learn in leadership, teamwork, problem solving, these are skills which are transferable to civilian life. And our message to Australian employers in the private sector is, why wouldn't you want to employ a veteran? Why wouldn't you want those skills in your business? And that message has to be reinforced as much as we possibly can, Deputy Speaker. Now, I do say so again, Deputy Speaker, that in the presence of the Minister, it's good to reflect on the role that him and I have shared, in the sense that being the Minister for Veterans Affairs is without doubt the highlight of my time in this place. And while I served in more senior roles in terms of Cabinet with the Minister of Infrastructure and Transport role, the role in Veterans Affairs is deeply personal. It is a role where you get to make a difference in people's lives through the decisions you make, and it gets to the point, Deputy Speaker, where you're actually dealing with individuals and working with the Secretary of your department and senior DVA staff to achieve outcomes which make a real difference in people's lives. Now, I was very fortunate during my time in the role of Deputy Speaker to work with Liz Costin, who's since retired, but Liz worked tirelessly as the Secretary of the Department to reform the Department of Veterans Affairs, to make some steps forward in terms of reducing the complexity of the issues when it comes particularly around claims, but also in ensuring that the benefits that are available to veterans were well advertised so that veterans knew that support was available if and when they needed it. And I say to the Minister, I recognise that when it comes to reform, all the easy stuff has probably been done. Everything now is hard. Everything in politics today, in terms of reform, in terms of making changes, is difficult. But the goal, the prize of having a system which is easier to navigate, which doesn't disenfranchise veterans and their families, is a goal well worth pursuing, and I encourage him and encourage the government in those endeavours. Equally, Deputy Speaker, I encourage the volunteers, the ex-service organisations, the people who care enough about our veteran community to be bothered to join their RSL or other ex-service organisation, to get involved in advocacy, to support through practical programs. The work you're doing is deeply appreciated by members in this place. And I commit myself and the opposition to work as much as we possibly can in a collaborative way to address the challenges that we know still exist, particularly as the Minister and the Government seek to implement the findings of the Royal Commission. So again, Deputy Speaker, we do need to challenge the narrative that our veterans are all broken and busted, because if we feed them a diet of helplessness and hopelessness, it reduces our capacity to tackle the big issue in this place, and that is the issue of suicide. There is no acceptable level of suicide in our community, and there is certainly no acceptable level of suicide when it comes to our veteran community. And we know that too many veterans are taking their own lives, and there's a complex reasons for that. There's a range of factors which play into that horrible decision, that lack of hope, which results in a person taking their own life. But there is more we can do in this place and in the community on a daily basis, and the Coalition certainly commits itself to working with the Minister as we strive to reduce the level of suicide to zero in our veteran community. Deputy Speaker, this bill itself makes the technical and administrative updates needed to prepare for the start of the Veterans Entitlements Treatment Support Harmonisation Act of 2025, or the VETS Act as colloquially referred to. The Coalition supported the VETS Act when it passed Parliament earlier this year, because it does deliver on what we hope will be a simplification of the Veterans Compensation Rehabilitation System, which was recommended by the Royal Commission. In the role over a period of a few years, Deputy Speaker, we worked to try and simplify and harmonise the 3 existing acts, but I've never been engaged in any area of public policy where the person seeking a benefit from the government is required to have an advocate to navigate their way through the system. The system is too complex, and the complexity came about, Deputy Speaker, I think, for very well-meaning reasons. I think every generation of minister who took on this role wanted to do something more to sort out veterans, and we end up having 3 very complex acts to the point where one veteran could have different parts of their body or an injury eligible for a benefit under a different act if they'd served over a longer period of time. So it was quite a cumbersome system. It causes frustration, it causes delays, and I think the goal of harmonisation is a goal well worth pursuing, and I commend the government and the department for working towards having, from July 1, 2026, a single piece of legislation for all new claims for compensation and rehabilitation, and it will, and I say this touching wood every bit of what I can, it will hopefully make the system easier for our veterans and reduce the need for advocates to try and navigate the system that we have today. And we don't want to see any veterans losing any entitlements in the process. So it is, the legislation today is not a new policy proposal, it's actually building on the existing work that the government had done earlier this year with the VETS Act. It does provide the guarantee, and this is important, that veterans with existing claims under VA or DIRCA will keep every right and review option they currently have. So in that regard, we are reassured from the briefing we received from the Minister's office that nothing will be taken away from veterans in that regard. It also gives the Department and the Repatriation Commission the powers they need to continue making decisions during the transition so veterans aren't left in limbo while the new system is put in place. So, Deputy Speaker, this is by any definition, I think, a non-controversial piece of legislation, as it doesn't cut or alter a single payment or a benefit, and it simply makes sure that what Parliament had already passed in the VETS Act can operate as intended into the future. Just in relation to the broader challenges, Deputy Speaker, facing our veteran community, I commend this legislation because I actually believe it builds on the Coalition's record in government and the direction we were seeking to take under the previous Secretary. I think there is an evolution here rather than a revolution, and we are seeing constant improvement in trying to reduce the time taken to process claims, and also ensuring that veterans know where to go for help if they need it, and that we can get that help to flow as quickly as possible. During our time in government, the Coalition delivered, on average, I think it was more than $11 billion per year in support for veterans and their families, and we need to keep working to dispel the myth amongst some people that help is not available, because help is available, Deputy Speaker. Help is available for our veterans and their families if they know where to seek it, and so we encourage people to seek help in that regard. We also established the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide, recognising the urgent need for transparency, accountability and reform in the system. In government, the Coalition introduced and passed the Australian Veterans Recognition Act of 2019 and the accompanying Veterans Covenant, Veterans Card and lapel pin, ensuring national recognition for service and sacrifice. That may seem like a small change, Deputy Speaker, but the lapel pin has given many of our veterans the capacity to wear proudly on a daily basis the same sorts of pins that members of the House of Representatives wear when they come to work. I've seen the lapel pin worn in offices across Australia over the last 5 years, and we have people in our country who are fortunate enough and work hard enough to receive an Order of Australia or some other recognition. The Veterans Lapel Pin is just one way to recognise that this person has contributed something to our nation while wearing the uniform, and I do commend veterans to wear the pin if they're comfortable in doing so. We provide free non-liability mental health care for any veteran who completed at least 1 day of full-time service, which removed the barriers to early support and recovery. In government, we also sought to expand and modernise Open Arms with the Veterans and Family Counselling Service and ensured it remained fit for purpose and accessible for all those who need it. One of the key features of that reform, Deputy Speaker, was providing for people with lived experience to work with our veterans. Open Arms, having those staff members with lived experience has been far more effective in recent years. And one program, Deputy Speaker, which I'm particularly proud of and somewhat obsessed by, the Minister probably thinks, is the Psychiatric Assistance Dogs program. That was an initiative that took a bit of convincing through the Finance Department. One day, if I ever bother to write a book, I will cover that chapter with some degree of glee, how we may have pulled the wool over the eyes of finance for once in our lives, but it did provide Australians who were eligible with tailored life-changing therapy dogs. And the program, from what I've received in terms of feedback from veterans, has probably been, in my time in this place, one of the most rewarding personally to receive messages and cards, sometimes from veterans, but often from their partners, explaining how having a therapy dog had changed their lives, how having a therapy dog had meant that their veteran partner was now taking the kids out for a walk to the playground, how having a therapy dog has meant that their veteran partner was now going shopping or going to a restaurant with them. Things that we take for granted when we have good mental health, we have found through the Psychiatric Assistance Dogs program life-changing therapy, which has also meant less dependence on pharmaceuticals, a reduction in alcohol consumption. These are anecdotes, Deputy Speaker, I acknowledge that, and I'd like to see more work in that regard to find out, to have the evidence-based research to see exactly how this program is working going forward and whether we can commit more funding to it, whether we need to do more work in that area, and just how these dogs are changing lives, I think is something that we need to perhaps understand, because there are other therapies that came forward during my time in the role, Deputy Speaker, where I couldn't convince the bureaucrats to commit money to, but I think they will inevitably do so in the future. So there are other emerging therapies in areas like equine therapy, art therapy, music therapy, surf therapy. There are a whole range of things in this space, Deputy Speaker, which work for individuals beyond the Psychiatric Assistance Dogs program. So I think there's some more work we can do there in terms of research and also understanding what works for individual veterans, and be willing to run trials, pilot programs, to ensure that we can help more veterans into the future, particularly our younger veterans who may well respond to different treatments or therapies in comparison to the older cohorts. Also in government, Deputy Speaker, we started the Veteran Wellbeing Centre program. So there were the first 6 Veteran Wellbeing Centres were initiated by the Coalition. I know the Minister has built on that wellbeing centres across the country since his time in the role. We established the Prime Minister Veterans Employment Awards, which I spoke about previously, and it was good to see that continue and to continue to celebrate the successes of our veterans on transition. Interestingly, Deputy Speaker, we created a role which I think from memory was the brainchild of Secretary Cosson, and that was the role of Veterans Family Advocate, and ensuring that the voices of families are heard in every major policy decision was a deliberate act of the previous government. Our first Veterans Family Advocate was a lady by the name of Gwen Shern. Now, Gwen has just retired from her role and she's moved on to other duties. Gwen did an outstanding job as a family advocate. She had experience as a military partner, but also as a mother of a serving member, and her lived experience was crucial to her being accepted by the veteran community and the families, and she provided some unique insights for the Secretary and myself during her time in the role. I'm pleased to see the new Veteran Family Advocate start in the role, Annabelle Wilson. I've had the chance to meet with Annabelle on 2 occasions. She's an impressive young lady, Deputy Speaker, who I think will build on the legacy of Gwen Shern. I think that Annabelle again, has the capacity to help the government, help the department, help the minister. She has insights there that I think will be very useful. I mean, one of the strongest features of both Gwen and Annabelle is they recognise that parts of DVA are still broken. But rather than get angry and throw bombs from outside the tent, they've been prepared to get inside the tent and try and fix it. So I commend both Gwen for her work in the past, but also Annabelle for taking on what is a challenging role. It's a high-profile, challenging role, and I wish her every success in doing so. The previous government also committed, Deputy Speaker, $500 million to the Australian War Memorial redevelopment, which ensures the stories of contemporary veterans are told with the respect and the visibility they deserve. Now, that was also somewhat contentious at the time, Deputy Speaker, but I must say the Director, Matt Anderson, carrying on from the work of Brendan Nelson, has continued to ensure that the War Memorial is not a place where we glorify war. It is a place where we respectfully recognise and commemorate the men and women who have given their lives to allow us to enjoy the freedoms we enjoy today. And those 102,000 names on the Roll of Honour are a reminder to us all that the price of our freedom has been paid by the blood of previous generations. And to have that War Memorial be in a better position now to tell the stories of the modern generation of servicemen and women is so important for their mental well-being, but also for our nation to understand that service. So I don't quibble for a second the $500 million that's gone into that program. I stress in making that point is that not a cent of that $500 million came out of the DVA budget. That was new funding allocated through Treasury, did not come at the expense of our veterans, but that $500 million has ensured that the War Memorial, for decades and decades and decades to come, will be in a better position to tell the story of the men and women who have served in Iraq, in Afghanistan, Timor-Leste, Solomon Islands, you name it. More recent conflicts and peacekeeping missions will be properly recognised in the redeveloped Australian War Memorial, and I congratulate Matt Anderson for the work his team does, and pass on to them our respect and our appreciation for the way they welcome members of Parliament to attend the last post ceremony, to attend commemorative events. They're always run incredibly professionally and with due somber but respectful mood. And I congratulate Matt and the work he's doing in that regard. And I look forward to the finalisation of the War Memorial redevelopment. The previous government also established the Joint Transition Authority, which is important in terms of holding Defence to account for supporting members from enlistment through to civilian life. There is more work to be done there, Deputy Speaker, and as I remarked earlier, all the easy stuff is done. The Joint Transition Authority and the work on transition is unfinished business. We still need to make sure that our veterans, when they're leaving Defence, are in the best possible shape, physically, emotionally and financially, to take on their next posting in life in the civilian world. And we are still getting it wrong on transition too many times, Deputy Speaker. So I encourage the Minister for Defence, the Minister for Veterans Affairs to keep up the work in that regard, that we have to ensure that if we are going to be consistent with the covenant of for what they have done, this we will do, then what we have to do is ensure that posting to civilian life is as smooth as possible, and we give them every chance of success as they take up their next role in our community. The previous government delivered the provisional access to medical treatment, and I think that's a program the government should ensure continues. It allows veterans to receive health care while their claims are being assessed. We increased fees for health professionals treating our veterans, which helps to sustain access to a quality health care under the DVA system. But again, since our time in office, the gap between the payments received for treating veterans compared to treating other clients has widened again. It's a challenge for, it was a challenge for our government, it's a challenge for this government. That gap becomes a disincentive for our health professionals to actually treat veterans. And we've got to find a way to close the gap, Deputy Speaker, because the giant in the room in the care economy, the giant in the care economy in the NDIS is paying at a higher rate to see clients than what DVA currently offers, and it is not offered as a criticism of the minister or the government, because the gap was there when we left government. We had some step-up payments to try and narrow the gap to make it more attractive to health professionals to treat our veterans, but the gap is still there, Deputy Speaker, and it's becoming a problem again. And I say to DVA, for God's sake, try to reduce the paperwork. Try to reduce the paperwork, because the allied health professionals, the GPs, are all saying the same thing. We are busy people. We cannot spend all day filling out your paperwork. So try and find ways to minimise the paperwork and make it more attractive for our health professionals to treat our veterans when required. In government, Deputy Speaker, we did something in 2021 which I think is going to be more helpful to this minister and future ministers than it necessarily was to me at the time. We actually asked a question in the census about, have you ever served in the Australian Defence Force? And it came about because basically we had no idea how many veterans we really had in Australia. Unless someone had served and then registered with DVA, we had no idea as a government how many veterans we really had. It turns out we had, I think, somewhere around 600,000 at the time, and that data will help the minister in terms of targeting support measures to really regional hotspots or places where we know there's a large cohort of veterans, and to make sure that our services can be directed, the limited resources we may have can be directed in the most appropriate way. But there is more to be done, Deputy Speaker, and I acknowledge that this work here today with the Vets Bill is important. There's more to be done. We are going to continue to monitor closely the government's claims around claims processing times, because we are hearing different reports from veterans on the ground, advocates on the ground, in terms of whether it's just been a shifting of the claims into a new basket, or there is actually a reduction in time taken to process claims. The government must continue to act faster on the Royal Commission into Veteran Suicide, Defence and Veteran Suicide, and I say to the Treasurer and the Finance Minister, give the Minister the resources he needs to actually implement the findings of that Royal Commission. It's one thing to have a Royal Commission, and the history of Royal Commissions in this country is the Royal Commission is held, the recommendations come in, and they sit there and they sit there and they sit there. Some of those recommendations will require additional resources for the Veterans portfolio, and I urge the Treasury and Finance Minister to act quickly in that regard. The funding for Veterans and Families Hubs has also not been guaranteed, and it's something that veterans are coming to us raising concerns about whether they will be able to operate those hubs going into the future. Finally, Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, while I started with the point that wherever possible the Coalition adopts a principle of bipartisanship in relation to matters involving our veterans and the Australian Defence Force, the government made a mistake with the mean-spirited bill to try and address what they thought were shortcomings in the Defence Honours Awards Appeals Tribunal. And the mistakes were made from the very moment that Defence did not consult. I don't actually blame the Minister for what followed in the coming months, because I think he was sold a pup from day one. Defence did not consult with the tribunal itself. The independent statutory authority established by the Labor Party in 2011 to provide a review function for acts of the greatest heroism our nation's ever seen, and the Defence Department didn't consult with the highly skilled and highly respected individuals on that tribunal to see what changes would be palatable, what changes were worth pursuing, and more importantly, what changes were completely unsellable to the Australian public. It was mean-spirited from day one for Defence to try to impose a 20-year time limit on reviewable actions on our Australian Defence Force personnel. It was also mean-spirited from day one, Deputy Speaker, to seek to abolish the rights of current Australian Defence Force personnel and veterans to seek a review unless they fit within a very tight descriptor provided by Defence itself. So I say to the government, in the spirit of bipartisanship and seeking to find in-principle agreement wherever possible on veterans and defence matters, we should have been consulted early in the process, and the tribunal should have been consulted, and ex-service organisations should have been consulted, and we would never have had the mess that we've had over the last 3 months, where veterans and Defence Force personnel have spoken out angrily against the reformed Defence Honours and Awards Appeals Tribunal. Deputy Speaker, there were 75 submissions to the Senate inquiry. 75 submissions to the Senate inquiry. And how many do you reckon might have been in favour of the changes? There was one. You're right. There was one, member for Riverina. One supporting submission, and the one supporting submission, what a surprise, came from the Department of Defence. The department which wrote the legislation was the only submitter to the Senate inquiry that could speak positively of the bill. So I make no apologies for getting angry at the dispatch box. I make no apologies for raising my concerns publicly, vociferously, and in tandem with my colleagues on this side of the House, because the Department of Defence stuffed this up from day one. The Department of Defence did not consult with the tribunal, did not show any respect to ex-service organisations or stakeholders, did not consult with the opposition, and what you ended up with was an alarming amount of stress and anxiety in the community as a direct result from the department's failure. And when this legislation came to the House, it was telling, Deputy Speaker, that amongst the 90+ members of the Labor Party, the Minister and one other member spoke on it. Just two of them. They were the only two they could find willing to speak on the legislation. So I'm glad that the decision was made to discharge the legislation from the Senate. I say to the Minister, don't bring it back in its current form. Don't even think about bringing it back with a 20-year time limit. Don't even think about bringing it back with restrictions on who can seek a review, because we'll have this fight all over again, and I know what the Australian public think about putting a time limit on We Will Remember Them. So we are here as an opposition to work with the government where we can, as we have with this legislation here today. We stand ready to support urgent, meaningful reforms that deliver better outcomes for veterans and their families, and I look forward to working in that spirit of collaboration, particularly around the recommendations of the Royal Commission, because I think it's going to need a bipartisan commitment to make it happen. It's going to need a bipartisan commitment to force Treasury and Finance to do the right thing and spend some money on the areas where it needs to be spent. So I do finish on that point on a more hopeful note, Deputy Speaker, that wherever possible, we will seek bipartisanship on issues affecting our veterans. And I acknowledge and respectfully say to any veterans who are listening today, or their family members, thank you for your service. Thank you for the service to our country. Thank you for your families who supported you in that service. Without you, Australia would be a less safe place to live. Without your service and sacrifice, we wouldn't enjoy the freedoms that we enjoy today. We respect and value that, and we will continue to work together in this place as much as we possibly can to ensure you're properly supported during service and in your retirement. I thank the House.
Question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak in support of the Veterans Affairs Legislation Amendment Miscellaneous Measures No. 1 Bill of 2025, which continues the government's response into the recommendations arising from the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide. The final report from that Royal Commission contained 122 recommendations. And these evidence-based recommendations were designed to set out a blueprint for the transformational reform required to address the national tragedy of defence and veteran suicide. And it is a national tragedy. The entire defence and veteran ecosystem was considered by the recommendations, meaning the recommendations touched Commonwealth, state and territory government agencies and other institutions responsible for the health and well-being of serving and ex-serving Australian Defence Force members and their families. According to the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare, at least 1,677 serving and ex-serving ADF members died by suicide between 1997 and 2021. That's more than 20 times the number of defence personnel killed in active duty over the same period. But the Royal Commission estimates the true number of preventable deaths to be upwards of 3,000. And this is a crisis, and the gravity of the crisis cannot be underestimated. Further recommendations from the Royal Commission included the development of a doctrine on people, capability and service for the ADF to make clear that Australia's military capability and operational readiness depend on a physically and mentally healthy workforce. Public reporting on ADF culture, health and wellbeing, and incorporating members' health and wellbeing in senior level performance appraisals, as well as ensuring promotion selection processes reward leaders who have a positive impact on wellbeing and culture. To strengthen Defence and Department of Veterans Affairs research, data collection and analysis, and data sharing to enhance their ability to identify, understand and monitor the impact of risk and protective factors for suicide and suicidality among serving and ex-serving ADF members, and to provide ongoing funding to Veterans and Families Hubs to develop a national funding agreement on veteran wellbeing. Through its recommendations, the Royal Commission also sought to address the stresses that service and post-service life place on Defence families, to prevent physical and mental injuries within the ADF, to encourage members to seek help early, to prioritise recovery when an injury does happen and reduce the risk of burnout, and make veterans' entitlements fair and equitable, regardless of how a member's military service is classified, and to make compensation claims processing efficient and transparent. Now, one such organisation that is working hard towards improving the mental health and wellbeing of current and former Australian military members, as well as the emergency services personnel and their families, is Military and Emergency Services Health Australia, or MESHA, which is a not-for-profit research, training and program centre. And in South Australia, MESHA is based in my electorate of Sturt. MESHA conducts co-designed and impact-driven research in priority areas of unmet need and seeks to embed lived experience in the design and delivering of its training and programs to ensure that authentic and sustainable outcomes for service communities are achieved. MESHA's programs are facilitated by trainers with lived experience and with a service background, so that the training programs can be delivered with authenticity, credibility and genuine connection with participants. All of MESHA's trainers are current or former military and/or emergency services personnel, trained in group facilitation, trained in trauma-informed care, trained in establishing and maintaining boundaries, and who have also undergone program-specific modularised training and have been a participant in the program that they are delivering. So MESHA, thank you for the work that you are doing, not only to support veterans, but to raise awareness of the challenges and complexities of post-service life. And this you did beautifully at the MESHA Remembrance Day breakfast in Adelaide on 11 November this year. These stories are important. On 11 November 2025, Remembrance Day, I also had the honour of joining MESHA at the breakfast in Adelaide to hear more stories. I also heard the stories and reflected on the courage and sacrifice of our Australian Defence Force personnel, past and present, at my local Payneham RSL and also at the Kensington Park RSL. At Payneham, the service was hosted by Mr Jordan Box and his beautiful OP canine dog, Sally, who is about to retire. Thank you, Sally. I also attended the dawn service on Anzac Day this year at the Kensington RSL, where, under the leadership of Sub-Branch President Mr Peter Lloyd, a moving and reflecting ceremony was held. At the ceremony and his remembrance address, retired Brigadier Ellis Wayland AM made striking remarks about the need for more investment, more encouragement and more support for young people to join the Australian Defence Force, in recognition of the fact that our Australian values and way of life are worth fighting for. He asked, in the event of an armed conflict affecting Australia, would young Australians rush to sign up to serve? He spoke of the urgent need to create an environment where the answer to his question would always be yes. And on Vietnam Veterans Remembrance Day in August this year, I also attended an equally moving ceremony at the Payneham RSL, led ably by President Mark Lawson-Kent, Vice President Bert Pack and Secretary Liam Ibbotson, to mark the courage and sacrifice Australians made in that conflict. The ceremony was remarkable for two reasons: its beautiful simplicity, but its telling of the stories of those who served and its explanation of history. Many of those stories live on in post-service lives, and veterans deserve meaningful post-service lives in which they are cared for and supported. And I take a moment in discussing post-service life to reflect and echo the remarks made by the member for Gippsland who spoke before me and who rightly noted that many people who serve in our Defence Forces give their service to our country and then go on to make incredible contributions to our community. I have an ex-Air Force intelligence officer working in my electorate office. She is my right-hand woman and one of the most competent and capable people I have ever worked with. She has an exceptional blend of military and civilian skills. So thank you, Emerald. You are such an asset to me and my team, and I'm so glad you're in my corner. And so I encourage all employers out there to do what I did and consider employing a veteran. Exceptional leadership, de-escalation and judgment skills are on offer. Please consider it. For those who need it though, this bill continues the Albanese Labor government's commitment to implementing a better and simpler veterans entitlement system so that veterans and families can access the support that they need and deserve faster. The complexity and frustration of the veterans entitlement system were found in the Royal Commission into Defence and Veterans Suicide interim report to be a contributing factor to suicidality amongst our veteran community. So, from the middle of 2026, all veteran claims will be assessed for compensation and rehabilitation under one single piece of legislation that will be simpler to use and faster to process, the new and improved Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act. This reframes and resets how we support veterans and means the government will be able to better provide the services and supports the veteran community needs more quickly and when the services are needed. The bill proposes a number of minor technical amendments to the Veterans Entitlement Treatment and Support Simplification and Harmonisation Act to ensure the smooth implementation of these reforms and transition from the previous complicated arrangements which were comprised of 3 acts into just a single act. The bill operates to clarify the powers of the existing Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Commission and Repatriation Commission as they transition to a single Repatriation Commission. We'll also remove ambiguity in the legislation for veterans and families seeking review of a DVA decision and clarify the interpretation of eligibility for important funeral benefits to ensure claims for funeral compensation are determined according to the Act under which they are lodged and the correct entitlements are available as quickly as possible. The bill also strengthens the review rights for decisions made under the Safety, Rehabilitation and Compensation Defence-Related Claims Act of 1988. This bill will clarify and make minor adjustments to the Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Commission, Defence-Related Claims Act and the Simplification Act to complement the government's original policy intention for veterans' rehabilitation and compensation legislative reform. Under the current arrangements, veteran entitlements are provided for under 3 separate compensation acts, and eligibility under one of those acts depends on when the veteran served and in which period of service caused or contributed to the condition being claimed. The Simplification Act modifies these arrangements by providing that from 1 July 2026, all claims for compensation and rehabilitation will be determined under Improved Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Commission, and it does this through 4 mechanisms. The first is to provide the MRCC with appropriate powers to make instruments in the pre-commencement period before 1 July 2026. The second amendment preserves certain treatment-related instruments made under the VEA as though they have effect under the MRCA. The third amendment is to confirm that all claims for funeral compensation should be determined according to the Act under which they are lodged, which will ensure consistency with the date of claim approach as intended under the improved MRCA. The fourth amendment is to clarify the review pathway for claimants who have DRCA original determinations made before 21 April 2025. The single review pathway commenced on that date, and currently there is some ambiguity about the rights of appeal for these claimants. These amendments together will clarify and make minor adjustments to the veterans' legislation to align with the government's original policy intention to simplify and harmonise the veteran compensation system. This will mark the most significant reform to how we support veterans in a century. It will enable veterans and families to get the support that they need and that they deserve when they need it. It is also a sign of this government's deep respect for the service, commitment and sacrifice that veterans give to Australia. I share that deep respect, and I say to my friends at the Payneham RSL and the Kensington Park RSL, thank you for your service and for continuing to share your stories. So I stand with the Minister for Veterans Affairs and Defence Personnel as he undertakes this important reform work, and I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Riverina.
A bouquet for the minister at the table. Straight up, Deputy Speaker, and I know he has veterans at heart, and I know that he and I share support for the two veterans facilities in Wagga Wagga, in the heart of the Riverina, they being the RSL Life Care, the Riverina Veteran and Family Hub at 240 Baylor Street, Wagga Wagga, the main street, and the Pro Patria Centre in the western suburb of Ashmont. And the Minister has announced funding recently for Pro Patria for the Defence Shed in September this year. Earlier, in November 2023, he announced $1.2 million for Pro Patria and $520,000 for the RSL Life Care. And those investments were welcomed. He was in Wagga Wagga to announce the 2023 spending, funding which will save lives. And I say that because I know how important it is as a former Veterans Affairs Minister. And you don't get that job unless you are a good person. And the Minister is a good person. I'm giving him some bouquets at the moment. Don't worry, Minister, you'll get a few brickbats further on in my speech. But I also do want to acknowledge the service of the member for Solomon, who is speaking after me. Solid citizen as well, went through Duntroon. The member for Herbert, of course, member for Canning, former reserves, may still be serving in some capacity, Hasluck and Spence, and no doubt there are probably others. I know the member for New England has also done some service, but there could be other members in the House of Representatives as well. But we say to them, and I say to them, as we ought to say to everybody who has worn a uniform, thank you for your service, TYFYS, because as the Shadow Minister, the member for Gippsland quite correctly pointed out in his remarks, but for the service and sacrifice of those and many others before them, we would not enjoy the benefits we do today. We live in the greatest country on earth, and we have these democracies, these freedoms, and I see a number of young people up in the gallery, and they will enjoy a better life because of those people who have put on a military uniform and represented our nation. And I come from Wagga Wagga, and that city is a garrison city. We have Blamey Barracks, named after Thomas Blamey. What a hero he was. But for him, we may well be speaking a different language and this nation will be very vastly different than what it is today. But his efforts in the Pacific in the Second World War are to be admired and respected. So Blamey Barracks, home of the soldier, 1st Recruit Training Battalion, Kapooka. Of course, we've got the Royal Australian Air Force, where there's a sign that says air power begins here, and it does, right at Wagga Wagga, where if you spend any given time in the Air Force, you may well end up at Forest Hill. And with that base as well, we have a Navy base. Deputy Speaker, even though we are a long way from the nearest drop of seawater, there are 80 personnel serving the Navy proudly at Wagga Wagga at that Forest Hill facility. And we thank each and every one of them. Recently, all three arms of the defence came out to mark one of the many commemorative occasions that we do in our defence city, our defence training city, and it was so impressive to see them marching up the main street, khaki, blue and white, representing the three arms of the defence. And this Veterans Affairs Legislation Amendment Miscellaneous Measures No. 1 Bill is due to come into effect on 1 July next year. It establishes a single legislative framework for veterans' entitlements, compensation and rehabilitation. And the Minister would know, as would anybody who has served in any capacity in the portfolio of military, defence and veterans matters, that getting a simplification for entitlements for veterans is so crucial, so vital. The legislation introduces minor technical amendments to support a smooth transition from the three existing acts to the new Veterans Entitlements, Treatment and Support, Simplification and Harmonisation Act 2025, quite simply known as the Vets Act. The Coalition backed the Vets Act when it passed the Parliament earlier this year. We understood, because veterans are at the core of what we support as well, a simplification of veterans' compensation and rehabilitation, the system recommended by the Royal Commission. And the member for Sturt, in her remarks, talked about the Royal Commission, which shone a light, an all too tragic light, into what some of our veterans have endured since leaving the military life. And it's not a new thing. Indeed, former Australian War Memorial Director Dr. Brendan Nelson, probably the best Prime Minister we never had, he used to speak about the fact that as many veterans, diggers, Anzacs passed away in the decade after the guns fell silent on the Western Front in World War I on November 11, 1918, as did in the war years, 1914 to 1918. Just think of that. 60,000 of Australia's best and bravest who came back from that conflict, the bloodiest war the world had ever known. And there wasn't the support systems, there wasn't the wraparound services that we have today. More is the pity. They came back with trench fever, shell-shocked, but they were conditions that no one could possibly have understood. They were different men. Yes, there were women too. There were nurses who were on the front lines, and they too no doubt suffered. We gave mightily to World War I efforts. They called it the Great War. No war is great. No war is great. But we've learned a lot from that conflict, and we've acted responsibly since, but we can never do enough for our veterans. I have to say, and I know that he is being honoured this week, former Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull, but he put in place a veterans employment program which was to be acknowledged and applauded. And I know he often would say during his days in the Lodge that not all of our veterans are broken, and they are not. And the member for Sturt touched on that in her contribution, wisely so, because many of our veterans come back and they've been used to the formality and rigidity of military life, and it must be hard for them to adjust back into civilian life, back into family life. And yet many of them do and contribute mightily to our nation. All of them have put in, all of them have given, all of them have served, all of them have sacrificed. Not all of them are broken, and we should acknowledge that. But for those who are, and for those who have even done their time, done their service, proudly so, and going back into civilian life, who are affected, we must be there for them. And as a parliament, we have to be. And I have to say, making sure that compensation and rehabilitation comes under the one banner, under a single piece of legislation, is to be acknowledged, is to be applauded. It replaces the outdated patchwork of laws veterans currently face. And not every veteran's relationship or association with the Department of Veterans Affairs is going to be a good one. Some choose not to even go through the DVA process at all. But I would encourage veterans to take advantage, to avail themselves of all the services available. And the DVA has very, very good people. Our public servants in that area are very, very good, and they want to help. They truly do. But veterans' experiences may well be different to those of their comrades, former comrades. But this bill ensures a smooth and fair transition to this new system, and it's written in such a way that veterans do not accidentally lose entitlements in the process. Thank goodness for that. It's not a new policy proposal. It's about fixing cross-references. It's about definitions, and it's about transitional clauses to the law, making sure they work properly when the new system takes place and begins. Importantly, the bill guarantees that veterans with existing claims under the Veterans Entitlements Act or the Safety, Rehabilitation and Compensation Defence-Related Claims Act keep every right and review option that they currently have. Nothing is being taken away. And, Minister, this is where the brickbat comes in. Because I know the Minister, as I said before, is a principled person, but he should not have listened to the Department of Defence, to the bureaucrats when they came to him with the changes to defence medallic recognition. And I know that he knows I was going to say this, but for people such as Richard Norden, a recent Victoria Cross for Australia recipient, he would not have been eligible under the system being proposed or was proposed and even passed this House of Representatives. He would not have received that long overdue recognition, that highest of honour that the military could provide, that Australia could provide. Someone who at the Battle of Coral Balmoral went into danger, not once, not twice, but thrice, again and again and again, placing his life at risk to rescue a mate. And isn't that, after all, what service and sacrifice is all about? Mateship, honour. He didn't do it for a medal. He didn't do it for a piece of tin on his chest. He did it because it was the right thing to do and because that's what Australian soldiers do. That's what Australians who go through Kapooka. And under the changes that were passed by the House of Representatives, brought into the House of Representatives by the minister at the table, that was all going to be taken away for future heroes, and that was wrong. That was dishonourable. And thankfully, the minister has, through pressure, through advocacy and through common sense, and I will say decency because you are a decent man, Minister, has taken that piece of legislation, that folly, off the notice paper and let it never see the light of day again. Because our heroes deserve better. They deserve better by a parliament which understands the service and sacrifice that they have made. Not in their name, but in their mate's name. In the duty of their service for their particular force, Army, Air Force or Navy. But for the flag, for the patriotism of our nation, and so that others, as St John once said, may live, because greater love is shown than to serve and lay down one's life for one's friend. I commend the bill.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And I thank those that have acknowledged myself and others in the Parliament who have served in our Australian Defence Force. I think across the Parliament and across the chambers, we support our men and women in uniform and the sacrifices of them and their families. And we want to make sure that they get the best possible deal. As the Special Envoy for Defence Veterans and Northern Australia, I have the enormous privilege to meet with Defence members and veterans across this country. And as a fourth-generation veteran, I'm proud of the contribution that my family has made to the defence of our country. Every day I talk with veterans and share their achievements and assist them with any challenges. I concur with the contributions of so many who have pointed out the fact that veterans are incredibly capable people and vital to the future of our nation, vital to upholding the sovereignty of our nation, to responding. I only have to think back to Darwin on the weekend when veteran mates across our city played a helpful, calming role. Those that are in the emergency services obviously played an active role, but it's the veteran who's walking the streets with a chainsaw helping out their neighbours. It's just one small example of how vital veterans are in our communities. As leaders, because that's what the ADF does, it provides the opportunity for Australian citizens to be trained up in one of our services, to manage risk, to lead under arduous conditions, and to defend the homeland and our interests overseas. So every member, having made that solemn and sacred commitment to the nation and the Australian people, should be safe in the knowledge that whatever may happen in their service, they and their families will be looked after and indeed acknowledged by a grateful nation. It is our nation's duty to empower and support the mental health and wellbeing of our defence and veteran community. There is an expectation by the Australian people that they will be looked after. I lobbied hard with the Minister who's in the room, and certainly with our Prime Minister, who was then the opposition leader, with veterans and with the families of veterans, particularly those family members who had lost loved ones who had died by suicide. And we worked with those supporters of a Royal Commission, and the current Prime Minister committed to a Royal Commission from opposition, and now in government we are implementing the recommendations. The interim report was released a couple of years ago in 2022, containing recommendations that were deemed the most urgent, so we could start getting after it, start getting after those recommendations, and we have acted on them all, and that is a credit to the Minister. We have cleared the unallocated compensation claims that were causing a lot of angst, that backlog at DVA, so that new claims are reviewed within 14 days. And we have legislated the VETS Act, the Veterans Entitlement Treatment and Support, which harmonises the legislation to simplify that compensation system, and that is a good thing.
And the debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43, and the debate may be resumed at a later hour, and the member will have leave to continue speaking when the debate is resumed. Are there any statements by honourable members? I give the call to member for Monash.
Madam Deputy Speaker, West Gippsland has lost a favourite son. Keith Anderson was proud to be born and raised in Druin. Keith loved the art and craft of feature writing. He was a keen student of journalism. At the tender age of 20, Keith started at the Warragul and Druin Gazette. Before learning, he had been selected for service through a ballot that would send him to training in Puckapunyal and to the jungles of Vietnam as part of the Anzac Battalion. This young Gippslander was straight of limb and clear of eyes. In Nicholas Duck's excellent article in the Warragul Gazette only last year on Keith's service, Keith asked if he was proud of what he had contributed. Proud, Keith responded, "I don't know if that's the right word. I think it comes down to your appreciation of the people you were with and all those who have gone before you in similar or even worse circumstances." I know that the editor, Yvette Brand, and her colleagues are mourning his loss deeply. The last time I saw Keith was only a few months ago. I was walking past the club room at the Druin Footy Club where Keith was standing inside, smiling with a glass of beer in hand while watching his beloved Druin Hawks. To his family and friends, I say on behalf of the people of Monash, today we honour Keith and everything he gave our community and country. Vale, Keith Anderson.
Member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On Saturday the 25th of October, our community was given a special treat with a look inside our brand new beautiful Omar Mosque in Gwynville. The mosque has been 10 years in the making, and it is now open thanks to the kind and generous contributions of the Illawarra Islamic community. Walking into the mosque is a real treat with its absolutely magnificent brass-coloured chandeliers inside the domes that nod to our steel history. I was so delighted to see a fantastic turnout of community members from all backgrounds come along to see inside this grand new building and learn more about what happens inside. It was a true display of community unity and spirit. Everyone who came was given a tour of the facility. There was absolutely incredible food and entertainment for the whole family. The community had simply outgrown the original mosque, with its own interesting history being used in the past by the Jewish and Christian communities. A new purpose-built facility was something that the Omar Mosque Committee was really passionate about, and you could see how excited the whole community was to finally see it open. I was also pleased to have supported the mosque with $100,000 in federal funding for its security system. I want to thank Sheikh Abdul Rahman Fatah and the Omar Mosque Committee, including founder of the AICC, Shafiq Khan, Ziad Sultan, Khaled Al-Hajj, Ahmed Badia, and my good friends, the President Hussein Salem and Dr. Munir Hussain. Thank you.
And, member for Hinckley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. With final exams now complete, I'd like to congratulate the graduating class of 2025. It's been a privilege attending school awards nights and ceremonies across my electorate of Hinkler, celebrating milestones, acknowledging successes and shaking hands with impressive young leaders. My message to our Year 12 students, whether you've made plans for further study, work or travel, or maybe you're still making up your mind, it's all good. There's plenty of time. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge a man of conviction, a man of education, a man of faith, and a man who countless youngsters can thank for guiding them on the right path, including my two daughters. Principal Dan McMahon has been at the helm of Shalom Catholic College in Bundaberg for 17 years, and when the bell sounds for the last time this term, it will herald the end of a wonderful era. Dan's leadership, innovation and foresight is what makes Shalom one of the best regional schools in Queensland, if not the nation. Dan creates an environment that supports students no matter where their strength lies. Shalom is the 10th school Dan has taught or led since he started teaching Year 6 at St Mary's Dalby in 1978. Whilst his time at Shalom is drawing to a close, he's not done yet. All the best next year leading the St Leo's community at the University of Queensland in Brisbane. Dan, you will be missed. All the very best and God bless.
Yeah. Member for Bullwinkle.
Yeah. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, for generations, families in the Perth Hills have spent their summers at the iconic Bill Goman Aquatic Centre in Darlington. It's more than just a pool, it's the beating heart of our community during the hot summer months in the Perth Hills. But we know that heating a 50-metre Olympic pool takes a lot of energy, and for too long, that energy has come from expensive and polluting gas. That's why I'm thrilled to inform the House that the Albanese Labor government is delivering $158,000 through the Community Energy Upgrades Fund to upgrade the Bill Goman's heating system. We are partnering with the Shire of Mundaring to swap out the old gas infrastructure for modern, efficient technology that prioritises solar power. By electrifying this local asset, we're not just cutting carbon emissions, we are cutting costs. The lower energy bills for the council means more savings. And as a former Mundaring Shire Council and Deputy President, I advocated for longer swimming seasons. So perhaps the new council can consider and contemplate extending the seasons with the savings. This is a win for our environment, a win for the Shire of Mundaring, and a win for every family in Bullwinkle who loves the dip at the Bill Goman swimming pool.
Yeah. Member for Wentworth.
Last week I was honoured to attend the unveiling of a bronze statue of Pauline Mensah overlooking the waves of Bondi Beach. Born and raised by the beach, Pauline is Bondi's only world champion surfer, winning the title in 1993. But her path to that achievement was far from smooth. Pauline told us at the unveiling about how she battled sexism, homophobia and debilitating rheumatoid arthritis, and unlike her male counterparts, received no sponsorship support. Her success is a testament to her extraordinary resilience and determination, and as she said, if you don't have sponsors, you can't offend them when you speak your mind. Initially, she didn't want a statue, but she was convinced to have one because she saw the role it meant in inspiring the next generation of female sportspeople. Because only 6% of statues in New South Wales are women, and most of them apparently are royal women, and it's important that trailblazing sportspeople like Pauline are also immortalised in our public spaces. This statue has been a long time coming, not just for Pauline and her partner Sam, but for the Pauline in Bronze campaign led by Christopher Nulius, who has been pushing tirelessly for this recognition over 5 years. I want to thank the artist, Kathy Wiseman and Waverley Council for helping secure this perfect location. I'm so proud that the Wentworth community and visitors alike will be able to see Pauline in her place overlooking Bondi, and I know her legacy will continue to live on in the dreams of the next generation of women surfers.
Member for Aston.
Deputy Speaker, on the weekend I had the honour of attending an event in Bayswater to celebrate the 6th birthday of the Elm Street Mission. This celebration brought together residents, volunteers and supporters to celebrate the program's achievement and raise vital funds for a new defibrillator and first aid equipment. Elm Street Mission was founded with a clear and compassionate purpose to provide a safe, inclusive and welcoming space for individuals experiencing mental health challenges or social isolation. In only 6 years, it has grown into far far more than a community service. It has become a refuge, a gathering place, and for many in my community, a lifeline. The volunteers, staff and supporters who sustain Elm Street Mission embody the spirit of service that strengthens our social fabric. I would particularly like to acknowledge Ethne, Ray, Marge, John and Leo for their unwavering commitment to supporting some of our most vulnerable residents. The work of all involved in the Elm Street Mission is truly inspiring, and our community is kinder, stronger and more connected because of their work. I wish Elm Street Mission many more years of growth, impact and compassion, and I commend them for the hope and support they continue to offer all who need it most. Thank you.
Member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, last week I had the great privilege of meeting with a group of parents. In fact, they were a group of mums at My Time in Stirling. Now, My Time is a national group and it supports parents and carers of children who are living with a disability. And I think one of the important things why it's called My Time is because we know that parents get very little me time, and particularly a parent of a child living with disability. It was extraordinary to meet mothers who each one of them shared with me their experiences, their life, what keeps them up at night, their joys of their children. And it is a wonderful collaborative way for people to come, have a cup of tea, some biscuits, and just sit down and just debrief and chill and just talk about the challenges in life. So I'd really like to thank Bronte, who's the coordinator, and all of the mums who so generously opened up to me and talked about their lives. Each one of them are extraordinary heroes in our community, and I commend each one of those mothers for the work they do in raising their beautiful children. Thank you.
Member for Hasluck.
Speaker, every government wants business to succeed. Every employee wants the business they work for to succeed. But around the world there are companies like Amazon who act like they are too big to follow the rules, too big to bargain with workers, too big to answer to parliaments, too big to respect privacy and too big to play fair. Well, here's the truth. No corporation is bigger than a democracy. Amazon has closed warehouses in Quebec to avoid workers unionising. It has dragged workers through endless litigation in Staten Island. It has silenced staff in Australia, spied on workers in France. And at every turn and at a global scale, Amazon has demonstrated a pattern of digital surveillance of workers and a refusal to negotiate with unions. If a company wants public contracts, they should meet public standards. If a company wants to profit off Australian creators, they have to pay. And if companies want to enjoy the benefits of an Australian market, they must follow our rules. Make Amazon pay isn't a slogan, it's a line in the sand. If they don't bargain, if they don't respect democracy, if they don't protect privacy, if they don't play fair, then they don't get rewarded. It's that simple. If Amazon can afford to rocket billionaires to space, then they can pay their fair share for workers back here on Earth. It's time to tell Amazon and companies like them that they don't get to run on algorithms and arrogance. Not here, not anywhere. It's time to make Amazon pay.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I make this 90-second statement today as part of Gnarly Neighbours' Gnarly 90 campaign, which raises awareness of youth mental health and encourages everyone to take action. The campaign, run by Jaden Sheridan from my electorate of Seymour, invites people to get involved in their own way with 90 minutes, 90 actions, 90 skate tricks, or even just 90 seconds to support young people and show they are not alone. Jaden grew up without stability or support, and he built Gnarly Neighbours so young people today don't have to face the same struggles he did. Gnarly Neighbours gives kids a safe place to go, a place where they can learn to skate, be creative, talk to mentors and feel part of the community. Their neighbourhood space in Seymour includes a cafe, a print shop, a skate store, an indoor skate park, with every dollar going straight back to free youth programs. They also run an employment program that gives young people real jobs, real skills and the confidence that they can build a life for themselves. Disconnection and isolation put young people at serious risk, and suicide is now the leading cause of death for Australians aged 15 to 24. That's why supporting programs like Gnarly Neighbours matters. They create safe spaces where young people can grow, connect and find their way. I want to sincerely thank Jayden Sheridan and the whole Gnarly Neighbours team for their incredible work. Their dedication gives young people belonging, opportunity and a chance to thrive.
Member for Robertson.
Deputy Speaker, and recently I had the opportunity to visit the People's Pantry in Woy Woy to see firsthand the incredible work this organisation and its volunteers are making to support vulnerable community members and reduce food wastage. The People's Pantry is a non-for-profit organisation with the objective of helping provide quality groceries at affordable prices and to salvage otherwise good produce and grocery items from ending up in landfill. The People's Pantry works alongside local supermarkets as well as Food Bank and Second Bite to reclaim groceries or produce from ending up in the bin. Open every Monday and Wednesday, the service has helped over 3,000 people in 2024 and saved a whopping 22,000 kilograms from ending up in landfill sites. I would like to thank the following volunteers: Joanne Barron, Yeshi Thubton, Chantel Wana, Veronica Baker, the late Gary Hayward, Angela O'Donnell, Gail Hartley, Christopher Bryden, Peter Wade Ferrell, Mick and Joy Ball, Sandy Shapley, Angela Carswell, Jennifer Jackson, Susan Gaquinto, Samantha Young, Brian Dawson, Libby Rees-Jones, Zoe Zhao, Aisha Bashir, Kerry Jarman, Michael O'Donnell, and to the phenomenal Food Rescue Project Officer, Fiona McPhail, thank you for the support that you provide. Thank you to Erica Harker, the Food Pantry Accounts and Ordering, and to CEO Vivian Marahi. Thank you for your leadership, advocacy and dedication to our Central Coast community. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Flynn.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak about an incredible individual in the Gladstone community and a newly opened community service. Bob McCosker, OAM, is the founder and managing director of McCosker Contracting. He's an entrepreneur, a businessman, a philanthropist, speedway driver and has even established a turtle rehabilitation centre at Coyne Island. Bob identified that services for men in Gladstone were in need and has founded Bob's Garage. Bob's Garage exists to support mental, physical and emotional well-being of the working class men in the Gladstone community. The space is designed by blokes for blokes, breaking down stigma, encouraging connection and offering practical professional help close to home. The purpose-built space brings together local service providers and community groups that deliver real, on-the-ground support for those who most need it. They are building a network of care that breaks down stigma, encourages connection over correction and creates a healthier, stronger Gladstone, offering practical tools that support men with their health, well-being and positive behaviours. I encourage any bloke that might need a helping hand to contact the friendly team and drop in at Bob's Garage at 10 William Street. And thank you to every organisation and individual that contributed to making the service a reality, and we all know it wouldn't have happened without Bob, so on behalf of the community, Bob, thank you.
Member for Solomon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This is a message for Territorians and for all Australians. Think before you click this Black Friday. And I want to quote from Bernie Smith from the SDA, who said it so well. We don't work in Australia according to an algorithm, we work according to Australian legislation, Australian labour standards and Australian ideas of fairness. We want to make Amazon pay fair wages. We want Amazon to pay superannuation. And we want to make Amazon pay their taxes. End quote. Amazon has shown repeatedly around the world that it doesn't respect the rights of working people. In Australia, Amazon continues to try and deny their workers a voice at work. Sometimes it seems that Amazon want to treat their humans, their workers, like they're robots, and digital surveillance of workers and consumers alike is also a serious problem. We must ensure that Australian workers and consumers' rights are respected. Make Amazon pay is a call to defend the basic principles of fairness, transparency, accountability and democracy, and respect for local laws, our laws. It's time to make clear that no corporation, no matter how large or powerful, stands above our laws or the rights of workers. And can I say finally, Deputy Speaker, shop local. Keep money in Australia, keep money in the Territory.
Member for Longman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Caboolture Warplane Museum is now facing possible closure, and this is a real concern for our community. This museum is a living piece of Longman's heritage, and we can't afford to lose it. Since 1995, the volunteers at Caboolture have kept Australia's aviation history alive. Anyone who has stepped inside Hangar 101 knows it's not a typical museum. Visitors can sit in the cockpit of a Huey, stand beside the DC-47 Dakota that once carried dignitaries, and explore artefacts from World War I, World War II and the Vietnam War. It's immersive, hands-on, and it reminds us that history is something you can feel, not just read about. The museum also offers joy flights, and I've been up in a T-28 Trojan myself, but I am always mindful that behind each aircraft is a group of volunteers who restore, maintain and share the stories of our Anzacs and pioneers. The museum's lease is expiring and the team must either relocate, secure an extension or find a new home. As a non-government organisation relying on admissions, donations and grants, they cannot do this alone. If we lose this museum, we lose more than a building, we lose a vital link to our past and a place where future generations can connect with our aviation story. I've created a petition and I urge all levels of government and our wider community to help ensure the Caboolture Warplane Museum has a future.
Member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Yesterday marked the start of the 16 days of activism and renewed our commitment to eliminating violence against women and girls. I want to acknowledge victim survivors and honour those we have lost to family and domestic violence, including the 74 women taken from us this year. Ending gender-based violence is a core priority for this government. We have invested $4 billion to address violence against women, and yesterday we announced an additional $40 million for 1-800-RESPECT, which has experienced an extraordinary 3,000% increase in calls for help. Family violence is an important issue for me and for the Dunkley community. Frankston continues to record some of the highest rates of family violence in the state and is home to agencies that support women, men, young people and children. I recognise the remarkable dedication of all these agencies and staff to Anglicare, Family Life, Good Shepherd, Ozchild, VACA and the Salvation Army. Thank you for your tireless work in our community. I also want to acknowledge Big Heart and Project O, who visited Parliament on Monday to present the documentary It Starts With Us. The voices of Bailey and Zhao reinforce the need for prevention programs that help young people to find their voice, tell their stories and recover from domestic and family violence.
Member for Fadden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, the economic data out today has confirmed that this Labor government has Australia heading in the wrong direction. Annual inflation has increased for both CPI and trimmed mean, with the CPI figure now a whopping 3.8%. Electricity costs rose 37.1% and housing up 5.9%. Now, the Treasurer will come in here during question time, no doubt, and say, using his 2 or 3 word groupings, like it's concerning but unsurprising, he will say that we know people are doing it tough. But in the final week of Parliament this year, what's their big economic play? Freezing beer excise. Now, we support that because I love having a beer down at the Boardwalk Tavern at Hope Island, but can I tell you they need to do a bit better than that. They could start by freezing or reducing electricity prices, because otherwise no one will be able to keep the beer cold. And it seems now that mild panic has set into the finance team because Finance Minister has been questioned about cuts to the public service. She said to the ABC, "It's an exercise in discipline," she said. "The budget is in deficit. We have a lot of pressures on it. We can't just keep adding to everything." And she characterised it as a reprioritisation rather than a cut. It's really just tricky language, and quite frankly, Australians deserve better than lukewarm beer and this lukewarm Labor government.
Member for Hunter.
Thank you, Speaker. Too many Australians are dying in silence, and we need to be honest about the scale of this crisis. Every day, 7 men take their own lives. Every year, more than 2,500 families get that knock on the door that changes their world forever. This isn't just a statistic, it's a national emergency. Today, on the lawns of Parliament House, that reality was laid bare. 2,550 empty shoes were lined on the grass, each shoe representing a man or a boy we lost in just 1 year. No names, No faces, just silence. A silence that speaks louder than any speech delivered in this place. The Zero Suicide Community Awareness Program, alongside Dads for Kids, brought together community advocates, frontline workers, lived experience speakers and parliamentarians across 2 days to confront this crisis head-on. Through remembrance walks, ribbon tying and deeply personal stories, they remind us that suicide is not inevitable, but preventing it takes all of us. Zero Suicide's message is a simple but powerful. Connections save lives, early support saves lives, and a system that refuses to let people fall through the cracks saves lives. I want to especially acknowledge Paul Withall and his incredible team for their leadership and tireless work that they do. Your courage in bringing these stories, these shoes and this message to the nation ensures that men we lost are not forgotten and that those still struggling are not left behind. Thank you very much, Paul Lowe, for what you do. Keep up the great work.
Member for Parkes.
Deputy Speaker, often at the heart of a community you will find a much-loved place where locals gather. The Lightning Ridge Bowling Club is one of those places. On the 14th of November, I was honoured to attend the opening of Stage 2 of this great club's renovations and to unveil the plaque alongside 94-year-old founding president, life member and patron Mr Tony Doughton. The $6.5 million renovations build a long tradition of providing a place where locals and visitors can come together to enjoy a drink, a meal, play bowls and attend events. $1.5 million of this was Commonwealth investment. The club has expanded its value as a family space by creating an extensive indoor-outdoor child place. It has turned a former TAB space into a family room, and it has made the club more accessible for people with all abilities. They look fantastic, the upgrades, Deputy Speaker. The club is also looking ahead to more renovations, including a commercial kitchen, a function rooms. These are a great place for a town whose population is growing. Clubs such as the Lightning Ridge Bowling Club are critical in any community, let alone those in remote areas where social connections are so important. I congratulate Club President Ian Anderson, Club CEO Scott Bailey and the Board of Directors and for all of those who have come before them to create this successful facility.
Member for Bennelong.
It's been nearly a month since Medicare's Super Saturday, Deputy Speaker, and it's been a bumper month of bulk billing in Bennelong. Super Saturday, of course, was the 1st of November when Labor's $8.5 billion investment into bulk billing came into force. And get this, in October, Health Direct showed that Bennelong had 9 fully bulk billed practices. Today, Deputy Speaker, I can report to the House that we now have 14 fully bulk billed practices in Bennelong. From Eastwood to West Ryde, Marsfield to Macquarie Park, Medicare card holders in Bennelong are now even more able to see their doctor without a fee. And in exciting news, many of these 14 clinics made the switch from fee-paying to fully bulk billed. And here's one example. In October, my health clinic at Top Ryde charged a $35 gap fee for patients to see a GP. But because of our record investments into Medicare, they went fully bulk billed from the 1st of November, and since then they've seen 6,000 patients that didn't have to pay a fee to see their GP. They were all fully bulk billed. Under the Liberals, bulk billing was on life support. They froze rebates and slashed billions of dollars from hospitals. As Kendrick Lamar would say, those Liberals, they not like us. Labor created Medicare, Labor protects Medicare, and Labor will always strengthen Medicare.
Member for Gippsland.
Speaker, now this is the mean-spirited bill which attempted to gut the Independent Defence Honours and Awards Appeals Tribunal. Without any consultation whatsoever, the Minister for Veterans Affairs developed a plan which had no support from day one. But everyone on that side of the House voted for it. Every one of you voted to strip away the appeal rights of Australian Defence Force personnel and our veterans, while also placing a 20-year time limit on the heroic actions of our servicemen and women. Speaker, this bill is a disgrace, and the minister couldn't name a single veteran who supported it. Not one veteran. He couldn't name one veteran who supported it when he was challenged in this place. Now, Speaker, there were 75 submissions to the Senate inquiry, and 74 opposed the bill. Now, in the most humiliating retreat, the bill has been discharged from the Senate because not even Labor senators want to vote for it. Now, Prime Minister, you and your minister owe our veterans an apology for the stress and the anxiety you caused. Why won't you just say sorry, Prime Minister, and forget about trying to fix this disgraceful bill? Just tear it up and throw it in the bin. It's time to focus on the real issues affecting our veterans. Why won't you focus on the real issues? Oh, you can speak now, Jim Reaper. The Jim Reaper speaks. The Jim Reaper speaks finally.
Order.
Not a word on those awards tribunal.
The member's time has concluded. The member for Gippsland will also withdraw that remark.
I withdraw.
The member for Spence has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. Medicare is at the heart of our healthcare system, and in communities like Spence, it's a lifeline. That's why the Albanese Labor government is making historic investments to strengthen Medicare and bring bulk billing into more communities than ever before, because no Australian should ever have to choose between their health and their hip pocket. I'm proud to report that in the north we are seeing the results. The bulk billing rate for GP visits in Spence reached 83.4% in the June quarter of 25. That means more people in the north are seeing a doctor without paying out of pocket. Even more encouraging, 22 GP practices in Spence have now indicated their intention to become Medicare bulk billing practices. That's 22 local clinics stepping up to provide fairer access thanks to Labor's tripling of the bulk billing incentive. So whether you're in Anglevale, Salisbury, Gawler or Elizabeth, keep an eye out for the green and gold bulk billing signs going up around the practices in your communities, because we're making Medicare what it was always meant to be: universal, affordable and there when you need it. And in Spence, the results are already being felt in waiting rooms, in family budgets and in the confidence people have in getting the care they need. Labor will always care for Medicare. I care for Medicare, the Prime Minister cares for Medicare, but the question that's on everyone's lips: do those opposite care for Medicare?
Order. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for member statements has concluded. If members can take their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible, we shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? I give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Inflation has once again risen under Labor, and economists are now warning that interest rates may be forced up again, devastating news for families already cutting back this Christmas. The Prime Minister promised the Australian people that we had turned the corner on inflation, and his Treasurer assured them the government had inflation under control. Today's numbers show that Australians were misled. Prime Minister, why do Australians have to pay the price for Labor's economic failure?
Call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. The latest figures confirm that Australian households are still facing cost of living pressures. We know that that is the case. When it comes to inflation, we also know that the work is never done, which is why my government is very focused on cost of living measures and on putting that downward pressure on inflation. Now, when you have the withdrawal of state energy subsidies, you're always going to get a lift.
Order. The Leader of the Opposition has asked her question.
But if those opposite are deeply concerned about inflation with a 3 in front of it, they must have been devastated when it had a 6 in front of it, which is what it had when they were in office. And when it had a 6 in front of it, we had the most profligate budget handed down in 2022, when it was at 6 and rising, and they poured fuel on that fire. We on this side have ensured from day one that we've been focused on delivering cost of living relief while bringing inflation down and getting the budget in better nick. That's why we produced one budget surplus and then a second budget surplus and then a reduced budget deficit. And in May of this year, the Coalition managed to come up with the extraordinary formula of a commitment to increase everyone's taxes but at the same time increase the deficit. Quite an achievement from those opposite. On this side, what we have done, of course, is now 8 consecutive quarters of higher wages, and we know that people's living standards is about income in as well as payments out. We have lowered taxes for every taxpayer, not just some, as those opposite wanted. And remember, the Leader of the Opposition's claims that she would roll it back, and she was against all of it when we made that announcement, that she would absolutely oppose that. And of course, we then saw, when we announced on March the 25th, another 2 income tax lowerings. We saw them oppose that as well and go to an election saying that they would increase everyone's income tax for every single Australian taxpayer. Now, we on this side will continue to do cost of living measures because we understand that we want to give people assistance.
Call to the honourable member for Moreton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Education. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering its commitment to cut student debt by 20% and make tertiary education better and fairer? What has been the response?
Give a call to the Minister for Education.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the marvellous new member for Moreton for her question. This is a special time of the year. Cricket's on the telly, even if it is for just 2 days. We've got meat on the barbie, the sound of cicadas and lawnmowers, kids opening presents, the sound of champagne corks popping and knives sharpening. That's just over there in the Liberal Party. And this year there will be the sound of something else. The sound of millions of phones beeping with a message that your student debt has been cut by 20%. Tomorrow, 1.5 million Australians will have their debt cut by 20%, and next week another 1.5 million Australians will have their debt cut too. This will be the biggest cut to student debt in Australian history. We promised it. Australia voted for it, and we're delivering it. But it's not the only thing that we're delivering. Paid prac has now started. That's financial support for teaching and nursing and midwifery students, social work students while they do their practical training. Next year, more people will study medicine than ever before. We announced with the Health Minister more places for people to become doctors than ever before. And next year, 25,000 Australians will be able to do one of those free bridging courses to give them the skills that they need to get ready to start a university degree, more than ever before. Next year, more Australians will also be able to start a uni degree than ever before. And to drive real long-term reform here today, I introduced legislation to create the Australian Tertiary Education Commission. And part of its job is to break down the barrier between TAFE and university. Let me give you an example. The University of Canberra has just announced that they'll take a year off your degree if you've completed a diploma in the same area. Now, this is for nursing, for early education, for graphic design and accounting and a few other areas. This saves you time, it saves you a year off your degree, but it also saves you money, on average about $6,000 off the cost of a degree. And I want to see more examples of that, making it easier for people to get the skills and the qualifications that they want and that they need quicker and cheaper, a more joined-up system, because we know that things work better when they're united, not divided. And if you want proof of that, just look over there.
Call to the Shadow Treasurer. Order. The Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question goes to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, today's ABS data shows inflation continues to accelerate under this government. Meanwhile, the Treasurer's spending spree continues. forcing the RBA to keep mortgage rates on hold indefinitely. 29 days before Christmas, what does the Prime Minister have to say to struggling mortgage holders facing no rate relief in sight?
Call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. In 2025, there have indeed been 3 interest rate cuts, and that has provided real relief for people. And of course, 2 of those are after the budget that was handed down on March 25th. And we know that those opposite have spoken about the culture of dependency when it comes to providing assistance for Australians. So in the Coalition's opinion, if you're an Australian who is getting cost of living help, we know that you're opposed to that. As working in the public sector, well, we know that you're opposed to them continuing to work in the public sector. Or if you're working in essential services, you're an economic burden and you're bad for our national character. They think that Australians' wages, Australians' jobs and support for Australians deserves to be cut. That's really what they're saying in their subliminal message, or not so subliminal, when they speak about the culture of dependency. Remember, Joe Hockey, when he was here, had similar language when he came to office.
The members on my left.
The lifters and leaners. For those opposite, they think everyone but them is a leaner. They think that. Well, we don't think that.
Order.
But who are the Australians they're attacking? Pensioners and people caring for a relative or young kids? People getting study allowance at uni or rent assistance? It's the nurses, teachers, doctors, public servants, all getting support, the ADF
Prime Minister
personnel.
will pause. Order. The Deputy Leader of the Opposition is entitled to raise his point of order in silence, and I want to hear it.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It goes to relevance. The question referenced the Treasurer's spending spree and the RBA, therefore, not providing relief as a result, and inviting the Prime Minister to address that issue, not to try to make things up about the Coalition.
The Prime Minister did address that at the beginning of the question, and his order talking about spending. He's obviously not agreeing with the context of the question, so he's obviously providing information about why he disagrees with it and giving some contrast. So he is being directly relevant, because the beginning part of the question, he tackled your nub of it straight away. So if he hadn't done that, we're just going to make sure he's being directly relevant. He has been. He won't be able to talk about the opposition. He hasn't been doing that for the entirety, but he's in order now.
Speaker. But when you're talking about spending, which is what the question went to, and the Coalition say that there's too much spending, they've got to say what it is that they'll cut, what it is that is wasteful. And the leader here has actually said what she thinks is wasteful when she spoke about the culture of dependency. So all those people, for all those people, your wages are welfare and your job is a cop-out, according to those opposite. Now, we've heard it all before. They wanted to sack 46,000 public servants at the last election. They wanted people to stop working from home. We on this side want people to earn more, and we want people to keep more of what they earn.
Order. When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the honourable member for Bass.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. What do today's inflation figures tell us, and how do the Albanese Labor government's efforts to provide cost of living help for people doing it tough compare to other approaches?
A call to the Treasurer.
Thanks,
Order.
Mr Speaker.
I'm going to deal with that interjection from the member for Bowman. I'm sick and tired of people saying about reading. Everyone reads statements in this House, including the people who ask questions. Order. Order. Just no more interjections, and particularly when ministers are reading or Everybody, I read things all the time. I read things into the House. Just show a bit of respect to everyone asking and answering questions. No more interjections like that. The Treasurer has the call.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Can I thank the member for Bass for her question, but also for the massive contribution she's already making as a new member of this place. And with your indulgence, Mr Speaker, can I acknowledge my mate, the Minister for Infrastructure's brother, is in the House. Michael is in the House, and his wife Karen. Welcome here from the member for Corangamite's electorate as well. Thanks for the wonderful job that you did, helping to raise the Minister for Infrastructure. Now, Mr Speaker, new figures from the ABS did show today that prices were steady in the month of October, but did tick up through the year in the inflation figures, Mr Speaker. And as the Prime Minister acknowledged a moment ago, as I acknowledged earlier on, the annual result is higher than we would like, but it is much, much lower than what we inherited from the coalition when we came to office. Now, the flat result in October, the 0.0 inflation result in October, was driven by falls in electricity and fuel prices and a moderation in housing costs. But there was a tick-up in the annual number, and that in part reflects temporary factors such as the timing of those state energy rebates and also volatile items such as travel prices. Now, again, as the Prime Minister and I have both said today, this is why it's so important that we continue to responsibly roll out the cost of living relief that those opposite oppose. Mr Speaker, it's why it's so important that we've been able to improve the budget compared to the mess that we inherited from those opposite. It's why it's so important that we're rolling out those tax cuts, we're rolling out the cost of living relief, we're strengthening Medicare to try and ease some of the pressure that we acknowledge that Australians are still feeling around the kitchen table, Mr Speaker. Now, as I understand it, Mr Speaker, the Shadow Treasurer gave a little speech about some of these issues a moment ago, Mr Speaker. Now, we've heard these kinds of speeches before. The speech that the member for Fairfax gave sounded exactly like the speeches the member for Hume used to give. But whatever speeches they give down the road, Mr Speaker, they can't obscure the fact that when they were in office, they delivered nothing but deficits. They doubled the debt even before COVID, Mr Speaker. They had spending as a share of the economy up around a third of the economy, and we've spent a great deal of time and effort cleaning up the mess that we inherited in the budget. A couple of surpluses, a smaller deficit, $200 billion less Liberal debt, saving on interest costs, $100 billion in savings, Mr Speaker. Now, the member for Fairfax might look like Scott Morrison. He might be undermining his leader like Scott Morrison did, but more and more he sounds like the member for Hume, and it didn't work out real well for the member for Hume, Mr Speaker.
Order. Before I call the member for Clare, just to remind the Treasurer not to comment on people's appearances. And I would like to welcome some people to the chamber. Present in the gallery today, the winners of the 2025 Department of House of Representatives My First Speech competition. I'd like to welcome Akila from the electorate of Durack, Olivia from the electorate of Isaacs, and Jamison from the electorate of Chipley, and their families who won this year's competition. I'm also pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery today is His Excellency Mr Nabil Habasshi, the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Egypt, who is visiting Australia to mark the 75th anniversary of diplomatic relations between Australia and Egypt. I'd also like to acknowledge His Excellency Mr Hani Nagi Mohammed Abdel Hamid, the Ambassador of Egypt to Australia. And also present in the gallery today are leaders from around Australia who are participating in the Australian Olympic Changemaker National Summit. Welcome to you all. Give the call to the honourable member for Calais.
To the Agriculture Minister. Our prime agricultural land is disappearing before our eyes, threatening Australia's food security. All over Australia, we're seeing residential, industrial and renewable developments on our finest farming country. Our prime agricultural land needs to be preserved for agriculture. Will you support my Protecting Australia's Prime Agricultural Land Bill, and will you come to the Calais electorate and meet with our local farmers?
The call to the Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry.
Mr Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Clare for that question. Our agricultural land in Australia is incredibly important, and we believe it's important too as a government. Can I say protecting agricultural land and ensuring food security is top of our agenda in terms of making sure that Australians get access to the food that they need. Certainly these critical priorities for Australia's future prosperity, as the member would know in terms of land use, is primarily a responsibility for the states and territories, and the states and territories do regulate land use across the country. Can I say that your proposed bill does seek to override those laws that do provide the states, raising significant property rights and constitutional concerns? Such implications do require careful consideration, can I say, to avoid unintended consequences for landholders and governments. As the member would know, Australia is in a fortunate position where we can actually feed Australia more than 2.5 times over in terms of our food production, and we can produce almost all of the food that we need in Australia, but we certainly understand food security is important, which is why we have launched a food security strategy. And just last week I announced to the members of the Food Council that will advise the government in terms of our food security going forward and develop that food security strategy for the nation.
Call to the honourable member for Sturt.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering for Australians, including helping them to earn more and keep more of what they earn? How does this compare with other approaches?
The call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Sturt for her question and for the fantastic job that she is doing, representing the people of those fine suburbs of Adelaide indeed, and it was my pleasure in the lead-up to May 3 to make multiple visits to the electorate of Sturt, including just a couple of days beforehand on my last visit to Adelaide, and indeed hand out how-to-votes. And what those how-to-votes said on May 3 and in pre-poll in the electorate of Sturt, like everywhere else, was that we wanted Australians to earn more and keep more of what they earn. And we wanted to address living standards, and we wanted to deliver on the commitments that we have made for the people of Sturt and indeed for people right across Australia, no matter where their representatives sit. So a stronger Medicare was a big commitment that we have made, with Medicare urgent care clinics being rolled out around the country, with the tripling of the bulk billing incentive, fully funded schools and free TAFE. And I met one of the teachers from Adelaide just yesterday who came to Canberra to say thank you for finally fulfilling the Gonski vision that was there for all to see more than a decade ago. But it took the election of a Labor government and this Education Minister to make sure that it was delivered in partnership with every state and territory government, coalition and Labor right across the country. Free TAFE. Now, some people reckon that you don't value something if it's free. Well, there's more than 700,000 Australians benefit from free TAFE, because we want to make sure in all of our policies that we have an economy that works for people, not the other way around. And when it comes to helping Australians earn more, we've had a 15% wage increase for childcare workers, a 15% wage increase for aged care workers, 4 consecutive increases to the minimum wage, same job, same pay, lifting wages by tens of thousands of dollars in some cases for workers in mining, meat processing, aviation and construction. And of course, soon delivering a world-first agreement for gig workers, decent pay for thousands of DoorDash and Uber Eats drivers, and importantly, better conditions to keep them safe. So our commitments are very clear. Now, the Coalition have done everything they could to stop this. They, of course, had low wages. It's a deliberate design feature of their economic policy. The contrast is clear. Only Labor wants people to earn more and keep more of what they earn.
Call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, and I refer to reports that in his capacity as full-time COP President, and an energy minister working part-time, he has signed Australia up to a statement which would phase out the import, export and usage of gas. Is this government policy, or is this just the first of many examples where what the minister says when he works part-time on Australia's energy grid is in direct contradiction with what he decides as full-time COP president?
Give a call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I'm very grateful to the Leader of the Opposition for the question, and the Leader of the Opposition asked it in two parts, and I'll answer in two parts. Firstly, she referred to the declaration on transition away from fossil fuels, and she asked if that is government policy. Yes, it is. And it has been since the 10th of November 2023, Mr Speaker, when Australia agreed with the Pacific on that exact language at the Pacific Island Leaders Forum, that actually what would be a good thing for the world and for our country is for more and cheaper renewable energy to increasingly replace fossil fuels, which is more expensive and less reliable. So that is not a revelation, and the declaration says we're for a just, orderly and equitable transition away from fossil fuels. Are you against the just part, the orderly part, the equitable part, or the transition part? I'm not sure. Now, all the above. Now, the Leader of the Opposition then went on to repeat her false allegation, which she has done now on multiple occasions, that somehow the office of President of the COP negotiations is full-time. Mr Speaker, let me put it in the clearest possible way. The Leader of the Opposition is either deliberately or not deliberately misleading the House, because it is not true, has never been true. Now, Mr Speaker, the office of the...
Order. The manager will state his point of order.
Member knows he can't make that allegation of deliberately misleading, and he needs to withdraw it.
He was asking a question. He didn't say that she was misleading the opposition. But Order, I want to deal with this. Just language, trust me, is very important here. So if the minister can stray away from making any reflections on members, I know he did it in a question-type way, but even that's close to the wind. So the manager is correct. Order. The member for Gippsland, running commentary, you won't be here much more to give it. Order. Don't look at your watch. Okay. Order. So just caution the minister. Back to the question.
Certainly, Mr Speaker. The Leader of the Opposition asked me about full-time and part-time, and I'm more than happy to do with that, because the position of COP President for the last 10 COPs has been held by a Cabinet member continuing in that role. That's the way the position is designed. Last year, Minister Babayev, the Minister for the Environment of Azerbaijan. The year before that, Minister Al-Jaber, the Minister of Industry. Before that, Minister Shukri, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Egypt. Before that, Minister Schmidt, the Minister for the Environment of Chile. Before that, the Minister Kircher, the Minister for Climate Change of Poland. Before that, Prime Minister Bainimarama of Fiji was the COP President while he was Prime Minister. Before that, Minister Mazua, the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Morocco. Before that, Minister Fabius of France, the Foreign Affairs Minister of France. All Cabinet Ministers who were COP Presidents. Now, what cultural cringe that somehow they can all do it, but Australia can't? I mean, what we want is more influence for our country. They want less. They want less influence for Australia. How unpatriotic can you be? Why don't you want your country to have a bigger role in the world? Why are you so anti-Australian? Why can't you be proud that your country can play a leading role in international negotiations? This is a Leader of the Opposition who is so enthralled of sky after dark that she can't even know an international role when she sees one.
Look, I'm just going to ask everyone to show a little more restraint. There's far too much energy during that answer and question. So if everyone... The House can settle, we'll hear from the member for Griffith.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. How is the Albanese Labor government strengthening Medicare by delivering cheaper medicines and providing real cost of living relief to Australians? Are there any risk to these important measures?
Give the call to the Minister for Health and Ageing, the Minister for Disability and the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker, and thanks to the member for Griffith. She knows that the PBS is one of Australia's great social programs. For more than 80 years now, it's guaranteed access to Australians to the best medicines in the world at affordable prices. And since we came to government, Mr Speaker, we have made more than 350 new or expanded listings on the PBS. This month we added a new treatment for multiple myeloma called Darzalex, which is the first new treatment for that condition for 12 years, Mr Speaker. Around 2,600 Australians are diagnosed with multiple myeloma every year, and the stakeholder, Myeloma Australia, has been lobbying for this listing for years now. And their legendary ambassador, we all know, Sandy Roberts, described the listing as absolutely fantastic news. Now, until now, this treatment cost $440,000 for a course of treatment, but now 1,400 Australians every year will be able to get access to it at affordable PBS prices, Mr Speaker. And we're making those skip prices even cheaper. Already, Australians have saved $1.9 billion at the pharmacy counter because of our cheaper medicines measures. Pensioners have received...
Order. Members on my left will cease interjecting. Members on my left. Order. Members on my left. Order. No. Members on my left. Order. No. Members on my left. Members on my left. Oh, members on the Leader of the Nationals. Order. Order. The House is going to continue. We are in order. The Minister in continuation.
Thank you, Speaker. Pensioners have received 83 million additional free scripts because of our changes to the safety net threshold, and in 5 weeks' time, PBS scripts will be capped at just $25, the same price they were back in 2004. Now, while the opposition opposed many of those measures last term, Mr Speaker, they promised in May that they would support all of these election commitments. But I regret to say, Mr Speaker, that risks to that are emerging. Now, in between organising a very successful drinks event on Monday night, Mr Speaker, the very busy member for Lindsay managed to squeeze in an exclusive interview with The Australian where she staked out a position on every single policy position except communications, Mr Speaker, except communications.
Order.
And she said this. She said there was too much matching. She said too much matching, and she thought the Liberal Party should lean into health policy a little bit more. Well, I tell you this, Mr Speaker, we remember, and Australians know what it means when the Liberal Party says they're going to lean into health policy, Mr Speaker. We remember when the Leader of the Opposition leaned into health policy and extended the Medicare rebate freeze for 4 more years. They are an absolute risk to a stronger Medicare, an absolute risk to cheaper medicines, no matter which of them you pick, the member for Lindsay or the member for Hume, they're all a risk.
Order. There is far too much noise. The Leader of the Nationals, one more interjection and he won't be here. Everyone's going to settle because I want to hear. No. The member for Page. No, the member for Page won't get the call unless he leaves his phone. Yeah. No, we can wait as long. We're waiting. Order. We're just... Order. Members on my right. Order. The member for Page has the call.
Thank you, Speaker, and I hope the sun shines soon. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. The Energy Minister, who in his part-time role just confirmed he signed up to an agreement which compels Australia to phase out 3 of our top 10 exports, including gas, coal and crude petroleum, with a combined value of $163 billion in trade. When asked yesterday about this action by the full-time COP President, the Minister for Trade said, quote, "I don't tell him how to run his portfolio. He certainly doesn't tell me how to run mine." Whilst working as a part-time minister, did the full-time COP President consult the Minister for Trade before signing this executive order?
Order. 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 Members on my left, we were well past the time I could rule this question out of order because there was no question. It's well past the time. We're just going to take the House to order. And if people continue, they won't be here. I'm going to ask the Minister to continue.
Certainly. Thank you very much, Mr Speaker.
Order. The member for Hume will... No, I've just been very clear. The member for Hume will leave the chamber under 94A. Yeah. Look. Order. Minister in continuation.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The honourable member asks, I thank the honourable member for his question, and he asked me about the transition away from fossil fuels, which, as I said, the leaders of the Pacific, Australia, New Zealand and Pacific nations, agreed on the 10th of November 2023. It was then reflected in the COP decision language later that year in Dubai, and that is something that was reflected in that COP decision. Yes, Australia did join with other countries in the declaration on the transition away from fossil fuels. I can understand while this is offensive to those opposite because it says, and I quote, "We reaffirm that the best available science must guide the implementation of the transition." That's what Australia agreed with those countries. I know the word science triggers those opposite because they find that offensive. Other countries that called for a roadmap for a transition away from fossil fuel at the COP last week in Belém include Denmark, France, Germany, the Netherlands, Norway, the Republic of Korea, which I note also announced they are closing all coal-fired power stations in 2040. Those well-known, those terrible woke warriors in the Republic of Korea who are closing all their coal-fired power stations earlier than Australia, and the United Kingdom, amongst around 80 countries. Around 80 countries called for a roadmap to transition away from fossil fuels. So I know that those opposite aren't real good on international engagement. I know they couldn't get a Chinese minister to return their calls for 2 years. I know that they saw the Pacific as something that they just didn't care about, and they lost control of the geopolitical environment in the Pacific, something this government has turned around. But we are acting in good company internationally, and will continue to do so because we will express our support for things like reaffirming that the best available science must guide the implementation of the transition. And we also saw the Prime Minister acting in good company at the G20 on the weekend, something that a Prime Minister Lee could not have signed up to, with the 19 countries, the 19 biggest economies that the Prime Minister was able to sign up to, with her policy, Minister Lee, if there was such an unfortunate event, could not sign up to.
Order. Give the call to the honourable member for Reid.
My question is to the Minister for Defence. How is the Albanese government continuing to stand with Ukraine against Russia's invasion, including through military support. Why is a consistent approach so important?
The call to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Defence.
Well, I thank the member for her question. Last night, on behalf of the Prime Minister, I attended a virtual meeting of the Coalition of the Willing in support of Ukraine, a group of 35 countries, largely NATO, but including both New Zealand and Australia. Present was President Zelensky, as was the US Secretary of State Rubio, both of whom briefed the meeting about the recent peace talks in Geneva over the course of the weekend. Now, all of us want to see peace, and we are deeply grateful to the efforts of the Trump administration in seeking to bring about peace. This is obviously really difficult work. Any peace must respect the sovereignty of Ukraine. They are the innocent party, the victim of Russian aggression. And central to this is the security guarantees which will deter future Russian aggression, which has been at the heart of much of the discussion of the Coalition of the Willing. And from the very outset, our Prime Minister has made clear that wherever this lands, Australia will play its part, because the Albanese government's support for Ukraine has been steadfast and it has been consistent. And fundamental to that has been supporting the Coalition of the Willing, which is about ensuring the long-term security of Ukraine. I mean, for us, this has been a matter of principle. It can never be about politics. Now, in the meantime, in the last 48 hours, we have seen a deadly and a despicable Russian attack on civilian apartments and infrastructure in Ukraine. And last night's meeting condemned that attack, but it is a reminder that in the prosecution of this war right now, we must stay the course with Ukraine. In the coming weeks, the final tranche of the 49 Australian gifted Abrams tanks will arrive in Ukraine. During the course of this year, more than 200 Australian personnel have been involved in the deployment of our E7 Wedgetail and the training of the Ukrainian armed forces. And since the beginning of this conflict, we have provided $1.5 billion of support to Ukraine, and I can announce that very shortly we will be announcing our next package of support for Ukraine. Because what is at stake here is the global rules-based order. And there are not many orders, there is one. And it is as relevant to us here in the Indo-Pacific as it is to those who are in Eastern Europe. Now, over the course of the last 4 years, the people of Ukraine have been absolutely inspirational. And the Albanese Labor government and the Australian people will stand by their side for as long as it takes.
The call to the honourable member for Groom.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. Whilst working part-time as a minister, the full-time COP president signed Australia up to an international agreement which would see crucial industries phased out of existence. The Minister for Resources has previously said, quote, Australia's coal and gas resources are essential for energy security, stability and reliability both domestically and across the Asia-Pacific, and will be needed for decades. Whilst working as a part-time minister, did the full-time COP president consult the Minister for Resources before signing this executive order?
Call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his question, and I thank a coalition member for the bravery of asking a question about unity in this House, Mr Speaker. That shows considerable fortitude on his behalf. And the honourable member has been quite active in the discussions on that side about the future of the Liberal Party and the coalition. Now, the honourable member asked me about a declaration which Australia did sign up to on the transition that's underway around the world, and apparently this is controversial. Well, I might ask, given the honourable member asked me who I consulted with, I'm not sure if he checked with the Shadow Minister for Energy, who said on the 11th of November 2021, we understand the world is moving, that the world is transitioning. We understand that transition is taking place. We understand that new fuels and new energy sources will be required, and we want to make sure that as the world transitions, we're very much part of that. Well said. Well said. That's effectively
the member
that's
for
effectively
Cowper is
what I said, or the
Member
Leader
for
of the
Cowper
Opposition
is
herself,
warned.
who said just last year, I'm very pro-renewables because we all need to make the renewable energy transition, said the Leader of the Opposition. I could go on. I could go on. Shall I go on? Okay. The Leader of the Opposition said, and there's always a lot of common sense, but you always find with country people, no one is saying we shouldn't transition to renewables. Quite right. And we're saying we should transition to renewables. And United Kingdom's saying we should transition to renewables.
The Leader of the Opposition. That's okay. I'm trying to take a point of order, that's all, from one of your members. The member for Groom will raise his point of order.
Thank you. On relevance, Speaker, there is nothing in this question about the opposition. El Presidente is off on a frolic on this one. I bring him back to the question.
Resume your seat. Order. I'd like the minister to return to the question he was asked about. He wasn't asked about alternative policies or anything. And before I deal with that, was an abuse of the standing orders. The member for Groom will also leave the chamber under 94A. No, we're not. I don't know how clear I can make it. I don't want to get a point where I'm not taking points of order, as has happened before. I'll ask everyone to be reasonable. Minister, in continuation.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. So perhaps it will be helpful to the opposition if I explain what a transition actually is. It's a gradual move towards more renewable energy, Mr Speaker. It's happening in Australia. It's happening in Australia, with October being the first month in Australian history that we got 50% of our electricity from renewables. That's what a transition looks like. It takes time. As it happens, the same transition is happening around the world. Now, for the first time, globally, we have more energy from electricity than coal. That's the first time that's happened. It just happened in the first 6 months of this year. Now, the member asked me about the Minister for Resources and I. The Minister for Resources and I agree entirely. We're working closely together on this transition because we agree that as that transition occurs, we do need gas as a backup for renewables because it is a flexible fuel. We agree that we need gas to help with heavy industry. We agree that we need gas for those 5 million homes that use it for home heating. The Minister for Resources and I more than agree. We're working closely together on the gas market review, which we'll be saying more about imminently, Mr Speaker. So that's what policy work looks like on the side of the House that agrees on the fundamentals about climate change. Those opposite can't even agree on whether climate change is real. So I don't think we need any advice from anybody on that side of the House because, Mr Speaker, we have been dealing with 10 years of denial and neglect.
Here from the honourable member for Bean.
Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Communications. Australia's world-leading social media law starts in 2 weeks from today. How is the Albanese Labor government helping Australians prepare for this important change?
Put the call to the Minister for Communications and the Minister for Sport.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Bean for his question and for his help introducing me to the tremendous students of St Mary MacKillop's College here in Canberra. Mr Speaker, today marks 2 weeks until the minimum age to have a social media account in Australia rises to 16. And I tell you, Mr Speaker, Australian parents are ready. Australian parents are ready for a break from the predatory algorithms and the toxic popularity meters that keep their kids doom-scrolling for hours on end. They are ready for kids to have the opportunity to switch off and to build their identity online. Parents are ready not to be the bad guys when they tell their children that they can't have social media because it is the law. We have always said, Mr Speaker, that there will be challenges for December 10, which is why the Albanese government has been on a mission to build awareness and trust in this law. We have invested more than $10 million in a national advertising campaign, And in the 5 weeks since that campaign has started, we have seen a 1,441% increase in traffic, with almost 600,000 Australians accessing the helpful resources on eSafety's website. I have spoken to young people from the member for Clark's electorate in Tasmania, from the member for Maribyrnong's electorate in Victoria, to the member for Bean's electorate in Canberra, all the way across to the member for Forrest's electorate in Western Australia, as we've all been through, yes, and we have answered their genuine questions about the law. And after we've sat down and spoken, here is what some of them have said. 15-year-old Peyton said, "I actually think it's a good thing, and you'd be surprised by how many teenagers my age and younger think that too, because it will help reduce cyberbullying and it will protect our mental health. It will be hard at first, but in the long run, it will be good for us." 17-year-old Hayden said, "This law is a brilliant step forward to reclaim the well-being of young Australians in their developmental years. Australia continues to be a trailblazer here." Hayden and Peyton, I couldn't agree more. And despite the fact that we are receiving threats and legal challenges by people with ulterior motives, the Albanese government remains steadfastly on the side of parents and not of platforms. We will not be intimidated by threats. We will not be intimidated by legal challenges. We will not be intimidated by big tech. On behalf of Australian parents, we stand firm.
Give a call to the honourable member for Indi.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, 16 days of activism is a powerful and unified campaign to eliminate gender-based violence. Family violence is 3 times more likely to occur in families where there is problem gambling. In 2024, the government's rapid review of evidence-based approaches to prevent gender-based violence backed up the Murphy report with a recommendation to restrict gambling advertising, leading to a total ban. Prime Minister, when will the government act to ban gambling advertising?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Indi for her question and for the way that she engages constructively with the government in representing her electorate and her political viewpoint. I do want to say, take the opportunity, because the question provides it for me, to mark what is day 2 into that 16 days of activism to end gender-based violence. Whilst this is a campaign for 16 days, we know that I hope everyone in this House can agree we need to campaign on this for 365 days a year, because every death or every act of violence against a woman is one too many. As leaders in this place, we must renew our unwavering commitment to ending violence, because any death of a woman is unacceptable, and as Australians we mourn every one of the lives that have been lost this year. We know that for every life that we lose, there are many more women and children whose lives are marred by violence, abuse or assault every day. And we must look to where we're falling short and find new ways of doing better. Yesterday, Minister Plibersek announced an almost 40% funding boost for 1800 Respect, so that when people reach out for help, it's there to help them. We have a $4 billion national plan to end violence against women and children agreed with the states and territories with a special meeting of the National Cabinet that I convened. That's why we've boosted and secured funding for frontline services and delivered more financial and housing support for women and children escaping domestic violence, because women shouldn't have to choose between poverty and violence. Too often, when women remain in violent relationships and they're asked, why didn't you leave? It's because they didn't have anywhere to go. That's why we created a special stream under the Housing Australia Future Fund as well. We know that the causes of violence, as
the Prime Minister is just going to pause. The member for Indi asked about a pretty important topic, and the Prime Minister is giving a lot of information to the House. He is being directly relevant. So the member for Indi.
On relevance, and I appreciate the Prime Minister's response in regard to gender-based violence, which I know we all care about and the Prime Minister deeply cares about, and the government is doing a lot to respond. But the question went to the relationship between gambling, advertising and gender-based violence.
Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I am responding very directly to the question, and there is no question as well that the cause of violence, it can never be excused, but in many cases that is one of the issues, along with alcohol abuse, along with so many issues that cause violence, for people to put up their hand and say that is why. The truth is it can never be excused. That's the truth, and the truth is that all of us, particularly men, have a particular responsibility because we must all know, people, when you look at the statistics, who are our friends or our neighbours who engage in this sort of activity. Look, I'll continue to engage constructively. One of the reasons why we are doing measures, just to name one of the measures that we're putting in place, that we have put in place to deal with problem gambling that's related to people being in a cycle where they feel like they can't get out, is BetStop, the National Self-Exclusion Register. Now that has seen 51,000 total registrations, of whom 38% of people who feel like they can't possibly control it, have chosen a lifetime ban. That's one of the reasons why we did that. That's part of the motivation. But I'll continue to work constructively with the member for Indi on all of these issues, and I thank her for the question.
The call to the member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering important infrastructure projects that will improve the lives of Australians? What other approaches to infrastructure have been put forward to the government?
Call to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Chisholm for the question. She represents a beautiful part of the world. In fact, my brother Mark and I grew up and were born there before we moved to Ballarat for study and work consecutively. So lovely to have the member for Chisholm asking that question. It's really great timing to talk about infrastructure, because this really has been a year of delivery. Last week we officially opened the Parkes bypass in New South Wales. I'm going to tell you, this project takes the thousands of trucks that travel from Melbourne to Brisbane on the Newell Highway out of the centre of town, a project the Parkes community have been calling for over 60 years, delivered by the Albanese and Minns governments. In June, I joined the Prime Minister and Minister Collins alongside the Tasmanian government to officially open the new Bridgewater Bridge, a major crossing of the Derwent that connects Hobart to the north. And then in October, we got one step closer to completing Perth's Metronet project when we opened the Byford extension. Just Midlands is left to go. And of course, we have had to find hundreds of millions of dollars extra to actually deliver those projects, because they were shortchanged by those opposite. And of course, there's a lot of fantastic projects underway across the country. We've got the Torrens to Darlington project in South Australia. We'll complete the north-south road link through Adelaide, reducing the time people spend at traffic lights, and the TMBs are being erected on site as we speak. We've of course got the Northern Territory, where we're about to start upgrading the Victoria and Barkly highways. And of course, we are investing an additional $7.2 billion in the Bruce Highway to upgrade that, the major artery that connects both ends of the highway in Queensland. It's a total of $17 billion that we're spending on that corridor, and construction has started on that new $7.2 billion. And councils, of course, are upgrading regional roads across the country thanks to the doubling of roads to recovery funding that happened under this government. But of course, in my home state of Victoria, the Victorian government was never really meant to go it alone when it came to the Melbourne Metro Tunnel project. When the Prime Minister held this portfolio, we committed $3 billion to the Metro Tunnel. But under Tony Abbott, this divisive and divided Liberal Party cut that $3 billion out of Victoria. And we've seen this project now on Sunday will be opening, and I commend the Victorian government for completing it and going it alone. But we know, as a government, we are focused on delivery and not division. This federal government is back in the rail game, well and truly, investing in the projects that all Australians need.
Call to the honourable member for Riverina.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. Minister, I refer to reports that imported materials from China used to build wind towers in Australia contain asbestos. What action is the Minister taking to address this?
The call to the Minister. Order. The call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
I thank my honourable friend for the question, and the Minister for Workplace Relations may care to add to the answer after this. I am aware that asbestos has been found in 3S industry lift brake pads used in a Goldwind Australia project, Cattle Hill Wind Farm in Tasmania, which was completed in 2020.
Order. Members on my right.
I'm aware that it's a very serious matter, Mr Speaker, and I'm just providing a factual update to the honourable member. I take him in good faith that he asked the question in good faith. I'm providing him with the facts in return. A program of further checks is underway by state regulators to determine if other wind farms are impacted. They may well be. There are a number of wind farms that use 3S industry lifts, and 3S industry lifts doesn't just do wind turbines. They provide lifts for any high infrastructure. They provide industrial lifts. So obviously they apply in wind turbines, but they can also apply in other industrial facilities. Work is being conducted to replace the affected parts under the comprehensive safety management plans. An independent industrial hygienist have been assessing the risk. It's the responsibility of importers and exporters to ensure that they do not import or export prohibited goods such as asbestos. So we are currently working with the states. The state regulators are the primary regulators of this, but of course I'm sure the Minister for Workplace Relations would tell us if she was asked that we are working through WorkSafe Australia and any other agencies with the states to ensure that every possible check this is being undertaken, because this is an historical matter which deserves to be thoroughly investigated. Workers of Australia deserve nothing less, and we will ensure that that's the case.
Give the call to the honourable member for Whitlam.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Housing, Homelessness and Cities. How is the Albanese Labor government providing more opportunities and delivering for first home buyers? What other approaches to housing has the government been asked to consider?
Give the call to the Minister for Housing, the Minister for Homelessness and the Minister for Cities.
I thank the member for Whitlam for her question. She is such a fighter for first home buyers in her community, Speaker. And our government has now been able to help more than 1,400 of her constituents get into home ownership, with many more to come. Speaker, the long-term solution to Australia's 40-year-old housing crisis is we've got to build, build, build. And that's what the majority of our government's historic $43 billion housing package are focused on, building more homes for Australians. And our policies are having real impact. Well over 500,000 homes have been built around Australia since we were elected to government, and housing approvals are up 15% on where they were last year. But, Speaker, we recognise that Australians need help with housing right now, and that's what we're delivering. At the election, we promised a vital reform to allow any first home buyer in the country to get into the market with a 5% deposit and our government's backing. And we delivered on that promise, Speaker, 3 months earlier than we said we would. Now, Speaker, since the expansion of the 5% deposit program, 16,500 Australians have bought their first home with our government's backing. And I want to talk to you about Dean, who is one such person who lives in the member for Whitlam's electorate. Dean works in a warehouse in the Southern Highlands. He has been renting for years, and he never thought that he'd be able to save up the 20% deposit that was necessary. He's had caring responsibilities with his disabled mother, and he just was not able to get the money together. But the 5% deposit program has completely changed that for him, Speaker. So a few weeks ago, Dean and his wife bought their first home. They are so proud and they are so relieved to have a place where they can set down roots and spend their hard-earned dollars paying off their own mortgage and not someone else's. Now, Speaker, the member asked me about alternatives, and I want Dean and his family and every one of the people who have bought with our 5% deposit program to know that if it were up to the Coalition, they would not be homeowners right now. Speaker, the Liberals have described our expansion of this scheme as bizarre and ridiculous and said that this is a scheme which supports the families of billionaires. Well, Speaker, I want them to know that Dean is not the child of billionaires. He is a warehouse worker from the regions who grew up in public housing in a single-parent family, and fighting for Australians like him is why my political party exists. Yeah. Now, Speaker, we will continue to deliver housing supports for Australians, but the Liberals are as hopelessly divided on housing as they are on every other major policy issue facing the country. They cannot decide whether they support or oppose supports for home ownership, and the Coalition do not have a single sensible thing to say about what I believe to be the most important social and economic problem facing our country. And of course, Speaker, it's unsurprising given that for most of the time they were in government, they didn't.
Call to the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. The CSIRO has recently announced 350 science and research jobs will go, and this is on top of the 800+ CSIRO support roles have already been cut this year. And this is due to government funding not keeping up with costs. Will the government immediately invest the $75 million needed to stop the loss of these important jobs in science and research?
Give the call to the Honourable the Attorney-General representing the Minister for Science.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for her very important question. As she knows, the CSIRO is an asset to our nation and all Australians should be proud of it. And we would all want a strong and sustainable CSIRO that's aligned with our national science priorities and that would be in the national interest. Mr Speaker, there has been a decision taken by the government through the MyFO process to provide additional funding for the CSIRO, the details of which will be communicated to the public at the appropriate time. The CSIRO continues to receive significant base funding of close to $1 billion per annum from the government, and I assure the member this hasn't changed. Decisions on staffing and the prioritisation of resources are a matter for the CSIRO's board and management, and the government respects the CSIRO's operational independence. Ultimately, their aim, like ours, is for the CSIRO to remain strong and sustainable over the long term. And I know we take this seriously, Mr Speaker, as I know the member does, because we all value the contribution that CSIRO scientists make to the nation. We want the CSIRO's research facilities to be safe, fit for purpose and capable of securing Australia's critical scientific capabilities.
Call to the honourable member for Moore.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering higher wages for Australian workers, and are there any risks?
Call to the Minister for Employment and the Minister for Workplace Relations.
Well, I'd like to thank the member for Moore for that question and, of course, his decades of passionate advocacy for working people in this country. Now, the Albanese Labor government was elected on a promise of getting wages moving, and that is exactly what we are delivering. Only Labor is committed to increasing the pay packets of working Australians. The Albanese Labor government has delivered significant changes to achieve this. We have reinvigorated enterprise bargaining with a record number of employees now covered by enterprise agreements, which continue to be a key sources of wages growth in this country. And unlike those opposite, we proudly advocated to the Fair Work Commission for a minimum award wage increase each and every year since we've been in government, supporting almost 3 million low-paid workers. Our government took action to protect penalty rates and overtime, making sure the pay of those who work on weekends or unsociable hours do not go backwards. We introduced same job, same pay laws, and now thousands of workers are benefiting from pay increases across mining, aviation, warehousing, railway and meat processing. And our government has backed and funded wage increases for early educators and aged care workers, who are now thousands of dollars better off because this government recognised the essential work that they do. And we put the framework in place to allow for gig workers to be fairly paid, being underpaid for too long. Only this Labor government is delivering higher wages for working Australians. Now, we know there are risks, and the biggest risk is those opposite, the Liberal and National Party. Of course, the Liberal and National Party proudly boasted when they were in government that a key part of their economic architecture was to put downward pressure on wages. And more recently, the Leader of the Opposition, when asked if she would repeal our important reforms that have delivered wage increases and job security, she said she would look at it all. Does this mean the Leader of the Opposition would remove same job, same pay changes, leaving workers worse off? Would she remove minimum standards for gig workers, leaving them worse off? Would she scrap protections to penalty rates? Would she scrap pay rises for our essential aged care and early educators? We know that those opposite fought tooth and nail every single one of these reforms. But while they fight amongst themselves, we're getting on with the job of delivering to the Australian workers and making sure we're getting wages moving again.
Call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I ask further questions to be placed on the notice paper.
Call to the Leader of the House with papers.
Papers first.
My apologies. You will want to update the House probably more urgently with another matter.
I think members will want to know about the calendar for next year, so I'll ask leave of the House to move I present a chart showing the proposed parliamentary sittings for 2026. Copies are being placed on the table, and I ask leave of the House to move that the proposed parliamentary sittings be agreed to.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Thank the Manager of Opposition Business, the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Speaker. I move that the proposed parliamentary sittings for 2026 be agreed to. In terms of the summary, it gets us back to similar to what we've had over the last decade in non-election years, which is 18 weeks of sitting, 66 days of sitting.
The question is the motion be agreed to, but I'll give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thank you, Speaker. I firstly want to acknowledge the way the government's handled the presentation of their sitting calendar this year. My office received a copy of the proposed sitting calendar at 1:43 p.m. today. That's 13 minutes before question time, and so I thank them for that 13 minutes to consider this sitting calendar and what it entails. It's disappointing we couldn't be provided with more notice, but there you have it. With all those extra staff, we were unable to get that notice earlier. Now to the substantive issues. The Leader of the House has brushed over a few things in the sitting timetable that is proposed before the House. The government's proposing that we sit 66 days next year or just 18 weeks. With the exception of 2024, where we sat for 64 days only, you have to go back to 2020 to find another time where we sat for less days, and that was during a once-in-a-century pandemic. Put another way, the last time we sat for fewer than 66 days as a House of Representatives for a full year after an election was in 2011. And if you went back to the future, if you got in that DeLorean and you went back to 2011, who was the Leader of the House in 2011? Oh dear. Oh dear. The Leader of the House. He doesn't seem to like parliamentary sitting or scrutiny of the House of Representatives. The question, though, I think this House needs to address, and I've got a solution, being a constructive opposition and taking the Leader of the Opposition's instructions to all of us to be more constructive, we are going to be more constructive. I've got a constructive solution to this issue. The question we all want to know, and the Parliament is asking the people of Australia, will the part-time Minister for Climate Change and Energy be around to attend any of these sitting days at all? And so, I move as an amendment to the motion moved by the Leader of the House, something that all members in this House can support because we all want it, that the Minister for Climate Change and Energy be required to attend each of the parliamentary sitting days in the House of Representatives during 2026.
There's only 18 weeks.
There are only 66 of them to that interjection. So therefore, this is not an onerous requirement on the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. It is such a low amount that he should be present on that 66 days to answer the questions that we have. And yes, we have a lot of questions. I'd recommend this motion to you. You want the Minister to be here? We want the Minister to be here. Who here would not like the Minister for Climate Change and Energy to be here? The member for Parramatta is not here, but it's unfair to ask this question when the member for Parramatta is not here. But I move my amendment. I encourage the leader to support this particular motion and the bill as amended.
Member for Wannon, we've probably got a few problems with this amendment. And I'll hear from the Leader of the House first.
Well, first of all, Mr Speaker, the reference that was made to 66 days, how far back you have to go to find less, other than last year, there's 2022, there's 2020, there's 2019, there's 2018, there's 2017.
The Leader of the House, I want to deal with the amendment first.
The amendment, I think the easiest way is to save you from the ruling, and I'll just move the question be put.
Well, I'm not particularly happy with the amendment because it's about an individual. If you're going to... All right. Put the question. Those opinions that be put, those opinions say aye. The question is that the motion be put. Yep. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Division required? Yeah. Ring the bells. Yep. No problem. Lock the doors. The question is the question be put. The ayes are past the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Bowman as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 91, noes 39. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. Before we go to papers, I think we'll put the question now. Those opinions say this is for the sitting pattern. Those opinions say aye, against no. I think the ayes have it. The member for Wannon was wanting to ask either me a question or someone a question.
Thanks, Speaker. I just have a question of you. During question time, there was a very unusual occurrence. The lights went out in this House, and I was just wondering whether you could report back to the House as to what happened, whether it might be to do with a minister who isn't.
You can't be heard. Yeah. The last part of the question you couldn't be heard, so that wasn't recorded. But I can advise the House in part of the question there was a power outage, brief outage at Tilapia Park substation with the order. Oh, well, that's controversial. But the whole region was, for a short time, including the Senate and maintenance teams, have been resetting the infrastructure, and I thank the workers involved for such a speedy response. Called order. Give the call to the Leader of the House.
Speaker, these documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to the honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
Members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. We shall move to the matter of public importance. I have received a letter from the honourable member for Indi proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the need for the government to expand the Commonwealth Prac Payment Scheme to allied health and medical students. I call upon honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places and give the call to the honourable member For Indi.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. On 1 July, students in nursing, teaching and social work became eligible to be paid while undertaking mandatory placements as part of their studies. The Commonwealth Prac Payment Scheme is a critical step in reducing financial barriers to higher education. But nurses, teachers and social workers are not the only ones who complete placements. Students in medicine and allied health also complete hundreds, sometimes thousands of hours of work. And it is work, Mr Speaker, especially in the final years of their studies. Students are like apprentices, practising the very skills they will soon use as healthcare professionals. While they're on placements, students can't do much, if any, paid work. Their income drops, but they still have to pay for food, rent and other bills. In fact, they often have extra expenses related to their placements. For many students, it's absolutely unsustainable. That's why I secured an amendment to the legislation to make sure that when the scheme is reviewed, the government must consider expanding it to other students. But a review in the future won't do anything to help students who are experiencing placement poverty right now. I'm regularly contacted by allied health and medical students who are struggling to stay afloat because of placements. They tell me they're working all night on night shifts, borrowing money from friends and family, delaying subjects and making hard choices between their financial security and their future careers. Darcy O'Shannessy from Wangaratta, in my electorate, is going into his 4th year as a physiotherapy student. In 2026, Darcy needs to complete 25 weeks of full-time unpaid placement to finish his degree. Deputy Speaker, we have a shortage of physiotherapists in regional Australia, so it's terrific that Darcy is so close to completing his studies. Next year will be great for Darcy's career, but by gee, it will be tough on his bank balance. He'll have to give up his part-time job and will earn nothing for every week he's on placement. Darcy has had to up stumps and move back home so that he has any chance of making ends meet and completing his degree. Now, a recent survey by the Australian Society of Medical Imaging and Radiation Therapy found that 95% of medical radiation science students are not confident they can manage to support themselves financially during full-time placement. Worryingly, almost 10% said they plan to skip meals, sleep in their cars, defer subjects or even drop out entirely. The statutory review sets a deadline, but the government could choose to act sooner to prevent students from having to take such drastic steps. Across my electorate of Indi, more than 2,000 students are finishing Year 12. Many of them will be looking ahead to further study, wondering if they'll need to move away from home and how they'll support themselves if they do. And it's troubling to know that some of them will choose not to pursue a career in healthcare because, on top of everything else, they simply cannot afford to work for free. And it's not just school leavers. Older students with established careers, families and financial obligations find it very, very hard indeed to do unpaid placement. And this issue is all the more urgent given that healthcare workforce shortages are rampant across the country and especially in rural and regional Australia. Expanding the PRAC payment scheme to include medical and allied health students would help in 2 ways. Firstly, it would allow more students from regional and rural areas who already face higher costs for further study to go into these fields we so desperately need. Secondly, it would encourage students from metropolitan areas to come to regional and rural Australia for their placements. And I've heard from students who've been forced to turn down such opportunities because they can't afford to temporarily relocate if they're not being paid. We know that students who do placements in rural and regional areas are significantly more likely to work in those areas after graduation. Making these placements financially viable means more medical and allied health students will return to build their lives and careers in places right across electorates just like mine in Indi. Deputy Speaker, as a former nurse and midwife, I understand the importance of hands-on experience and taking what you've learned in the classroom out into the real world. Students should not be penalised for choosing to study subjects that involve practical training. The government knows this and has taken a step in the right direction with the Commonwealth Prac Payment Scheme, but it must not stop there. I urge the government to immediately expand the Commonwealth Prac Payment Scheme to all allied health and medical students.
And the Assistant Minister for Health and Aged Care, Indigenous Health and Women has the call.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I rise on this matter of public importance and thank the honourable member for her contribution and the work that she did in the previous parliament to advocate for paid prac for these important student placements. And I am really proud to be part of a government that on the 1st of July this year provided paid prac, made it a reality for the first time, and that is for students who are studying teaching, nursing, midwifery, as well as social work, because we understand that we need to be able to support these students to learn the skills of a new career. And a lot of the time they had been doing that and not being paid for it, and had placed an enormous financial burden on them. We expect that with the support that's been provided from the 1st of July this year, that 68,000 eligible higher education and 5,000 vet students will be able to complete their practical training each year. So we're talking about a significant cohort of students who will be able to benefit from these changes. It is practical support for people while they're completing their practical training. These payments will help students who need it most by giving them the extra bit of financial support they need so they can focus on their studies. And we know that's important because for far too long, students, just like the examples you gave then, have had to juggle between work and study and care responsibilities and other commitments they have in their life. And it can sometimes mean that they don't complete their education, they don't complete their studies, and they don't go on to have the career that they dreamt of. No one should have to choose, and that's why this first step on the 1st of July has been so important. We are starting with students studying teaching, nursing, midwifery and social work, which was recommended by the Australian Universities Accord. Almost every Australian will interact at some point in their life with a nurse or a teacher and social worker or a midwife, and they are critical to the well-being of so many across our community. In 2025, the payment, which began on the 1st of July, is $331 per week, which is benchmarked to the single Austudy rate. And I've been advised that over 67,000 applications from higher education students have already been received in the first 4 months of the program. So that is very, very good news. More than 80% of those applicants have been processed and more than 80% of those have been approved. So this shows that we are tackling placement poverty head-on. We are giving future teachers, nurses, midwives, social workers a chance to gain the qualifications to pursue their dream career without having to worry about whether they can afford to do that. The review that is built into the legislation, I acknowledge the comments that were made by the honourable member, does mean that after 3 years of operation, the program will look at how it is working, whether it's been effective and what might need to change. It will consider the effectiveness of the payments provided to students and the appropriateness of expanding payments to other courses, including allied health. In addition to that, further consideration will be given to other recommendations in the Accord, including that the government work with tertiary education providers, state and territory governments, industry, business and unions to consider further support by employers to mitigate the risk of financial hardship and placement poverty for students in other fields. And as the Minister for Education has said, the Accord is not a plan for one budget, but a blueprint for the next decade and beyond. I also would like to, whilst I can, just also reflect on some of the other steps our government is taking to support people who are going through higher education or vet training. And of course, as we heard from the Education Minister today, 20% off HECS debt is making a huge difference to those who have started studying in our country. This will benefit 3 million Australians and wipe $16 billion in help and other student debt, and an individual with an average help debt will see around $5,500 wiped from that debt. This is going to make a massive difference for those students, and we know, as the Education Minister said, tomorrow 1.5 million young Australians will have their debt cut by 20% and another 1.5 million young Australians will have their debt cut next week. It is the biggest cut in student debt in Australian history. We promised it, we delivered it. The other example I'd like to give is how we fix help debt inflation. The
This was something that happened last year, and the government wiped a further $3 billion of help debt and capped the help indexation rate to the lower of either the consumer price index or the wage price index. And this has made the system better and fairer and ensures that help debt can never increase faster than wages. Today, I had the privilege as the Assistant Minister for Indigenous Health to also launch a new scholarship program for Indigenous health students, which provides scholarships for First Nations health students. About 80 are issued annually. It provides $1 million over 3 years, and it's being delivered in partnership, well, actually delivered by ACO Sector, so the Indigenous Allied Health Association is running that program. It's a part of our Closing the Gap initiatives to transfer responsibility of these initiatives to the First Nations community. That was launched today. They've got a proud track record of delivering scholarships of this type, and I'm really excited to see a new round open up to invite 80 applicants to put their hand up. That's going to provide financial support to students undertaking a health degree from First Nations community. It is direct financial support to assist them. So alongside things like paid prac, there are other programs that our government supports that is supporting those embarking on a medical degree, embarking in other allied health professions, so that we can ensure that people from rural, remote, Indigenous communities can access higher education, so they can pursue their dream of becoming a health professional, so that we can address some of the workforce challenges that we see across the country in a range of areas, particularly in healthcare. And I'm very proud of the work our government is doing, making sure that we do have paid prac for the first time. Just like yourself, I've spoken to many young Australians, mostly in Tasmania, in my electorate, who've shared with me the story of trying to manage a job, sometimes manage the responsibilities of family, paying other bills that go with having a family, and undertake prac and not be paid for that. It can be incredibly difficult. It can be very exhausting, not only financially but mentally and emotionally, when you're trying to juggle all of those responsibilities. And you're doing that because you're trying to progress and further your own career, but you're also doing that for your family in many instances. You might be the first in your family to embark on a career in one of these areas, or you might be furthering your own career to support your family if you're a carer or you're a parent. I acknowledge how hard that can be and what a juggle that's been for many Australians, and that's why it's so pleasing to see the fact that 67,000 Australians have already made an application to the paid prac program from the 1st of July this year, and that tens of thousands of Australians have already benefited from that, and that's just been operating for 4 months. The review is in 3 years, as you know, as you well understand, because you were such a strong advocate to include it. But I think it's important to recognise that this is just the start. There is, of course, more work that needs to happen. I'm really thrilled to see the early results, and I'm also really proud to be part of a government that supports paid prac, because we will see the benefits not only for those individuals but for our health workforce, for our teaching workforce, for our allied health workforce in the years to come, as these young students, sometimes people embarking on a career change, graduate and then are able to participate in our community. I commend the member for bringing this matter to the House and so we can talk about it in more detail. Thank you.
Member for Calare.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I commend the member for Indi for bringing this very important matter of public importance to the attention of the House. And the member for Indi makes a very important point. This is a very worthwhile scheme, and it is commendable that it has commenced, and we think that it needs to be expanded. We on the crossbench want to see it made available to more students. It's a payment of $331 per week. It's available to students studying teaching, nursing, midwifery and social work degrees, and it helps them with expenses while undertaking their compulsory professional placements as part of their tertiary education. In country Australia, we have a healthcare workforce crisis. It's a shortage of healthcare workers. And that's why we on the crossbench want to see this scheme expanded so that it can help allied health and medical students. Allied health students, like occupational therapists, physios and speech pathologists, are required to undertake more than 1,000 hours of practical experience just to obtain their degree. And for medical students, they need to complete about 2 to 3 years of full-time clinical rotations, roughly 1,500 to 3,000 hours of practical experience and placements across major medical specialties. We need to understand that our allied health and medical students are crucial to the future of country Australia. They are going to be building and bolstering our country health workforce. And that's why these students need our support, because they are so crucial to regional Australia. There is a significant body of research telling us that placing medical students in regional and rural training programs makes them more likely to subsequently work in country areas. In fact, a University of Queensland study found that students who participated in a 12-week placement in a small rural town were around 3 times more likely to work in a similar-sized community after graduating. Charles Sturt University Vice-Chancellor, Professor Renee Leon, pointed out, and it's a point well made, that 70% of CSU graduates go on to live and work in regional Australia. And regional and rural students often have to travel long distances from their homes, families and workplaces to complete the practical components of their courses. It's just a fact of life for country students. In 2024 alone, more than 2,500 CSU students applied for financial assistance, yet only 750 grants were available, proof of the scale of the need. And Vice-Chancellor Leon states that expanding the scope of the Commonwealth PRAC payment goes beyond fairness and helpfulness for these students. It just makes a huge difference, and would make a huge difference if it could be expanded. It would enable our future rural health workforce to get on with forging their careers of choice, minus the stress of whether they can afford to study outside major cities. So the Vice-Chancellor, I think, makes a very salient point. While I'm speaking about Charles Sturt University, I also want to mention the fact that since the Charles Sturt University Medical School opened, its numbers of students have effectively been capped at 37. And we have been fighting for 5 years through 2 governments to get the number of medical student places expanded. In very positive news, CSU's School of Rural Medicine has just been allocated an additional 10 places by the Australian government, which is what we've been calling for, and I've been calling for it in this place in question time. So that is positive, although I have to say it falls well short of the number of student places CSU was asking for. It's less than half of what CSU was asking for. It's a step in the right direction, but with another round of medical student places up for grabs next year, you can be sure that country MPs on the crossbench, and you can be sure that I will be fighting for more medical student places for our country universities like Charles Sturt University, because the health of our country residents and communities is at stake here. So the government can expect to hear a lot more from me on this issue. In conclusion, we want to make sure that in country Australia, our university students are fully and properly supported so they can build our future country workforce. I commend this matter of public importance to the House, and I thank the member for Indi for bringing it.
Member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. And I would like to thank the member for Indi for bringing this important matter of public importance to the House, because I think those of us on this side of the House do recognise it's incredibly vital that we support students to get an education that sets them up for great jobs and that supports our communities. And I know very well how important higher education is to my own electorate of Chisholm in Victoria. I have Monash University to the south of my electorate, and in the heart of my electorate I have Deakin University. I know from door knocking and speaking to so many people at train stations and on the phone and out and about at street stalls how important higher education is to my electorate and how important the matter of paid pracs are to the electorate. I undertook a survey of my electorate on higher education ahead of the University Accord process, and I received hundreds and hundreds of responses with lots of really important feedback that I passed through to the process. making my own submission on behalf of my community. And I'm really proud to be part of a government that is supporting teaching, nursing, midwifery and social work students to complete their practical placement courses. On 1st of July this year, paid prac became a reality for those studying teaching, nursing and midwifery, and for those studying social work. I heard from students and families of those studying these courses that it was really challenging to manage study and living expenses. And so I'm proud to be part of a government that for the first time has provided financial support for mandatory placements. We expect that this will support at least 68,000 eligible higher education and 5,000 vet students to complete their practical training each year. And this support means that they can afford to go to class and can afford to complete their courses by going to placements. And it also means that we have people with the skills that we so desperately need in our communities right across the country. For too long, unfortunately, it is true that students have had to choose between finishing their degree or paying their bills. We're ending that unfair choice. No one should, of course, be pushed into delaying or dropping out of study just because they can't afford to do their placement, which is what so many students need to do to complete their courses. This starting point of students studying teaching, nursing, midwifery and social work receiving paid prac payments is what was recommended by the Australian Universities Accord. And as I said, I was quite engaged in that process on behalf of my community. In 2025, so this year, the payment is $331 a week, which is benchmarked to the single Austudy rate. And there are over 67,000 applications already who have applied for this payment. More than 80% of those applications have been processed and more than 80% of those have been approved. I think this shows we are tackling placement poverty head-on, giving future teachers, nurses and social workers the practical support they deserve. But of course, I know that there are other students who do need to undertake practical placements. And so building a review into the legislation as we have that will examine the performance of this program after 3 years of operation is really important, considering the effectiveness of payments provided to students and the appropriateness of expanding payments to other courses, including allied health. As I said, this was this decision to begin with the cohort that we have started with was informed by recommendations from the Universities Accord process. In addition, further consideration will be given to other recommendations in the Accord, including that the government work with tertiary education providers, state and territory governments, industry, business and unions to consider further support to employers to mitigate any risk of financial hardship and placement poverty for students in other fields. This is not a plan for one budget. This is a plan to build for the next decade and beyond. And I really do thank the member for Indi for bringing this matter to the House. I will take any opportunity I can to talk about higher education and why it is so important to my community. I look forward to working with everyone in this House to build a stronger higher education system.
Member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm very pleased to speak to this MPI by the member for Indi, and I've got to say this is an area that I know the member for Indi has championed for a very long time. And I just would like to read a quote that's come from the Australian Medical Students Association, and it's this: I want to go home and tell potential future doctors in my rural community to choose a career path in medicine, as we have a government that will support you through the long, hard journey to become a doctor. But I can't because we don't have the support we should at all. And so that powerful statement is from a member of the Australian Medical Students Association, disappointed at the lack of support for medical students under this Commonwealth practical payment scheme. And I've got to say on the outset, I think this scheme is brilliant. We just need to finesse it and make sure that we're capturing everybody that really it should apply to. Because from the 1st of July this year, as we know, this scheme provides $331.65 a week, and it's payable for students who undertake a mandatory placement in select disciplines. And so those placements, they might be doing a diploma in nursing, or they might be studying a degree in teaching, nursing, midwifery or social work, or indeed a master's degree. Now, the requirement is for the placement to be an average of 30 or more hours per week and must prevent them from maintaining paid work. Now, I just want to touch upon that because I think a lot of people don't realise that for certainly at some institutions, and this is for my daughter who is studying her diploma in nursing, it just blows my mind. She's just finished a prac placement and told me all about the work that she's doing, and truly she has done things in the last 2 weeks that I could not even possibly do. But she has 2 other jobs. She lives independently from home. She lives in another state while she's studying this, but she's not allowed to do any work on those weekends in between when she's doing prac placement or indeed nights. So financially, it is a huge impact for young people, for anyone, young or mature age, who is studying. Because they not only are doing, in her case, 2 lots of 40 hours a week, over a fortnight, but to not be able to do any of your other casual jobs is a huge financial impost. But we need to capture everyone that this should apply to, and that does include those who are studying medicine, because I think in particularly young people who are perhaps first in family or from families that can't afford to financially support them, or indeed they're out of home. It's such a barrier to study, so we really need to get this right, because this placement payment is designed to provide those most at risk of placement poverty, with cost of living support to help ease the financial pressures associated with placements. And I would even say that there's perhaps some other areas of study that we could look to expand this to as well in the future, because we really do want our young people to be able to undergo those prac placements. And I didn't realise until starting to talk to young people in my community who are studying physiotherapy or other qualifications, how much placement they need to do as part of their degree. It really is quite extraordinary, and so everything that we can do is really important to support them. I might just go back to my daughter. Many of her friends, and she was included in this, we were able to help her, but many of her friends at uni were not able to receive any assistance under this scheme in the last practical that they did, because the practical was only 80 hours over that fortnight. And of course the threshold, she's been told, was indeed 80 hours. So that's 2 weeks of no money at all. And that's very, very hard for young people who are just trying to cover the cost of rent and food and everything else. So this is an excellent program, but I think it can be improved. I'd hate to think we would wait the several years to review it and do that. I think that we could do that more quickly, and so I commend the member for Indi for bringing this to the Parliament, and let's work on this now and not in years to come. Thank you.
Member for Griffith.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for Indi for her support for paid prac and her enthusiasm about supporting students, in particular young people, gain the qualifications that they want and the qualifications that Australia needs. And in particular, I want to acknowledge her long-standing advocacy about placement poverty in regional Australia particularly, so thank you very much. More than 20 years ago, when I first left high school, all I wanted to be was a teacher, and I started off at the University of Queensland undertaking a Bachelor of Arts and a Bachelor of Education, and I finished all the coursework that was needed for that degree over a number of years. My intention was to graduate and to start teaching, but when it came to my final practicum, the very last part of my qualification, there was absolutely no way that I could afford to give up work for that period and continue to pay rent and all other costs. So I had to make the very difficult decision all those years ago to graduate with an arts degree and to leave my education degree on the shelf for a bit longer. And it took me a couple of years of working and saving after that point to be able to afford to be able to return to university and finish my teaching qualifications. During that period, when I was a young adult, my gorgeous little baby niece was born, Bridget, and quite famously in my family, Bridget said that when she grew up, she wanted to live in a noonet and go to noonie like her Auntie Nay. And that she has done most of that. So 20 years later from there, I watched her studying her education degree, but also very recently trying to finish her practicum and not being able to afford that and have it be incredibly challenging. Through my own experience and decades later seeing my niece go through the same hardship, I was incredibly proud to be able to support this policy within the Australian Labor Party through our conference processes. And I have advocated for and supported this from its earliest stages. So I was absolutely heartened to see this passed, and I thank the member for her contributions to passing this also. It's a great policy, and it's an important way that we can support nursing, teaching, midwifery and social work students during those crucial weeks where they must undertake their prac. With the federal Labor government's changes, we are able to support young people studying these absolutely essential professions, and it's something that I'm incredibly proud of. In Griffith, in my community in Brisbane, I meet education, nursing, midwifery and social work students on placement in our local schools, aged care homes, hospitals and our community services. They love their work and they are absolutely determined to graduate, but they tell me how hard it is to juggle unpaid prac with rent, groceries, bills, transport, and the cost themselves of actually doing these pracs in many instances. That's why the Albanese Labor government has put practical support behind practical training. So from 1st of July, paid prac became a reality for these professions, and for the first time, the Australian government is providing direct financial support to help students complete compulsory placements, around $331 a week in 2025, supporting around 70,000 students each year. Sadly, it was just a little bit too late for my niece, Bridget, but I am very pleased to report that she managed to struggle through and she has completed her education qualifications and she is teaching in my electorate of Griffith as a first-year teacher. So, but we know that it's going to be much easier for the Renees and Bridgets and other educators and healthcare workers coming through the ranks now with these changes. These payments are targeted at those who need the help the most. They give students space and breathing space so that they can focus on learning in the classroom, on the ward or in the community instead of worrying about the next bill. No one should have to delay or abandon their studies simply because they cannot afford to do the placement that qualifies them for the profession that they love. We've started with teaching, nursing and midwifery and social work students consistent with the Australian Universities Accord, but this legislation does require a review after 3 years to assess how well the payment is working and whether it should be extended to other areas, including allied health. And I want to thank the member for Indi for this amendment and for working so constructively with government for this. Our focus is on implementing these changes well so that students in Griffith and across Australia can complete their studies and move into the professions that keep our communities healthy, safe and thriving.
Member for Fowler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise in support of the member for Indi's matter of public importance and to make one simple point. Unless the Commonwealth prac payment is expanded beyond a narrow group of disciplines, we will continue locking future health workers out of the system we claim we urgently need. As we have heard from crossbench members, while we all welcome the government's scheme to provide about $332 a week in prac payment for students studying teaching, nursing, midwifery and social work, many are asking, why are we stopping there? Why are physiotherapy students excluded? Why are radiographers, psychologists, occupational therapists, speech pathologists, paramedics and medical students left out? This isn't a small policy oversight. It cuts through the principle of fairness and undermines our ability to fix our workforce shortages. The reality is straightforward. Allied health and medical students complete long unpaid full-time placements. They can't work while doing them, but the rent still has to be paid, transport still needs to be paid, as well as food, textbooks and basic bills. Too many are being pushed into impossible choices, push ahead with placements and fall into financial stress, or walk away from their degree entirely. And in a community like Fowler, those decisions bite even harder. According to the 2021 census, almost 12,900 students in Fowler are enrolled in tertiary education, including over 8,000 university students. Many are the first in the family to go to university. There are future doctors, physios, psychologists, and radiographers. They come from migrant and working class families. They want to give back to the suburbs that raised them, and we need them too. Fowler has historically recorded some of the highest GP bulk billing rates in Australia, in the mid-90% range, because our families cannot absorb large out-of-pocket costs. Deputy Speaker, I want to share the story of David, one of the young people on my Fowler Youth Advisory Committee. David wants to become a doctor so he can serve the local community his family has called home for decades. He's bright, hard-working, compassionate, the kind of culturally competent, locally grounded doctor we desperately need. But David is already worried about how he will afford his clinical placements. He told me that when the time comes for months of unpaid full-time placements, he doesn't know how he will survive financially. His parents are already stretched. He doesn't want to be a burden, and he isn't alone. Dozens of students tell me the same thing. If students like David cannot afford to finish their degrees, Fowler loses out. The country loses out. Deputy Speaker, the government will say that this expansion is too expensive, budgets are tight, placements across disciplines are too complex to administer, or they will call for more consultation, anything to delay a decision. But the cost of doing nothing is far greater. Modelling shows Australia will need around 25,000 additional allied health workers by 2033 in aged care alone. Jobs and Skills Australia projections indicate the broader health and social assistance sector will require over 500,000 new workers in the next decade. Yet the very students who could fill these roles are being pushed to breaking point by placement poverty. Some of the heaviest burdens fall on medical radiation students. Degrees in radiation therapy or diagnostic therapy can expect up to a year full-time work for zero income. Deputy Speaker, expanding the PRAC payment scheme is not a handout. It is a strategic workforce investment. If we are serious about fixing shortages and supporting young people doing the right thing and ensuring communities like Fowler have the healthcare workforce we need, then we must end this two-tiered system and extend the PRAC payment to all health disciplines undertaking mandatory clinical placements. I call on the government to show leadership and get this done. I commend the motion to the House.
And I give the call to the member for Barton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I would like to thank the member for Indi for her matter of public importance for the discussion in this House, and the example of Darcy's story and the other issues raised in the member of Indi's contributions this afternoon. I think it's something that I can hear there's a bit of consensus in this chamber around some of the challenges for students in higher education. And I also speak from a place of experience. So before I was a solicitor, I used to work at the University of Sydney for about 8 years in the anatomy department, teaching specifically medical students and a number of other students in the allied health profession. And I understand from that experience a lot of challenges that students go through on campus, and also dealing with cost of living challenges and accommodation. And that was for about 8 years before I was a solicitor. And on the tail end, prior to coming into this House, Deputy Speaker, I had the opportunity to work with St Vincent's de Paul Society for a couple of years, and in that capacity I had the opportunity to look after a very big patch of New South Wales, going up from Wyong out to Blue Mountains down to Helensburgh. And that captured a number of great institutions, number of universities where a lot of Youth Finnies members did a lot of engagement with students on those campuses, dealing with cost of living challenges, dealing with housing and accommodation. And so this comes from a place of experience and understanding. I just want to acknowledge that everyone in this chamber seems to be speaking from the same song sheet, knowing that those are the challenges for a lot of students in this industry. And also I've had the opportunity to speak to a number of HSU members and had really active conversations more recently who work in the allied health profession. And this Labor government understands that it's quite tough for students when they're completing mandatory placements, and that is why we are delivering on real cost of living support, which also includes this Commonwealth prac payment. I believe this assistance is quite careful, it's quite considered, and the payment is helping those who are studying to be teachers, social workers, nurses and midwives, so they can solely focus on upskilling. And having the opportunity to reflect on some of the stories that we're hearing in this chamber today, and also from the member for Indi, the reality is that the University Accord has recommended the government to focus on nursing, to focus on care and teaching professions. And this is responsible government responding to advice provided to us to prioritise key roles and courses. And also in the 2023 Employment White Paper also identified those in care and teaching professions as key enablers for the economy, and that unpaid placements discourage many students in care and teaching professions from enrolling in and completing courses. And as the Minister for Education has said, the Accord is not a plan for one budget, but a blueprint for the next decade and beyond. And you've heard today from a number of people on this side of the chambers, we are going through we've had this policy position developed over a period of time in the Labor Party, and I'm very proud that we have made those changes and we have support in the chamber here today on this, but understand that there's a lot of work to be done to help those who are studying these particular courses. And from 1 July 2025, and around 73,000 students across Australia have been eligible for that $331.65 each week. And it is the first time that a federal government has ever provided financial support to students while they complete their mandatory prac placements. And I think it's pertinent just to highlight that there is a review, there is opportunity to expand, but this is a conversation that we can continue to have really well, not only in the chamber, outside as well. But I think it's important to highlight this is the first time that a Labor government here, federal government, has introduced this. And we're starting with students again, we're studying nursing, midwifery, teaching and social work to address the urgent need for more students in these areas. And then going back to that University Accord, it's talking about particular courses of priority and focusing on the skill shortage. And to further support students with the cost of living, Labor is cutting 20% from everyone's student debt. I know in my electorate it has been well received, this message. You can see it from the results from this election that it is something that we have committed, that the people have supported and voted for, and really proud that we'll be able to deliver that in the coming days. And I want to again thank the member for Indi for her contributions, and also the member for Mayo as well, sharing the experience with the daughter. I think the concerns today that I'm hearing as well, for someone who's also taught students and had experience of supporting students at the University of Sydney, but also in my capacity at St Vincent's de Paul, I completely understand these challenges. Thank you.
Member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The cost of tertiary education shouldn't hang over Australians' head for the whole of their working lives. And while they're studying, they shouldn't be anxious about where they're going to sleep and what they're going to be able to eat, because they can't cover the cost of their practical placements. Earlier this year, I welcomed the introduction of the Commonwealth prac placements for nursing, midwifery, teaching and social work students. But my position has always been, as has the member for Indi, and I thank her for moving this motion, that this payment should apply to all courses in the care sector. When I was a medical student, accommodation was free. CAS were cheap, but those days are gone. Medical students now have to cover the cost of professional registration, working with children checks, police checks, travel and accommodation, all while they are strictly limited in their ability to work in supporting their living expenses. Cost of living pressures mean that the proportion of students who have to support full-time study with full-time work has doubled, from 1 in 14 students in the 1990s to 1 in 7 in 2023. In expecting students to undertake unpaid prac placements, we're therefore asking some of them to effectively work 3 full-time jobs. Medical students are required to undertake 2,000 hours of unpaid clinical placements, often well away from home in rural and regional settings. Occupational therapy students, 1,000 hours of unpaid placement, including regional rotations with no travel and no accommodation support. Podiatry students, similar, up to 1,200 hours. The Australian Society of Medical Imaging and Radiation Therapy recently found that placement poverty, which they defined as experiencing significant financial hardship while on tertiary placements, affects 75% of medical imaging students during their 56 weeks of placement. Nearly a quarter say that they cannot support themselves. Many consider dropping out. Others have already left their courses because the financial stress, the strain, is just too great, especially for those students who are juggling work, studying and care responsibilities. When Australia faces significant and ongoing shortages of GPs, medical specialists, virtually all allied health disciplines and mental health supports, it is inexplicable that the government is not doing everything possible to help all students complete their training. Education and training should be an opportunity available to every Australian. It shouldn't be a financial burden, but for too many of our students, prac placements mean stress and anxiety more than they mean engagement, fulfilment, skills development and learning. Deputy Speaker, every time I raise this issue on social media, my DMs and my email inbox is flooded with stories from students from around Australia, reinforcing that prac placement poverty is real and it is hurting our future workforce. I've heard from young women who are being forced to sleep in their cars, to skip meals and then to defer their studies so they can save for a year so they can complete their prac placements. Some give up because of the stress and the financial burden. They never go back to study. Those young people will be left with debt and regret, but no diplomas or degrees. That is a failure of policy and it's a failure of government. Prac placements are also a question of gender equity because more students in the care sector are female than male. And it's a question of intergenerational equity. The young people who are now undertaking tertiary studies are the generation which, in the middle of a compounding cost of living crisis, housing crisis and climate crisis, are being burdened with unprecedented levels of personal debt simply through their desire to train, to equip themselves with the skill sets that they need for their adult lives. This is a generation which understands that Australian university students contribute more to government revenue than the oil and gas industry does in resources tax. What does that say about our government? What does that say about our principles? And what does that say about our priorities? I call on the government to recognise this education crisis as what it is. We owe it to the next generation to do better for these students. If we invest in them now, we invest in the future well-being of every Australian.
Member for Deakin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I would also like to extend my thanks to the member for Indi for raising this very important topic. I remember about 12 years ago now being a student teacher myself, living in a caravan in Dimbulla while completing a regional placement. It is a hard slog trying to juggle the cost of living that for many students is a week-by-week proposition and the significant expense of trying to make it through a placement without incurring unimaginable debts. That's why I'm so proud that for the first time in our history, the Australian government has stepped up and really taken decisive action in response to practicum poverty that does occur. For the first time, we're seeing payments of over $330 a week paid to students in teaching, nursing, midwifery and social work. It is just the start of this mission. It reflects the Accord's final report, which indicated an initial introduction where government funds these payments to these particular course areas, but also that we need to consider placement poverty across other areas as well, including allied health. And there is certainly more consideration to be given to how we support those students as they complete sometimes their far lengthier placements. But this model where the Commonwealth has stepped up, used Commonwealth funds to pay the cost of this initiative, I think it's an incredibly important part of the government's work in supporting young people on their education journey, which is work that begins from childcare, which is full and fair funding for our public schools, which is free TAFE, which is increased support for our university sector and a clear set of policies to support the future of higher education moving forward. It's incredibly common for students to be living week by week, covering the rent at home while they're on placement, particularly if that placement happens to be far from where they live. And we've seen, I've met a number of students who have gone through that. I've met students in the past who have failed their placement simply because they couldn't sustain the cost, or those that didn't start them at all because they simply could not afford to not work for 2 weeks without finding themselves in dire financial strain. So this reflected a real acknowledgement of the problem. And I think it was important, despite covering the scope of initial recommendations, that the government put a 3-year time frame for the review of these pre-practicum placements, knowing that we would need to revisit its scope and how it's put into effect. And as has been said by previous speakers, with an eye to whether it is necessary to expand that program to other areas, including allied health as well. So I think we should be incredibly proud of the initiative this government has been put in to ensure that that initial investment is made to ensure that we are really taking action to deal with placement poverty, knowing full well that this is not the end of the story, that this is going to likely be the beginning of one, but an important step nevertheless. But that investment needs to also be seen in the context of the vast amount of reform we're seeing from this government in the education space. This isn't just a single initiative and that's all we've done in the education space. Given the amount of time we've been in government, it's actually extraordinary when you reflect on the amount of work this Commonwealth government has done to support the education of Australian citizens across the age, across the disciplinary spectrums. And I'm incredibly proud to be part of a government that maintains an eye on the prize. And I think, as we've heard in the House today, people across the political spectrum want to ensure that young people have reason to be optimistic about their futures. But the crossbench and Labor alike are keeping a close eye on this, and we're keen to ensure that students at university are supported, that they don't find themselves in poverty simply for working towards a career, the kind of careers we really need in our community. But I think we need to ensure that we understand this debate in its full context, and that really what we're referring to is an extraordinary program introduced by this government. And I'm looking forward to the review, and I have no doubt that these support payments for those in placement are going to make a huge difference to their lives as they train in some of the most important professions out there. Thank you very much.
Member for McKellar.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I too welcome the member for Indi's topic for debate today, because it truly is a matter of public importance. And I really appreciate as well the contributions from those opposite, who obviously have a really strong passion for education and further investment in education as well. But our young people are doing it tough right now, and the lack of financial support for students doing mandatory prac placements is an important aspect of this. Today's generation of students are navigating an environment of high living costs, cost of rent, groceries, transport and utilities, and this leaves students across the country struggling to make ends meet. On top of these financial challenges, mandatory placements are forcing students into real hardship right now because of the inability to earn an income over long periods of full-time practical training and the need to pay rent, sometimes on top of their usual rent. For many, the choice is stark: sacrifice basic needs or jeopardise their education. Too often, young students are skipping meals, living in their cars and making the difficult choice whether to give up on their dreams and drop out of their studies completely. They are being forced into vulnerable situations. This growing economic strain threatens not only student well-being and safety, but also the sustainability of our future health workforce. And so the introduction of the Commonwealth Prac Payment Scheme on July 1 this year was timely and necessary and very welcome. Supporting nurses, midwives, social workers and teachers during their compulsory placements has been widely welcomed as a positive step towards addressing acute workforce shortages in schools, hospitals and aged care. And while this targeted measure aims to boost enrolments and retention in these critical sectors, it disregards comparable placement demands and workforce shortages in other disciplines. For thousands of students undertaking allied health and medical degrees, amongst other things, compulsory unpaid placements mean financial stress, emotional strain and physical exhaustion. And they are not alone. It's also impacting students in veterinary sciences, engineering and agriculture, amongst many others. The focus of our debate today is allied health, so I'm going to read out some testimonials from people who are currently studying medical radiation science, dietetics and occupational therapy, professions vital to medical diagnosis, cancer treatment and chronic disease prevention and management. One student stated, "I go without food and work outside placement hours to afford accommodation. This cycle is exhausting and restrains my time to study whilst on placement." Another said, "Being able to work and support myself during a full-time 36-week placement has been virtually impossible and incredibly stressful. It has had a huge impact on my mental health." Another says, "I feel extremely burnt out and exhausted and struggle to apply myself on placement academically." Another, "There is an assumption that we all live at home with our parents and that they can afford to support us, when many of us don't. I feel that financial stress has greatly impacted my grades and health over the placements these past 3 years. I have considered dropping out many times." And lastly, "There are people living in their car so they can afford to be on placement." These are not isolated stories. They paint a dire picture. Students facing homelessness, skipping meals and living in unsafe conditions right now. We are burning out our young people before they even start their careers. How can this be acceptable? And by not supporting our allied health and medical students, we are jeopardising the development of the future health workforce Australia desperately needs. Allied health professionals collectively are the largest health workforce in primary care and represent the second largest clinical workforce in Australia after nursing and midwifery. McKellar student Courtney, who is currently on placement in Ballarat as part of her Masters of Dietetics, said that many allied health students feel that their ineligibility for the prac payment is a kick in the guts that some professions are more valued than others. Deputy Speaker, let's ensure that no student is forced to choose between living in their car and their education. I urge the government to develop a roadmap that lays out a pathway to add all courses that have mandatory prac components to the scheme, including allied health and medical students. If we fail to act, we not only fail these students, but the future health of our nation. Thank you.
Thank you. And the discussion has now concluded. I have to report that the Federation Chamber has been unable to complete its consideration of the Commonwealth Parole Board Bill 2025 and has returned the bill to the House with an unresolved question. I present a certified copy of the bill together with the schedule. With the schedule of the question which the Federation Chamber was unable to resolve. I understand that it's the wish of the House to consider the bill immediately. So the unresolved question is that this bill be now read a second time. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I'll put that question. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Is a division required? Please ring the bells.
it's all done. We're just voting. I wrapped up upstairs. Yeah, just put them out.
Sympathy slinger.
Down, lock the doors. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Bowman as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 100, noes 40. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. 101. I record the result as 101 to 40. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. Call the clerk.
Second reading. The bill for an act to establish the Commonwealth Parole Board and for related purposes.
I have received a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. The call to the is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately. The call member right. Give the call to the Attorney-General.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We'll just deal with another matter that's returned, and I'll call the clerk, and then we'll deal with another matter.
Third reading. The bill for an act to establish the Commonwealth Parole Board and for related purposes.
I have to report that the Federation Chamber has been unable to complete its consideration of the Commonwealth Parole Board Consequential and Transitional Provisions Bill 2025 and has returned the bill to the House with an unresolved question. I present a certified copy of the bill together with a schedule of the question which the Federation Chamber was unable to resolve. Thank you. I understand that it is the wish of the House to consider the bill immediately. The unresolved question is that this bill be read a second time. So the question before the House is the bill be now read a second time. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute.
Literally, your focus.
Lock the doors. The question is the bill be now read a second time. The ayes will pass the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Bowman as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 101, noes 41. The matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
Second reading. The bill for an act to deal with consequential and transitional matters arising from the enactment of the Commonwealth Parole Board Act 2025 and for related purposes.
Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately? Give the call to the member for Right.
Leave is granted.
I thank the member for Right. Give the call to the Attorney-General.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Third reading. Bill for an act to deal with consequential and transitional matters arising from the enactment of the Commonwealth Parole Board Act 2025 and for related purposes.
Coming. And I call the clerk.
Message from the Senate.
The following message from the Senate has been received. The Senate returns to the House of Representatives a bill for an act to change the law relating to family assistance, paid parental leave, social security, student assistance, youth training allowance and farm household support, and for related purposes, and informs the House that the Senate has agreed to the bill with the amendments in the annexed schedule. The Senate requests the concurrence of the House in the amendments. And I give the call to the Minister for Social Services.
I move that the amendments be considered immediately.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
It is real, is it? Is it real?
No, it should be.
No, it says real. Oh no, this is 4 minutes ago. No, it's the last one.
Jump, Tim.
Lock the doors. The question before the House is that the amendments be considered immediately. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. As there are fewer than 7 members on the side of the noes in this division, I declare the question resolved in the affirmative in accordance with Standing Order 127. The names of those members who are in the minority will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. So I now give the call to the Minister for Social Services. I understand that it is the wish of the House to consider those amendments together. The Minister.
I move that the amendments be agreed to. Mr Speaker, I want to thank the Senate for its consideration of this bill. The government supports the amendments the Senate has made. For the benefit of the House, the Senate amendments give full effect to our policy intent by providing for the automatic waiving of future small debts below the new threshold of $250 before those amounts are required to be formally raised as debts by Services Australia. They ensure that the small debt waiver regime provides for these waivers consistently under the Social Security Act 1991 and the Student Assistance Act 1973. More broadly, Mr Speaker, the passage of this bill marks an important step forward in social security reform. The income apportionment resolution scheme will now be established. More than 1 million small debts will be waived from next March, with the new threshold indexed to the future. More than 1 million small debts will be waived from March. Special circumstances debt waivers will be available to more victim survivors of domestic violence, particularly where there's been financial abuse and coercion. And an important ministerial power will be available for the cancellation of payments in highly prescribed circumstances. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is the amendments be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And give the call to the honourable member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties, I present the report incorporating a dissenting report, Report 230, Amendments to the International Health Regulations 2005, and ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report. Ask leave.
Is leave granted? Give the call to the member for... Is leave granted? The member for Bendigo is seeking leave to give a statement on the Joint Committee on Treaties.
Yes, leave's granted.
I thank the member for right. Leave is granted. The member for Bendigo may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Today I rise to make a statement on the report of the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties in regards to one major treaty action, amendments to the International Health Regulations 2005, and one minor treaty action, amendment to the International Tropical Timber Agreement 2006. The amendments to the International Health Regulations updates a treaty that was previously agreed to by all World Health Organization member states, including Australia. These regulations were first adopted in 1969 and has been revised several times, with the current framework being adopted in 2005, amended in 2014 and again in 2022. The current amendments are designed to address lessons learned from the COVID-19 pandemic. The committee found that the amendments to the treaty are aimed at strengthening global preparedness for future pandemics. The amendments will allow the World Health Organization to respond to future pandemics more swiftly and effectively through a number of mechanisms. One is a new pandemic emergency declaration mechanism, which will improve early warning and evaluate global attention to emerging health threats. The amendments also expand the definition and scope of the core capacities required by the World Health Organization member states, which facilitate, for example, measures to combat misinformation and disinformation, and improve access to essential health products for developing countries. The amendments also aim to strengthen the global health architecture, which will promote faster, more coordinated international responses and reduce the risk of future pandemics. The inquiry received over 300 unique submissions. The inquiry also received 4 campaign submissions organised by advocacy groups, which together consisted of over 14,000 submissions. And I want to acknowledge the work of the Secretariat in processing all of these submissions. A number of submissions to the inquiry raised concerns regarding the amendments' impact will have on Australian sovereignty, the privacy and security of Australian data, and the potential financial obligations that may be imposed on Australia. At a public hearing in October, the committee heard from representatives of the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing and the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, who addressed these concerns head-on. The committee considered the views of the representatives from the Australian Medical Professional Society and the Australians for Science and Freedom, and expert advice from pandemic scientists at the Australian Institute for Infectious Diseases. The committee heard from all sides. During the inquiry process, the committee found that the legal framework and operational realities of the amended regulations would not allow the World Health Organization to override Australian sovereignty and democratic processes. I repeat, what was being proposed would not impact our sovereign capability and our sovereignty in any way. For example, under the amendments, all countries would continue to make their own decisions regarding health policies, and public health and safety measures such as border closures, the use of masks and vaccines would still remain the decisions of the individual member states. This is international law and further enshrined in Article 3 of the regulations. The committee also found that the amendments will not compromise Australian data privacy protections. Any data Australia shares with the World Health Organization will entirely be at Australia's decision and will comply fully with our own data protection regulation. There is no compulsion for member states to provide personal health records or data about individual citizens. Australia will also retain full discretion over how and when it will make any financial contribution to the World Health Organization or developing countries for future pandemics. Australia already has a strong health system in place. The real benefits of these amendments lie in helping other countries strengthen their capacity to detect and respond to health threats early. This global cooperation ultimately safeguards Australia and Australians and reduces risk for further pandemics. The committee also would like to thank the government departments for their role in facilitating the treaty amendments and the organisations that shared their knowledge on pandemic science at the public hearing. We would also like to thank the public for their strong engagement in this inquiry. The inquiry was marked by robust debate, a cornerstone of our democracy, where difference of perspective can be heard and tested. This report also contains one minor treaty action, which is an amendment to the International Tropical Timber Agreement 2006. The treaty provides a framework for the cooperation between tropical timber production and timber-consuming countries, balancing the economic benefits of timber trade with the urgent need for more sustainable forest management and conservation. The amendments extend the treaty's operation until 2029. The committee recommends the ratification of the major and minor treaty actions examined in this report. Finally, Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the committee members, I would like to thank the Secretariat for their work and efforts in 2025. It's been a big year for the committee. We wish them a safe and happy Christmas. Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the committee, I commend this report to the House.
And I call
Oh, sorry. Member for Bowman.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and can I echo the member for Bendigo's comments to thank the Secretariat for an amazing year, a very busy year for the committee.
Member for Bowman, just a minute. I'm just so you'll need to seek leave to speak. So is leave granted? You need to seek leave and then.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to seek leave to speak to the report.
Leave is granted. Member for Bowman.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Can I echo the comments of the member for Bendigo to thank the amazing committee secretariat for the work that they've done across this year. Like the member for Bendigo, I served on the committee across both terms, and they do a fantastic job, and not least of which on Report 230, the amendments to the International Health Regulations, which saw a phenomenal amount of public interest. And I rise just to make some additional comments on behalf of coalition members on this one. Australia has a strong record of constructive engagement in global health cooperation, and coordinated action in genuine emergencies has clear value. And while temporary recommendations from the World Health Organization are described as non-binding, we know that any refusal would bring intense international and political pressure. The committee received a significant number of public submissions expressing doubts about the performance, independence and governance culture of the World Health Organization. Coalition members note recent incidents which provide grounds for concern, including the removal of the WHO Regional Directive for the Western Pacific in 2023 over serious misconduct, the removal of the WHO Syria representative in 2022 for corruption and fraud, and the decision by the current WHO Director-General to admit the former Zimbabwean dictator Robert Mugabe as a WHO Goodwill Ambassador. Coalition members recognise the value of multilateral institutions but remain troubled by the lack of clear mechanisms to ensure that WHO leadership, internal politics or external influences do not colour decisions that Australia would be expected to follow. Financial implications of these amended regulations also remain unclear. While not technically mandating new contributions, the practical expectation would be for Australia to increase funding and expand domestic capabilities. Most alarmingly is the requirement for countries to address so-called misinformation and disinformation without clear definitions. This opens the door to potential restrictions on freedom of expression in this country. Australia's pandemic response must be improved, not outsourced. Any future agreement must protect our sovereign decision-making, ensure parliamentary oversight and guarantee full transparency. We strongly support international cooperation, but it must never come at the cost of sovereignty, accountability, fiscal responsibility or Australia's fundamental and inherent freedoms. We trust the federal government will keep these principles paramount in all treaties that we subscribe to. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call the member for Swan.
On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights, I present the committee report entitled Human Rights Scrutiny Report 7 of 2025, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
I am pleased to table Report 7 of 2025 of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights. In this report, the committee considers 21 new bills, 111 new legislative instruments. It has commented on 3 bills, 6 legislative instruments and concluded its examination of 5 bills. In this report, the committee concluded its consideration of the Social Security and Other Legislation Amendment Technical Changes No. 2, Bill 2025. This bill retrospectively validates income apportionment as a lawful method for assessing employment income for certain social security entitlements and seeks to establish the income apportionment resolution scheme. As this bill validates earlier debt decisions that may limit a person's entitlements to social security, the measures engages and may limit the rights to social security. The committee considers that it is unclear whether there are adequate safeguards accompanying the measures to ensure that it constitutes a proportionate limit on the right to social security in all circumstances. It is also unclear whether the 2 remedies available, namely pursuing an action against the Commonwealth or accepting a resolution scheme payment, will be effective in practice. To assist with the proportionality, the committee has recommended that the bill be amended to include further safeguards to assist vulnerable individuals to understand the effect of income apportionment. After the committee's initial consideration of this bill was tabled, a government amendment to the bill was agreed to that introduces broad power to cancel a person's social security payments or concession cards if they are subject to an arrest warrant in respect of a serious violent or sexual offence, or if the person may prejudice the security of Australia or a foreign country. While the committee acknowledges the importance of ensuring individuals charged with serious offences are arrested, the committee notes that any limit on the rights to social security must solely be for the purpose of promoting the general welfare in a democratic society and must be compatible with the nature of the right. The committee notes that the explanatory materials do not provide any information or evidence that cancelling a person's social security benefit would facilitate their arrest. The committee further notes that a person cannot seek review of such a decision to issue a benefit restriction notice. As such, the committee considers that it is unclear whether the measure pursues a legitimate objective, is rationally connected to the objective, or is a proportionate limitation on the right to social security. Further, the committee notes that cancelling an individual's access to social security in its entirety may go to the nature of the right, and there is a risk that the measure may result in non-fulfilment of Australians' minimum core obligations to ensure that minimum essential levels of benefits are provided to individuals. The committee also considers that it would limit other human rights, including the rights of the child, rights of an adequate standard of living, right to health, and may have implications for the right to life. If a person's right to social security is impermissibly limited, effective remedies should be available. The committee considers that in the absence of access to review or the ability to seek back payment or compensation if the person is found not guilty of the serious offence, there do not appear to be effective remedies available. Additionally, the committee notes that if the cancellation of social security payments were to be considered a criminal punishment, criminal process rights should be afforded. I note that this bill passed the Senate earlier today and the House. The committee is strongly of the view that these matters should be considered before the Parliament determined in its position on this bill. Members of Parliament need to have the benefit of this committee's advice in order to be informed of the human rights implications. The committee is nonetheless seeking further information from the Minister for Social Services about the compatibility of this measure with rights. In this report, the committee has also commented on the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Heritage Protection Murujuga Declaration 2025. The instrument makes it an offence to move, damage, deface or otherwise disturb an Aboriginal site or object from Murujuga, Western Australia. The committee notes that the stated overall objective of the instrument is to preserve and protect Murujuga and considers that protecting and preserving this area from injury or desecration promotes multiple human rights, particularly the right to culture, privacy, equality and non-discrimination. However, the instrument also provides that an Aboriginal site or object is taken not to be moved, damaged, defaced or otherwise disturbed by or as a result of industrial gaseous emissions, which may have the effect of limiting the rights of culture and privacy. The committee notes that industrial emissions are a key threat to the petroglyphs in Murujuga. Excluding damage or disturbance caused by industrial gas emissions would therefore appear to frustrate the overall purpose of the instrument. Noting the profound cultural and spiritual significance of the petroglyphs, the committee considers that the measure represents a significant interference with the rights of culture, privacy, and it is not clear that the measure is accompanied by any safeguards. As such, to the extent that the measure excludes industrial gas emissions from the offence to preserve and protect Murujuga, it is not clear that it is compatible with the rights to culture and privacy. Finally, the committee is seeking further information in relation to the compatibility of Freedom of Information Amendment Bill 2025 with the right of freedom of expression. The committee notes that many measures in the bill would restrict individuals' access to information held by government, which limits the rights to access information and a component of the right to freedom of expression. Finally, I would like to thank the Secretariat for all of their hard work and bringing a largely new committee up to speed, and I note we have 2 more meetings before the end of this year. I encourage all members to consider the committee's report closely, and with these comments I commend the committee's scrutiny report number 7 to the House.
Thank you. I call the clerk.
Government business. Next order of the day. Veterans Affairs Legislation Amendment, Miscellaneous Measures Number 1 Bill 2025. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Solomon in continuation.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. The interim report of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide was released in 2022, and it contained recommendations that were deemed most urgent, and we got after those recommendations and acted on them all. We legislated the Vets Act in order to simplify and harmonise the veteran compensation system, and we know from the Royal Commission that this was very important. There was broad agreement in the veteran community about how important and necessary a change in the system was. In the handing down of its report, the Commission has observed that the current system at that time of veterans' entitlements was so complicated as to adversely affect the mental health of some veterans and their families, and that had been in the past a common refrain from veterans that they were very frustrated, angry, confused about, one, how long it was taking, because there weren't enough people there in the Department of Veterans Affairs to get through all the claims that were in there. But it was also a fact that people had served under different pieces of legislation, and calls to address that complexity have indeed been very long-standing. There was, of course, the VEA, the MERCA, the MRCA, the DRCA, depending on which period of the past that the individual served in. The Act reduces those 3 acts down to 1. Under revised arrangements, the VEA and the DRCA will continue in a limited form to support that single act model that we're moving towards, but will be closed to new claims for compensation and rehabilitation from the 1st of July 2026. From Territory Day, 1st of July next year. There's been many enhancements that have been shaped by feedback from the veteran community across several consultation periods. I think it's important to note that the commencement date of the single act from the 1st of July next year ensures that the veteran community is well informed about the changes, what it means for them, and as with any new act, of course, there are various technical amendments that are required, and the miscellaneous measures legislations and amendments go to those technical aspects. Importantly, this includes a commitment that no veterans or family members will experience a reduction in the support, the payments that they are already receiving. So important amendments there. The bill deals with a range of other matters including the review pathway, compensation for dependents of deceased veterans, funeral compensation, access to the MRCA MERCA education scheme, additional disablement amount, the Victoria Cross allowance and decoration allowance, service injuries, diseases and deaths arising from treatment for serving members, direct deductions, application and transitional provision. So all really important topics that needed to be addressed and have been so in this legislation. We don't want to see further delays. We don't want to see any risk to the interruption of critical benefits or payments to veterans and their families, and that's why, Deputy Speaker, we have putting through this legislation, and I expect that it will receive support. This has been part of a long period of consultation, recommended actions from the Royal Commission, which was needed to address the whole spectrum of support from the time someone enters the recruiting system, through their training, through their service, and following their service as they go about life again. And I want to just pay tribute to everyone who has played a role or is playing a role in the health and wellbeing of our veterans, our ADF members, of course, included in that definition, and also importantly for the families. It's often said that they're conscripts to service life because the family goes with the member, and it's a deeply rewarding thing to have a family member representing our nation, but at the same time it can be difficult at times, so we need to provide as much possible support we can to individuals, particularly if they've been affected by their service. I just want to reflect, Deputy Speaker, on some of the feedback I've got and the good reports I'm having from veterans about the way that DVA is getting through these claims. It is encouraging, and for a long, long time it was only negative stories about huge delays and difficulty with paperwork. I'm not saying that that is all gone and there's no issues at all. Of course, we'll continue to make sure that our workforce at DVA is as well trained and as effective as possible as getting that support to the member, but it has improved out of sight, and when you hear that from veterans and their family members, you know that we're on the right track. Long way to go with the implementation of the recommendations from the Royal Commission, of course, but some of that feedback that I gained was on Remembrance Day earlier this month, of course, the 11th of the 11th, when we gathered down at the Darwin Cenotaph for that service, which of course remembers right back to the First World War, and indeed everyone who's ever served, but certainly remembering and paying our respects to those that didn't come home or that came home but changed forever. And it was appropriate, I think, that it was pouring rain on the Remembrance Day ceremony in Darwin. It was good rain, probably the first good rain that we'd had at that point, and it was appropriate. There's a saying, if it's not raining, it's not training, and the reality of service is that regardless, as the role of the infantry says, regardless of season, weather or terrain, you've got to perform your duty. The regiment that I served with, the first regiment that I served with, the Royal Australian Regiment, is a proud history, as does the 1st Commando Regiment and and Norforce that I serve with later, each with their different characteristics and traditions. But just the role of the infantry, and I don't think the role of the infantry has ever been read out into Hansard. But the role of the infantry is to seek out and to close with the enemy, to kill or capture the enemy, to seize and hold ground, and to repel attack by day or night, regardless of season, weather or terrain. So that's what we ask people in the infantry to do, and at the end of the day, everyone who goes through Kapooka is trained to be a soldier, to take up arms and to defend our nation. So for everyone else who they're doing that on behalf of, if you stop and think a little bit about what it means to be trained up in order to use lethal force when lawful to do so in defence of our nation, it's a significant thing to ask someone to do. And their dedication to that role and their need to try and balance living in those two worlds, the world of applied focus and training and exercising and going on operations and wearing the nation's flag on their shoulder, but then also the other responsibilities that they have in life. So on one hand, operations, conflict, training, humanitarian disaster, and so many other roles. It's a special task and we should thank them all for it.
Thank you. And I call the member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Local veterans continue to serve our communities and give back through the local RSL, volunteering their time to help other veterans and their families, advocate for support and ensure our community never forgets their sacrifice. In Casey, we are fortunate to have many RSLs working to support local veterans and our wider community, including the Lilydale RSL, the Mount Evelyn RSL, the Upper Yarra RSL, Warburton RSL, Hillsville RSL, Yarra Glen RSL, Monbulk RSL, Dandenong Ranges RSL, the Upwey Belgrave RSL, and we also have the Seville War Memorial Committee. And we are a tight-knit community that values the contribution of our veterans and our local RSL clubs who work alongside our community groups and schools to ensure those who served are never forgotten. And on Remembrance Day, services were held right across our community. And I had the honour to attend the Mount Evelyn RSL service where students from Birmingham Primary School, Mount Evelyn Christian School, Mount Evelyn Primary School, St Mary's Primary School and Yarra Hills Secondary College all paid their respects, delivered speeches and stopped to remember those we've lost. The Mount Evelyn RSL also held a heartfelt Remembrance Day service ahead of a cricket match at the Mount Evelyn Recreation Reserve. And thank you to the President, Matt Crimble, for organising these events for our community to pay their respects. I also had the privilege of attending the Lilydale Primary School Remembrance Assembly, a great morning run by the students to repay their respects and remember those who served. And I'd like to thank the students and RSL representatives that laid wreaths on my behalf at other local services, including in Yarra Glen, Lilydale, Seville, Wandon, Yarra Junction, Hillsville, Monbulk, Warburton, Upwey Belgrave, Sassafras, Montrose, Millgrove and Mooroolbark. Thank you to the local RSLs, Seville War Memorial Committee, Wandon Rotary, Millgrove Resident Action Group, the Mooroolbark History Group and Max Lamb and the Montrose Township Group for organising these remembrance services for our community to pay their respects. Many businesses in Lilydale, including my office, love seeing Arthur from the Lilydale RSL drop in around Anzac and Remembrance Day, selling badges and pins to raise funds for the Anzacs appeal. He does the rounds every year to ensure we make a difference for veterans and their families. Initiatives like this play a crucial role in ensuring we never forget the sacrifices of those who serve our nation. and I recently had the honour of joining the Seville War Memorial Committee to remember local soldier and Victoria Cross recipient George Ingram VCMM. George called Seville home and was awarded the highest award for gallantry in battle during World War I, as well as the Military Medal. On the day, we unveiled 2 new commemorative benches for the Seville Memorial Park, generously donated by the Community Bank of Wandon Seville, as well as the new Information Board. And I'd like to congratulate Seville War Memorial Committee Chair Anthony McAleer for his ongoing commitment to preserving history and honouring locals who served. And I'd also like to congratulate Committee Member Kim Parry for his research and design of the bench seats.
Sorry, Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I would like to thank members for their contribution to the debate on this Veterans Affairs Legislation Amendment Miscellaneous Measures No. 1 bill. I would like to thank all of those that have participated, especially those that have served themselves, for sharing their experience in the debate on this bill. I note in particular the contributions from the member for Petrie in that regard, as well as the member for Solomon. I'd also like to acknowledge the contribution made by the Shadow Minister, the member for Gippsland, and thank him for his bipartisan support, not just for this legislation, but for the Vets Act itself, and as well as the related legislation that's gone with that. I'd also like to acknowledge he made some comments about some other legislation in the course of that debate. Whilst all of his comments were not entirely accurate in relation to that, I do look forward to continuing to work constructively with him in relation to those matters, as we seek to with all matters concerning our veteran and serving community. The member for Sturt made a great contribution acknowledging the work of the Military and Emergency Services Health Australia organisation in her electorate. The member for Riverina, again another former Minister for Veterans Affairs, also spoke about the work we did together, announcing funding for the Veteran Wellbeing Hub in his community of Wagga Wagga, as well as the Pro Patria organisation, and the great work that they are doing. The member for Solomon, of course, as the Special Envoy for Veterans Affairs, has been doing great work, not just in his community in Darwin and the Northern Territory, but around Australia. But he and I, of course, speak regularly about the work he's done supporting the new Veterans and Families Hub in Darwin, as well as the recently opened new Darwin Services Club, as well as his work in supporting homeless veterans in his community. And I thank the member for Casey for his contribution just now, and in particular acknowledging the work done in his community, as we see done all over Australia by so many ex-service organisations in commemorating the service of our Defence Force personnel on days like Remembrance Day, as well as Anzac Day and other days of special commemoration. All members have spoken about their engagement with veterans, families and ex-service organisations and their electorates, and the difference a better and simpler veterans entitlement system will make in their community. Members have also shared the importance of this reform following the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide. Importantly, this bill continues our work to implement the recommendations of the Royal Commission. I would also like to thank our serving personnel, veterans and families, as well as the ex-service organisations who have continued to engage as we undertake this important reform and create a better, simpler veterans entitlement system. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. All those the opinions are aye.
Aye.
I call the clerk.
Against, and then call it. So, against.
The ayes have it. Or contrary, no. The ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to Veterans Affairs and military rehabilitation and compensation and for related purposes.
I've received a message from Her Excellency, the Governor-General, recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. And I call the Minister. Seek leave to...
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I seek leave that the bill be read a third time immediately.
Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately?
Leave is granted.
Minister?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a third time.
The question is that the bill be now read a third time, and I call the clerk. Oh, the question, all those the opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to Veterans Affairs and military rehabilitation and compensation and for related purposes.
I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1, Migration Amendment Combating Migrant Exploitation Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Hawke. Mitchell, sorry.
That's right, Deputy
Alex,
Speaker.
sorry.
No, thank you,
Member
Deputy
for
Speaker. No, thanks for the call. The Coalition will not support the passage of the Migration Amendment Combating Migrant Exploitation Bill 2025. This bill represents the government's response to the long-standing and well-documented problem of the exploitation of temporary migrant workers in Australia. It sits within the broader package of measures first announced in the government's December 2023 migration strategy. Deputy Speaker, the issue of migrant worker exploitation is not new. Successive reviews, audits and parliamentary inquiries have identified troubling behaviour by a minority of employers who have used their position to underpay, coerce or otherwise mistreat vulnerable temporary visa workers. These findings have attracted considerable public attention and rightly prompted calls for stronger oversight. The former Coalition government consistently condemned these abuses, and it was the Coalition government that strengthened civil penalties for sponsor non-compliance, tightened sponsor obligations and supported inquiries aimed at improving protections for migrant workers. The integrity of the skill visa framework is something the Coalition has upheld for many years. Notwithstanding that this measure seeks to impose additional reporting requirements on employers who, especially in the regions, generate prosperity for Australian and overseas workers alike, visa holders are already able to check whether a prospective employer is properly approved with the assistance of registered migration agents. We agree with the government's stated goal to deter non-compliance. Accountability can indeed help to expose unscrupulous employers and encourage a culture of compliance, but the Coalition believes that the current framework already supports this goal adequately. While we share the goal of deterring exploitation, serious design flaws compel us to oppose the bill outright. The bill, through its regulation-making power, would allow for publication of the number of sponsored workers at each business. We are concerned, especially given the many recent examples of union thuggery uncovered by investigations into the CFMEU, that publishing headcount information could expose good and proper individual employees and their employers to be targeted in xenophobic campaigns. Our view is that this information is not necessary for transparency objective of the bill and carries an avoidable risk of misuse. Deputy Speaker, the purpose of the register is to assist workers and authorities to verify lawful sponsorship status, not to create a list that could be used by any activist group to single out individual employers. As with any measure that relies upon delegated legislation, the Coalition expects the government to publish draft regulations in a timely manner and to ensure that Parliament has the opportunity to review what specific data will be included on the register. Clarity and consistency in these regulations will be important, and we also observe that the bill is only one part of the government's wider agenda on migrant worker protections, much of which remains delayed. Commitments regarding criminal sanctions, whistleblower visa protections, repeat offender bans have still not yet been delivered. The government should be held to account on the broader suite of the reforms it has promised. Deputy Speaker, there are serious flaws in this legislation, and accordingly the Coalition will vote against the Migrant Amendment Combating Migrant Exploitation Bill 2025.
I call the member, for Morton.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, in my first speech in this place, I was honoured to honour some former immigrants to this country, my family. Members of the Mu family arrived in Australia in the late 1800s, settling in Darwin, and Mu Yat Fa worked as a labourer on the construction of the Darwin to Pine Creek Railroad. Like many other people, and Deputy Speaker, I know many people in your electorate have this history as well. Many Australians of Chinese heritage worked on that railroad, and they were a key driver of the economy throughout the Northern Territory. Around the same time, my Pawpaw's family, the Lauguis, left China for Melbourne, and my Pawpaw's father found work there as a slaughterman, helping drive local businesses in the economy in Victoria. It's almost 140 years, Deputy Speaker, that my family has been in this country, and this story of migrants is not unique. It's not unique because migrants have been coming to this country for generations, and when they come, we expect, with our values, to ensure that they are not exploited at work. And what we've heard from the member for Mitchell is that the coalition government does not want to support legislation whose only purpose is to ensure that migrant workers are not exploited when they go to the workplace. Immigrant stories are Australian stories. They're Australian stories, and immigrant stories link to our core values of a fair go, linked to our core values of mateship. Deputy Speaker, people have been migrating to Australia for work for generations, and in the years following the arrival of the English on those shores, migrant groups became synonymous with certain waves of immigration and certain types of work. The Chinese who worked the goldfields, the Afghan cameleers who assisted in the exploration of the outback, and the Japanese pearl divers who boosted the development of the pearl industry. And also, shamefully, the South Sea Islanders who were brought to work on sugarcane farms in Queensland. In 1863, the first group of manual labourers arrived. Over the next 40 years, more than 62,000 Pacific Island men, women and children were sent to work on those cane fields. Some were kidnapped, some were blackbirded, and others were misled about the work and conditions. Many were never paid. In fact, nearly 30% of these workers died in Australia due to vulnerability to European illnesses. These people weren't just robbed of their wages. They were robbed of their families, of basic conditions, and in many cases, of their lives. From 1885 to 1901, the Queensland government managed the wages of deceased islanders. Little effort was made to send their wages to their families back home, with the amount misappropriated worth around $40 million today. Deputy Speaker, I raise this appalling part of our history for two reasons. Firstly, to remind ourselves that while migration is foundational to the Australian story and the development of our multicultural identity, it is also important to acknowledge that in that history are policies, legislation, exploitation and mistreatment that are shameful, deeply regrettable, and in this place we must always acknowledge and not forget such things. I also mention it because the exploitation and mistreatment of migrants is unfortunately not something consigned to past centuries. It is happening now. And unlike the Coalition, who in rejecting this bill choose to put their heads in the sand, we choose to stand up against it. Today, it is sadly not uncommon to hear of migrant workers being subjected to deceptive recruitment strategies, bullying, wage theft, excessive and surprise deductions from pay, and substandard working conditions. It wasn't okay when it happened all those decades ago. It isn't okay when it's happening now. It will not be okay, and this legislation goes to trying to stop it. The United Nations Special Rapporteur on Contemporary Forms of Slavery described the main issue as a significant power imbalance between employers and workers, since employees are either tied to a single employer and mobility is reported to be extremely difficult, and or dependent on their employer for extension of contracts or nomination for permanent residency. And this is why the Albanese Labor government has introduced the Migration Amendment Combating Migrant Exploitation Bill 2025. In December 2023, the Albanese Labor government released a migration strategy, a modern, purpose-built framework for managing migration, including temporary visa-skilled pathways. This strategy is central to the government's pledge to repair the current migration system and ensure that it delivers better outcomes for migrants, the Australian economy and the wider community. The migration strategy was shaped through extensive engagement with business, unions and other stakeholders, drawing on more than 450 submissions received during the review of the migration system. It introduces reforms focused on temporary skilled migration to meet workforce needs and enhance worker mobility. The strategy builds on the findings of a thorough independent review of Australia's migration system, spearheaded by the former Minister for Home Affairs in September 2022 and led by 3 independent experts. As part of this process, the reviewers released a discussion paper and considered 483 written submissions, including many from individual migrants and visa applicants, the people in our community who are affected every day. They also held numerous roundtable consultations with peak bodies, with unions and senior officials from state and territory governments. The final report of the review of migration system was delivered in March 2023, and this bill meets a very key commitment of that strategy. It implements measures which will increase protections for temporary skilled migrant workers in Australia. The central provision in this legislation is the creation of a comprehensive public register of approved work sponsors. In Australia, it is necessary for an employer to be approved by the Department of Home Affairs before sponsoring the visa of a skilled worker. Under this legislation, these employers will be listed on a public register, and the register will be limited to temporary visas where full sponsor obligations apply. The register will sit alongside the public register of approved sponsors, which is published by the Australian Border Force. The register will be hosted on the Department of Home Affairs website and list key details about approved sponsors. These include the sponsor's name, the category or type of approval granted, their ABN and the postcode linked to that ABN. It will also state the number of workers they sponsor and the specific occupations of those workers. Deputy Speaker, by making this information publicly accessible, the register aims to strengthen transparency, to improve accountability and to support effective monitoring and oversight within the sponsorship system. This is about making sure that employers are held accountable and that there are pathways for migrant workers to ensure that they are not exploited under a system that allows them to be. This is about closing that gap, and it's about making sure that if you come to this country to work, then you can be entitled to, you can expect, you deserve to be treated fairly in your workplace. Because it doesn't matter what the colour of your skin is, it doesn't matter what language you speak, it doesn't matter what faith you have, everyone deserves to be treated fairly in their workplace, and stamping out exploitation is part of who we are as a government and who we are as a Labor Party. In addition to promoting openness, the register will serve as a practical tool to help address the exploitation of temporary skilled migrant workers. The addition of the postcode will assist migrant workers who are keen to move to a new location to find reputable employers. It will enable workers to identify and connect with alternative sponsors if needed and provide a reliable resource for verifying that a sponsoring employer is legitimate and compliant with regulatory requirements. Because, Deputy Speaker, if you're coming from another country to Australia to start work, if you're coming here to deliver work for our economy, it's a scary thing to do. And you need tools to make sure that you have a pathway that does not lead to exploitative workplace practices. Disclosure of information on the register will be consistent with the Privacy Act. The register upholds the privacy of the sponsors by alerting them to the requirement during the process of sponsorship application. The register only provides information that is readily publicly available, such as their ABN. The register will not include any identifying information relating to the nominated workers. Deputy Speaker, the measures in this bill were previously included in the Migration Amendment Strengthening Sponsorship and Nomination Processes Bill 2024, which lapsed before this year's election. This bill, the one before us today, does not include provisions that were included in the 2024 bill. These are the streamlining of labour market testing and the indexation of income thresholds. In December 2023, the government undertook initial work to streamline labour market testing. The number of advertisements required to reduce from 3 to 2, removing the need to advertise on the Workforce Australia website. Any future changes to labour market testing will be considered by the government. Similarly, in December 2024, the Department of Home Affairs revised the regulations to establish the income thresholds and their annual indexation for the Skills in Demand visa. As a result, thresholds are automatically adjusted each year on the 1st of July, and in accordance with changes to the average weekly and ordinary time earnings. This bill, Deputy Speaker, builds on the Albanese Labor government's commitment to reform and strengthen the temporary skilled migration system. These amendments to the Migration Act will foster trust in the system, protect vulnerable workers, and ensure that sponsorship arrangements operate fairly and ethically. Deputy Speaker, in the first part of my speech, I dwelled on one of the dark episodes from our past. I do want to stress, however, the positive experiences many migrants coming to these shores have had. And not only the positive experiences that those migrants have had, but the positive impact that they have had on us as a country. The positive impact that they have had on our economy. The positive impact that they have had on our culture, the positive impact that they have had on our communities, and the positive impact that they have had on us as a society. Because, as we know in this place, Australia is a multicultural success story. It is built in so many ways on the hard work, on the labours, efforts and input of people with migrant backgrounds. I also want to focus on the essential role that migrants have played and continue to play in shaping Australia's success and in shaping our future. This has been the case for generations, like my family, and it will continue to be. You only have to look at the members of the Labor caucus to see the result of migration. You only have to look at people on this side of the chamber and their stories to know that we are a party that is proud of diversity, representation, and a caucus that looks like the people in our community. The contributions of migrants extend far beyond economic prosperity. They enrich our communities, strengthen our national identity, and deepen our connections with countries across the depth and breadth of the globe. Migration brings that diversity, innovation, cultural exchange, all of which make Australia stronger and more vibrant. The Albanese Labor government firmly believes that every migrant has the right to live safely and with a sense of security. It is our responsibility to hold up those rights, and this bill helps us do that. We are that migration success story, Deputy Speaker, but what we have seen of late in that rich tapestry of migration that makes us stronger as a country is people pulling out the threads of it, and we must always stand against that. This bill makes sure that migrant workers have protection and that we have their back.
The member's time has expired. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Mallee has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise this afternoon to speak about the Migration Amendment Combating Migrant Exploitation Bill, and as the member for Mallee and Shadow Minister for Regional Development, I emphasise how agriculture, particularly horticulture in Mallee, relies on migrant workers. Workforce shortages are a fact of life in regional Australia, and Mallee is no exception. Businesses in Sunraysia, in Mildura and Robinvale and Swan Hill, and even further south in the Wimmera, in Horsham and beyond, need migrant workers, especially during seasonal peaks in workload. Without these migrant workers, our region would not be the productive powerhouse that it is. Speaking of which, tonight at the Australian Export Awards, Select Harvest from Weeman are up for Regional Exporter of the Year. They are a finalist and I will be there cheering them on. They are a local success story and a $116 million turnaround last year and record sales, the best almond prices they have ever received. I come to this debate with familiarity in migration portfolio area, having been the Deputy Chair of the Standing Committee on Migration in the 47th Parliament and worked closely in a healthy bipartisan way with the then Chair and now retired Labor member for Caldwell, Maria Van Vakenu. I was proud to take the Migration Committee for a public hearing in Robinvale in my electorate of Mallee in May 2023 to contribute to the committee's report, Migration Pathway to Nation Building, to meet with the Council for the Robinvale area, the Swan Hill Rural City Council, and horticultural businesses and associations. Key themes we heard in that hearing were shortages of workforce are structural, not temporary. Regional industries, including agriculture, horticulture, food processing, health, aged care, transport and hospitality, are facing acute labour shortages. Employers consistently reported they cannot fill roles locally, even after advertising widely. Labour shortages are now a constraint on business viability, productivity and regional economic growth. Migration isn't optional in many regions. It's essential. Regional communities are increasingly reliant on migrant labour to sustain essential industries. Witnesses emphasised that many sectors could not operate without migrant workers. Migrants are not only filling low-skilled seasonal jobs, but also critical skilled roles: nurses, doctors, mechanics, food processing specialists, and farm supervisors. The migration system is not well designed for regional labour realities. Employers describe the system as slow, complex, costly, and highly bureaucratic. Small and regional businesses are especially disadvantaged compared to large city employers. Existing safeguards are failing too many workers. Attraction without retention is a revolving door. Reform should prioritise transparency, fairness, regional needs and long-term settlement. Key findings of the 2024 report of the Joint Standing Committee on Migration, Migration Pathway to Nation Building, shows that migration is a nation-building tool that needs a long-term, long-range strategy, not a piecemeal policy. Migration should strengthen Australia's skills base and economic capacity. Migration policy must help sustain regional population and workforce needs. The current system is too complex, slow and difficult to navigate. Temporary migration should feed into stable, permanent nation-building outcomes. A fair system must protect vulnerable workers while maintaining integrity. Migration success depends on integration, not just how people arrive. Policy should be grounded in measurable outcomes and future workforce planning. Other issues across Mallee related to migrant workforce, I note the United Workers Union, the UWU, has vested interest in trying to recruit migrant workers. There are certainly stories of the UWU travelling to Pacific neighbouring countries and hauling people into their unions before they even arrive in the country. ABS and an inability to devise a way to count seasonal workforce and population of visa overstayers in the census in Robinvale. This results in a significant underestimation of the demands on local services and infrastructure and makes local planning and obtaining adequate funding incredibly difficult. So the background to that story is Robinvale in the ABS has a population of around 4,000. In real terms, through other research, we know that the population is around 11,000. Deputy Speaker, that creates a phenomenal problem in terms of health workforce and health workforce needs and health needs generally, health services. It also creates a problem in terms of education. And you can imagine the infrastructure that demands on that small community are extremely stretched because the population workforce is not counted. I know one school in Robinvale. When I went to visit them, I asked what percentage of the students, this is a couple of years ago now, what percentage of the students are from undocumented workers? They said 25% of the school. Now, that's a problem in terms of meeting the needs of the students and meeting the needs of the parents and the community itself. So across Mallee, labour hire, and particularly Sunraysia, shows there is an issue of some labour hire operators. It's fair to say this bill will, if passed, provide the data to enable states and territories who are responsible for regulating labour hire companies to pick up bad and exploitative behaviour by rogue labour hire companies. Under this bill, labour hire companies will be the published sponsors. However, the limits of federal jurisdiction might come into play if there are labour hire subcontractors that actually contract out the workers. Now, this is not to say every labour hire contracting company is bad. I know some excellent ones who actually phenomenally have a platform, a data platform, technological platform, where workers can be matched for farmers to know that the person who is standing in front of them is actually the person who has the correct visa and is appropriate to be on that farm. I personally think investment should be made into these kind of features and using our technology wisely. So let me explain why we as the Coalition have problems with this bill and currently stand to oppose it. This bill fulfils the government's December 2023 pledge to improve transparency of approved sponsors, although it arrives only 2 years after that announcement. Time and again, we tend to grapple with whether the net is being cast so wide as to create red tape and disincentive for law-abiding people while trying to catch a particular undesirable species in the ecosystem. We do not want to deter small businesses from sponsoring for fear of their activities being disclosed on the register and therefore becoming targets. There are surely more bespoke, smarter ways to sort the wheat from the chaff. This is where the government would do well to publish draft regulations promptly and commit to disallowable legislative instruments in this space. There might be scope for regulation to target the real problems in this sector and not put the good apples in with the bad. The Coalition is concerned about a number of holders of temporary visas that might be disclosed as sponsored by a particular employer. We have little information to tell us that the additional disclosure here will, within the Commonwealth's sphere of power, offer much by way of additional protection for migrant workers. Having said that, we acknowledge this legislation is intended to respond to well-documented instances of wage theft and coercion in parts of the temporary skilled visa program. And again, I would state this is not across the board. The Coalition has long insisted on integrity and employer sponsorship of migrants. However, we believe this bill goes too far. The Department of Home Affairs already has robust monitoring and compliance measures in place and extensive information about sponsors' businesses. We are not yet convinced this extra step is actually necessary. We need assurances that the Department of Home Affairs will maintain an efficient error correction process to protect reputable firms. The register is only one element of an anti-exploitation agenda. Stronger enforcement powers and whistleblower visa arrangements remain undelivered. We need an entire ecosystem change. What we in the Nationals know from regional Australia is that under Labor, farmers are increasingly demonised and talked about as rogue business people. Whether it is the insinuation they exploit workers or claiming their opposition to the reckless renewables rollout is insincere and farmers are obstacles in the way. Labor is trying to divide city and country people like never before. 3 times a day, Australians should thank a farmer for the food on their table, if not also the shirt on their backs. We see in this portfolio and in energy and other portfolios a mentality that farmers are the enemy, when they are the absolute foundation of our food security and our nation. That's one reason why I'm open-minded to how we ensure bills like this one adequately target the rogue elements, like rogue labour hire companies, who bring industries into disrepute. In closing, it is clear that the challenges facing regional Australia are real and immediate. In electorates like mine, industries such as agriculture, horticulture, food processing, health, aged care, transport and hospitality are battling chronic workforce shortages that are structural, not seasonal or fleeting. Employers have told us time and again that even after exhausting local recruitment efforts, they simply cannot secure the workers they need. Migrant labour is not an optional extra for regions like Mallee. It is fundamental to our productivity, to our economic strength, and to the continued viability of the communities that feed our nation and the world. The Joint Standing Committee on Migration's work in the 47th Parliament underscored that current migration system is not fit for purpose when it comes to regional realities. It is slow, complex and costly, particularly for smaller employees who lack the resources of large metropolitan businesses. At the same time, some migrant workers remain vulnerable to exploitation, with insufficient flexibility and pathways to permanency. A nation-building migration system must do better. It must strengthen Australia's skills base, support population sustainability in the regions, protect vulnerable workers and prioritise long-term settlement and integration, not just temporary arrivals. Migration policy should be strategic, coordinated and grounded in workforce planning, not piecemeal. Against that backdrop, the Coalition cannot support this bill. While we are steadfast in our commitment to integrity and employer sponsorship and acknowledge the need to combat wage theft and coercion, the government has failed to justify the public disclosure measures proposed here, particularly the publication of employer-level data on temporary visa numbers. Such disclosure risks exposing compliant employers to pressure and intimidation, while offering little additional protection to workers beyond what existing monitoring powers already provide. Too much is left to regulation, with no clarity on the safeguards or correction processes that reputable firms deserve. If the government is serious about protecting migrant workers, it should focus on delivering the stronger enforcement powers and whistleblower protections it has promised, rather than imposing unnecessary and unproven public reporting requirements. For these reasons, the Coalition opposes this bill.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Barton has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Migration Amendment Combating Migrant Exploitation Bill 2025, and I do so not only as the federal member for Barton, but also someone whose professional life before entering Parliament spent a lot of time in the space of employment law. For over a decade, I represented workers who are underpaid, mistreated, threatened, or simply too scared to speak up. And I saw firsthand how vulnerable temporary migrant workers can be and how quickly hope turns into fear when safeguards fail or when devious employers, and I must say only a few, see vulnerability as an invitation. And I heard some comments here from the member for Mallee tonight, particularly around bold assertions regarding the United Workers Union. And I must say the United Workers Union does important work to support migrant workers here in this country, because the reality is that migrant exploitation happens in Australia. It happens in our cities, in our suburbs and in our regions. It happens in our restaurants, construction sites, food processing plants, farms, cleaning companies, care sectors and the gig work. It often involves workers who are here legally, who are doing the right thing, yet who are taken advantage of by someone who believes that they will never speak out. This is a serious issue, and it's a moral issue, and it's an issue of economic fairness, and it's an issue of national character, because any system that depends on silence or fear is a system that fails not only migrant workers, but every worker. Moreover, the bill aligns with this government's commitment to promoting Australia as a destination for highly skilled migrants. We need smart, qualified people to meet the skills shortage in our economy and boost productivity. Those people are only going to work in Australia if they can be guaranteed safe, secure work. The bill before us today is a practical, targeted and integrity-focused reform that strengthens protections for temporary skilled migrants. It creates a public register of approved work sponsors, increases transparency, and allows migrant workers to verify the legitimacy of employers and seek new sponsorship opportunities without fear. These are not abstract administrative changes. These are protections that can change the trajectory of real lives. Deputy Speaker, to understand the importance of this bill, we need to be honest about the dynamics of power in workplaces. Workers on temporary visas often depend entirely on their sponsoring employer for their right to remain in Australia. This creates an enormous imbalance. When a worker fears losing their visa, every unreasonable demand begins to feel like something they must tolerate. Longer hours, underpayments, threats, unsafe workplaces, and even intimidation. Now, as an employment lawyer, I sat with workers who carried this fear silently. They did not want to cause trouble. They wanted to fit in and contribute. They simply wanted a chance to build a better life. But the lack of transparency in the sponsorship system meant that many did not know their rights or their options. Some did not even know whether their employer was legitimately registered. This bill directly addresses these issues. At its core, the Migration Amendment Combating Migrant Exploitation Bill 2025 establishes the authority for the Department of Home Affairs to publish and maintain a public register of approved work sponsors. The register will include the name of the approved sponsor, the approved sponsor's Australian business number, the postcode linked to the ABN, the number of sponsored workers, and the occupations associated with those sponsorships. This is not simply an administrative database, it's a tool for transparency. It will give temporary skilled migrant workers the ability to check the legitimacy of their sponsoring employer. It will help them identify new sponsors if they wish to change jobs. It will give regulators and the public greater oversight of the system, and it will increase accountability for employers who participate in skilled migration. Many temporary migrant workers I met in my time as an employment lawyer described the same underlying problem. They did not feel they had any safe or realistic avenue to challenge the wrongdoing. Even when they knew they were being underpaid or threatened, the fear of visa cancellation or the loss of their job kept them silent. In practice, this meant the sponsorship system, designed to bring skills into Australia, too often became a mechanism that tied workers to exploitation. The lack of visibility in the system made this worse. Workers relied almost entirely on whatever information their employer chose to provide. Many did not know whether their sponsor was compliant. Some did not know that they were allowed to change sponsors at all. Others were misled into believing that reporting exploitation would automatically result in the removal from the country. When a worker's entire future rests on a single employer, misinformation becomes a powerful tool of control. Greater transparency disrupts that dynamic. A public register gives workers a clear line of sight to their rights and options. It gives them the confidence to seek support, the freedom to move to another legitimate sponsor, and the ability to plan their lives with security rather than in fear. Deputy Speaker, this measure also supports small and medium businesses that do the right thing. Many small business owners in my community want a fair and transparent system. They want to hire skilled workers from overseas to fill shortages and grow their business. But they also want confidence that competitors who cut corners cannot get ahead by exploiting workers. This bill helps create the level playing field that we need. It complements the work we have already done through the migration strategy released in December 2023, including the development of the new skills in demand visa. That strategy was grounded in significant consultation with unions, employers, migrant communities and experts. It recognised the need for better integrity measures, greater worker protections and a migration system that supports productivity and fairness. These reforms were previously part of the Migration Amendments Strengthening Sponsorship and Nomination Processes Bill 2024, which lapsed when Parliament ended before the election. The Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee noted that most submissions supported the measures, and the committee recommended that the bill pass the Senate. The government's response to that report was tabled on the 20th of October 2025. We are now moving forward with these important amendments again. If this bill passes, the register will be implemented either on a fixed date by a proclamation or 6 months after the Act receives royal assent. This window allows time for regulations, technical development, stakeholder engagement, and functionality to be built in the department's website. This is necessary for proper implementation. Deputy Speaker, is it worth exploring one simple question? Why do we need this bill? The answer is very straightforward. We need these protections because exploitation continues to exist, and we've heard from some of the speakers across the chamber who agree with this. Because transparency combats exploitation, and because good employers should not be undercut by bad ones. If we do not pass this bill, the rollout of the public register will be delayed, and so will these integrity measures. Workers will remain less protected, genuine employers who have fewer tools for transparency, and the system will remain more vulnerable to misuse. The register will not include any identifying information about individual workers. Privacy will be fully protected. It will only reflect publicly available information about employers. Approved sponsors will be informed at the time of application that their information will appear on the register, consistent with existing obligations under the Privacy Act. Deputy Speaker, Barton is one of the most multicultural electorates in the country. People from more than 70 cultural backgrounds call it home. Many local families arrived in this country as migrants or refugees. Many worked incredibly hard in jobs where English was not their first language, where conditions were difficult and where exploitation was always a risk. My own family made that journey. I grew up witnessing the strength, the resilience and sacrifice that defines migrant communities. So when we talk about this bill, we're not talking about this conceptual policy, we're talking about people. People like the workers who came to me when I was a lawyer because they had been underpaid by $10 an hour for a night work shift. People like women whose employer confiscated their passport to stop her from leaving. People like a young tradesperson who was threatened with deportation if he refused unpaid overtime. These experiences stay with people for years. They shape their view of this country. They shape how safe they feel in their workplace, in their community, and in their new home. We owe it to them to get it right. Australia's reputation as a safe and fair place to work should never depend on luck or on the goodwill of the employer. It must be built into the system itself. It must be grounded in transparency and oversight. Now, cue all the trolls and the bots on socials. Here they come, rushing to comment on how we're importing voters, how the colour of my skin must mean I'm a part of some big, greater conspiracy, and this bill is going to ruin Australia as we know it. Newsflash, Australia as we know it is multicultural, and those people who are lucky enough to be permitted here to work must learn the importance of an employment law system. We can only teach them such rights and values if they're entitled to them in the first place, and we can only hope to build the homes and staff the hospitals our country needs through skilled migration. Anyone who denies this fact is dreaming. This bill is not the end of the work. It forms part of a broader reform agenda. For example, while this bill does not include labour market testing reforms, the government has already streamlined those requirements by reducing advertisement obligations and removing unnecessary administrative burdens while maintaining strong local worker protections. Similarly, income thresholds and their indexation for the skills and demand visa are already set through regulatory changes made in December 2024. They now automatically adjust each year on 1 July in line with the average weekly ordinary time earnings. This ensures the system remains fair, competitive and aligned with economic realities. Deputy Speaker, this bill is pragmatic, responsible and much needed measure. It enhances protections for temporary skilled migrant workers. It promotes transparency, it strengthens system integrity, and it supports the many employers who do the right thing. As a member of this Parliament and as someone who's worked in employment law and as someone who represents one of the most diverse electorates in the country, I know how important this reform is. I know how much it matters to local families, to new arrivals, to workers who want a fair chance, and to employers who want a trusted system. Migration has shaped the story of Australia for generations, but so has fairness. We are a nation that prides itself on giving everyone a fair go. This bill helps ensure that those values remain central to our migration system, ensures that temporary skilled workers are not left behind. It gives them tools to protect themselves, to move safely, and to build their lives without fear. Deputy Speaker, this bill strengthens our migration system by prioritising integrity, transparency, and dignity. It is a step forward to a fairer and more accountable system. It is a step forward to reducing exploitation, and it is a step forward honouring the values of equality and respect that every Australian deserves, regardless of where they were born. Thank you.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for New England has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I concur with some of the remarks and disagree slightly with others that have been had. A large section of this revolves around the insertion of 140GD, and one of the issues there is that it comes with an assumption that all could be bad when all are not. There is times where, of course, and I've worked as an accountant in areas of labour hire, and you have to call people to account. You say, I do not believe that you have a person working for you called Jim Bean, nor do I believe you have a person working for you called Johnny Walker or Evel Knievel. And yes, of course, this has to be dealt with, and because, especially in some areas, it becomes a vessel for the collection of people who are basically absconding from oversight and being exploited by people who can make money out of them. But, okay, go out, catch the criminal and do what you've got to do, but don't presume everybody is a criminal. And that's one of the things that's, it's just happening too much. We use a virtuous message. We've got to, catch those who are breaking the law, but we cast a net that impinges on every person's right as if they were criminal, and they're not. A lot of people, we are losing more and more this nation the right to be anonymous when you've done nothing wrong. It's no good to say, oh, well, if you're doing nothing wrong, you don't have anything to worry about. No, I just don't want to be watched all the time. I just don't want the government watching me all the time. Part of my freedom as an Australian is for people to have the presumption that I'm doing the right thing, and just I don't need observation. So this is another exercise in the inclusion of 140GD, where we get the government saying, well, it's just to catch the baddies. Well, everything these days apparently is just to catch the baddies. Now, I do want to, just on an issue, it's been brought up a number of times, the issue of that when we use the word multicultural, every person in this building can connect themselves somewhere to an immigrant. Unless you're basically 100% of Indigenous heritage, Aboriginal, they call themselves Maya, then you got somewhere an immigrant. And I'd say the vast majority of Aboriginal people are part immigrant. And my father was an immigrant. And obviously, if you go back, I know the first person who came to this country is on the memorial outside St Mary's Cathedral. Her name is in the glass. She was an orphan from Ireland. Her parents starved to death in a hedge. They could both read and write. So we all have a connection somewhere to an immigrant past. It's just the time frame changes. But I call into question when people say multicultural. Yeah, multilingual, multi-ethnicity, multiracial, multi-faith. But be careful when you start saying, just by use of the word multicultural, that is a statement that implies absolute virtue and can never be argued against it. I can assure you there are some cultures that are not virtuous. There are some practices, even in Indigenous culture, that if you said you brought them in today, you would find them abhorrent. Virtue does not revolve around just saying because you can use the word multicultural, all things can be applied. Now, it's a ridiculous example, but I'll give it nonetheless. The Incas had a culture, not without a shadow of a doubt. They had a culture, a very, very defined culture. It involved the beheading of people and pulling out their heart to make, to appease the sun. That's a culture. But we're not going to start saying, well, it's a culture, therefore I can condone it, therefore there's a space in Australia for it. That's ridiculous. There has to be a temperance in this. There has to be an understanding that you've got to be part of the wider body of Australians. And in so doing, there are certain things you've got to remove from that cultural identity. And I think all of us, if we went back into our DNA, into our heritage, we would find things that are most definitely part of our historical ethnic culture that are completely and utterly unapplicable to Australia today, and you just have to let that section go. If you don't, then unfortunately, you deliver Australia to a form of friction, to a form of heat, and to a form of, and you create problems for our nation. And I'll give you a classic one just in mine. In the section, I've got all sections of, I've got a vast, like most of us, vast tapestry of people that make up, I suppose, back in sort of my history. It goes all the way to gypsies in one section, so they're from everywhere. But let's go to the Irish section. Ireland, at a certain point of time, had very strong cultures, two different ones, and they didn't get along. They really didn't. And it took a long time, even in the seat of New England, for those cultures to become reconciled to one another. Now, if you said that both those cultures could live by their initial creed, we'll go right back to where we were, and we're talking about people who look the same, talk the same. It's just that they pathologically hated each other. And we don't want to revisit that. They both had their cultures. There was Catholicism and Protestantism, and I suppose in a way I grew up at the tail end of it, and it was toxic, completely toxic, and I don't want it. And one of the big things for me is growing up saying, let's cut that loose. Let's let that go. I'm not interested in someone's interest in the IRA. I really am not. Don't want to have anything to do with it. And that's why I say you've got to temper it. Don't just say, oh, multiculturalism, absolute good. No. You've got to be a little bit more discerning than that. In a place like Tamworth, this is very evident, because we are, even in Tamworth, growing flat out. Latest subdivision, 5,000 new houses going in the most latest subdivision. So there's about 13,000 people. And the makeup of Tamworth is so dramatically different. And I revel in it, it's good, it's dramatically different to what it would have been even 10 years ago. When I go to, not a good, but I'm practising Catholic, when I go to at Mass on Sunday at St Nick's, it's the Indian community that go to Mass, and it's huge. They're all there, and they use that as a mechanism then to go out and have a meal. All good, great, that's great. In other areas, it's a Philippine community in other parts of Tamworth. Then there's Nigerians. I mean, all these, and overwhelmingly great, all good. And these people have been essential for the economic growth of Tamworth, absolutely essential. There are so many jobs, I hate to break it, into the Australian culture, which Australians just don't want to do, especially around There's certain areas in abattoirs you just cannot get people who will see a day through. It's the reality that good people who work or are at work and people who don't want to work in some instances is because they are, wait for it, lazy. They don't want to work. And you can bring people onto a shift and they literally don't make it to Smoko, to 9 o'clock. They just can't handle it. They're gone. But people come in from the Philippines and they are just, bang, focused, roll the way through and doing it with a smile on their face. And the same with boiler making, fittering, turning. As I said, the locals who want to work are working. And often they're in higher management positions because they start at the bottom but they fly through. So in our area, they'd be terrified. If you said, well, we're not going to have any more Filipinos come in, we're not going to have, any more, Pacific Islanders come in, we're not going to have any more backpackers come in, they would lose their mind. They would get very, very, very angry with me. I would say that they would have big meetings about how they could get rid of me, because there's no form of, genuinely, there's no form of racism about any of this. It's a form of a clear understanding of what you deliver to the nation is important. When we have migration, when we have Australia, when we have citizenship ceremonies on Australia Day, I always say to people there's a contractual obligation in getting citizenship to this nation, and that is that it's the greatest gift you'll ever have is to become a citizen and to come to Australia. It is incredible. You have won the lottery if you get to Australia. But it comes with a contract. You have to understand that the focus of people will be more intent on you than they might be on others. So you have an obligation to your kin, to your family, to your brothers and sisters, that you never end up in the crime pages, that you're not unemployed, that you're seen as an asset for the nation, not an encumbrance. And no one ever has a problem with that. That seems to make abundant sense. So that is also part, we hope, of the Australian culture in itself, which is egalitarian, gives people a fair go, but also says you've got to contribute back to the nation. You cannot be an encumbrance. You cannot bludge off other people. You have to put your shoulder to the wheel, and that's because otherwise other people have to work harder and more of their lives to cover the cost for you, and that is not fair on others. I think I want to go to one area where we do need to really focus on this, and it's something that's close to my heart, is people who come into Australia and end up, by reason of organised crime, in prostitution. It's a most insidious, evil thing, where young ladies come in and they've come in on the premise that they've got another job, a cook, a whole range of things, and they end up in prostitution. And the people who have oversight over that are some of the baddest individuals you will ever, unfortunately, come across. This is still going on. It is still present. And if you go down to Sydney, you don't need to be much of have much curiosity to be able to find where they are. You can have a look at some of the sites and ask yourself some questions, maybe turn up and say, is this person really a masseur? Did this person actually know what they were getting in for when they came to Australia? And that's an area where we really should be focusing on. And what worries me about this, in this 140 GD, is there are things that are self-evident. So many times there are things that are self-evident. You say, surely you understand that without too much effort, you could find those people and you could arrest them and you could do something about it. Why don't we? It's like in a way, the illegal tobacco shops. You see people going in, going out, buying illegal tobacco. Everyone talks about it. And then they come up with the idea that to deal with illegal tobacco, they will say to the people who might own the premises and who had been told they were going to rent it out for a shop, and now they're selling illegal tobacco, and they're also in organised crime, that they're going to find the owner of the premises, not the participant in the building. And this is where you say, well, I think you got this mixed up. So, so I think that on this one here, the balance is not quite right. I believe that if there was further work done on this, it would have the capacity to get through. And I think on some issues, it just ignores other problems that are screaming at you in your face. Other people know about them, all talk about them, but no one wants to do anything about them.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Gorton has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak in support of the Migration Amendment Combating Migrant Exploitation Bill 2025, put forward by the Minister for Home Affairs, and I commend him for doing so. Look, Deputy Speaker, I'm not sure about the member for New England's frankly confusing and somewhat offensive comments before me, who, like his party, wants to continue creating friction and heat in multicultural communities across our nation. But I am honoured to follow my friend, the amazing member for Barton. I commend her for her dedication to protecting the rights of migrant workers through her work as an employment lawyer and every day in her role in this parliament. Deputy Speaker, at its core, this amendment is about the value that migrants bring to our nation, a nation shaped by generations of migrants who came to Australia in search of opportunity and a better future. From the Sydney Opera House to the Westgate Bridge, the very bridge that connects my community in Melbourne's western suburbs to the city, it's migrants that build the Australia we all enjoy today. Deputy Speaker, the contributions migrants have made to this country have often come with great sacrifice. For too long, migrating to Australia to work has meant low wages, few protections and an uncertain future. In a country where, apart from our First Nations brothers and sisters, we all have migrant ancestry, where even today, almost half of us have a parent born overseas, the fact that migrant workers have not been adequately protected and have been subjected to exploitation, coercion and wage theft is shameful, Deputy Speaker. Our government does not tolerate the exploitation of migrant workers. I'm a proud member of the Transport Workers Union, and I'm thrilled to say that after years of campaigning, the TWU, supported by legislation passed by our government last term, has struck a deal with Uber Eats and DoorDash. These companies will provide workers with minimum pay rates, injury insurance and protection against unfair dismissal by algorithms. Migrants make a huge contribution to the gig economy. This work supports them while they study and train and allows them to work and make a living while adjusting to a new home. They deserve to be properly protected in this work, and our government is determined to support them in this. The amendment before us now is another piece in this broader project to support migrant workers. It delivers on a commitment we made in the migration strategy, Getting Migration Working for the Nation 2023, to enhance protections and oversight for these workers. The amendment will establish a public register of approved work sponsors, which will be publicly available on the Department of Home Affairs website. The register will include the name and type of approved sponsor, the sponsor's ABN, the postcode associated with the approved sponsor's ABN, and the number of sponsored workers and their occupations. The inclusion of the employer's postcode in particular will enable migrant workers considering changing sponsors to identify employers nearby, ensuring that the register is fit for use. With this register, it'll be much easier for migrant workers to check whether a sponsoring employer is legitimate and to find a new sponsor when exploring alternative employment opportunities, giving them the resources they need to be better informed about potential employers, as well as greater mobility should they need to find a new employer. It's a simple reform that'll make a big difference to the power imbalance between migrant workers and their employers. Too many temporary migrant workers who provide much-needed skills and labour to Australian businesses find themselves underpaid and subjected to poor conditions. In 2023, the Grattan Institute reported that 1 in 6 migrant workers are paid less than the national minimum wage, and many endure unsafe work conditions and harassment. In 2016, the ABC reported that 7-Eleven workers were being paid as little as 47 cents an hour. They were made to work more than twice the number of hours permitted by their visa conditions, and they were physically intimidated when seeking repayment. Since then, the exploitation of migrant workers hasn't stopped. In December last year, the Fair Work Ombudsman found that workers at a sushi franchise had been underpaid more than $650,000. The franchise was ordered to pay more than $15 million, the highest penalty ever secured by the Fair Work Ombudsman in a single legal action. Most of the workers who were underpaid were working holiday makers and skilled visa holders, and many of them were young people aged under 25. Migrant workers put up with these conditions because they're afraid of jeopardising their visas, because they haven't been told what their rights are, because they don't know what to do when they're underpaid, because they don't know how to check if their employer is legitimate, and sometimes even because they're being threatened by their employers. It isn't fair and it isn't right, and that's why our government won't let it stand. When we came to government, we took decisive action to start eradicating this exploitation. In 2023, we introduced a package of measures targeting employers seeking to exploit migrant workers, ensuring workers can speak up without fear of reprisal. These measures made it a criminal offence to use a person's visa conditions or visa status to exploit them in the workplace. Because of these measures, dodgy employers can now get up to 2 years of jail time for this conduct. We also introduced prohibition notices, increased penalties and new compliance tools to deter and punish this conduct by employers, and repealed Section 235 of the Migration Act, which made it harder for temporary workers to report exploitation. To ensure these laws had real power, we committed $50 million to the Australian Border Force for enforcement and promoting compliance with these regulations, and carried out a month-long blitz expecting around 300 businesses to check compliance, on top of the 140 businesses we sanctioned for bad conduct in 2022. In 2024, we brought in the Migration Amendment Strengthening Employer Compliance Act, which introduced 3 new work-related offences addressing coercive practices used by employers to exploit migrant workers. And in March this year, we launched a $13.25 million grant program to educate temporary visa holders and their employers about our reforms. This piece builds on the systemic changes we've already made in this space, making sure that migrant workers have the right information to make informed choices about their sponsors and can find a new sponsoring employer more easily, reducing their susceptibility to exploitation. This issue is not so far from my electorate of Gorton. Not long ago, a constituent of my electorate came into my office distressed at the refusal of her application for an employer nomination scheme visa. She had already been an employee at her place of work, a small business, for several years already. But her visa application had been refused twice because her employer had failed to pay her at the same rate an Australian worker would be paid for the same work, and had abrogated their sponsorship obligations to other workers. This constituent was distressed at being left with no choice but to leave the country, despite having done nothing but work hard and support this small business during her time in Australia. These are the challenges faced by temporary workers of our country. Temporary workers who've been left at the mercy of their employers, who've had little control over their lives, and who've had no choice but to bear the consequences of their employees' indiscretions. At its core, making sure that temporary migrants are protected from exploitation is a matter of fairness and human dignity, because everybody should be paid properly for the work they do, and nobody should have to endure mistreatment, coercion, or exploitation. It's also about making sure that wages stay strong for all Australians. Wage theft is fundamentally anti-competitive, a race to the bottom. When migrant workers are underpaid, it drives wages and conditions down for everyone. It erodes institutions that make Australia a good place to live and work, like our world-leading minimum wage. And it harms employers doing the right thing. It means that employers are faced with a difficult choice, whether to pay their workers the lawful amount and sacrifice market share, or join the race to the bottom. By making sure that migrant workers are paid properly for their work across the board, employers don't have this incentive to reduce wages, protecting the wages of all Australians. And it's about making Australia a place where people from other countries want to work For our economy and our future, Australia needs migrant workers. According to the peak body for the building and construction industry, every single building and construction trade is currently deemed in shortage. To address the current housing crisis and ensure that we have the housing we need for the future, we need skilled labour from overseas, particularly in rural and regional areas. Shortages of skilled workers like cooks and chefs are also presenting an ongoing challenge. In 2022, Jobs and Skills Australia reported that 66% of employers experienced difficulty filling hospitality roles. And an article by the ABC reported that businesses, particularly in rural and regional areas, are having to decrease operating hours to cope with persistent skill shortages. Of course, shortages like these have more than one cause and require multifaceted approaches, but temporary migrant workers are an essential part of this picture. To plug these gaps, reduce the pressure on these industries and keep small businesses afloat, to ensure that our economy keeps moving forward and that we're maintaining and growing the industries that are critical to our future. As we discuss what migrant workers have to endure in our country, I'm proud again to be sitting on this side of the House and not that side of the House. Time and time again, those sitting opposite have failed in their responsibility to protect temporary migrant workers from exploitation. Not only did they preside over worsening conditions for temporary migrant workers in this country, failing to actually implement the recommendations of the Migrant Workers Task Force they created, which responded to the revelation that 7-Eleven's mistreatment of some migrant workers essentially amounted to slavery, but they also actively prioritised temporary visas over permanent visas, changed visa rules to restrict workers' rights, and removed pathways to residency, actively degrading workers' protections and leaving them vulnerable to exploitation. And at every opportunity to demonstrate support for migrants, every opportunity to show that they know the value of migration to our country, they've done the opposite. The comments made by those opposite about migrant communities during their last term of government don't bear repeating. You would think that after their decisive loss in 2022 and again this year, that have realised that vilifying migrant communities and dog whistling to the far right doesn't play with Australians. But no, they've persisted with this divisive rhetoric, with racist and offensive remarks. They've validated and legitimised the blaming of migrants for social issues instead of working with the government collaboratively to address the real causes of these problems. Problems we're only dealing with today after 10 years of neglect under their leadership. Blaming migrants is what a party does when they don't have real solutions to the issues we face as a nation. We know the coalition doesn't have real solutions. We knew it during the election campaign when they proposed to solve the transition to clean energy with billion-dollar nuclear fantasies. We knew it when they proposed to solve the housing crisis by reducing the number of international students in higher education and vet. We knew it all 10 years they were in government, during which they reduced emissions by a meagre 3%, ignoring our ageing population and deemed it unnecessary to appoint a housing minister. And we know it now as they ditch net zero and let migrants take the blame for the consequences of their neglect. Once again, I'm proud to be on this side of the House, where we tackle the issues head on, where we treat migrants with dignity, care and respect they deserve, and actually listen to them and their experiences as members of our Australian community. Last week, Minister Thistlethwaite and I held a migration forum held in my office, attended by leaders of multicultural communities in my electorate. The forum was productive and insightful. It was an opportunity to ask questions and gain insights on parts of the migration system that were less well known. And it was also a chance to share information about how this system works in practice and identify opportunities for greater cultural sensitivity and understanding. I'm so proud to represent one of the most multicultural communities in the country. And every day I represent my electorate, I'm reminded of the value that migrants add to our community, whether that be in skills and insight they bring, the ways in which they lift each other up and model close-knit, supportive and welcoming communities, or in the culture they share, food, language, celebrations and knowledge. This amendment recognises the value of migrants. It recognises that they deserve to feel safe and secure as a matter of human dignity, but also as people who add immense value to our communities, who have an important role to play in our future, and who are welcome in our country. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the member for Riverina.
The member for Gorton is new here, and I wasn't going to pick on her about her speech, but some of the things that she mentioned, well, I listened to her in silence, so you can give me the same courtesy, member for Kingsford Smith, and I'll get to you in a minute. But she cannot come in here and start talking about racism in the coalition. She cannot make allegations about nuclear when it's not mentioned in the Migration Amendment Combating Migration Exploitation Bill 2025, and she cannot come in here and talk about exploitation of migrant workers and blame the coalition. That's just a bridge too far. And really, I had a good relationship with Brendan O'Connor, your predecessor. He's a good man, and I'm sure you're a good person too. And Brendan was often very bipartisan in the sorts of things that he brought to this parliament and the sort of ways that he wanted to make a better Australia. And I wish him well in his future, but I also wish you well in your parliamentary career. But don't just take the talking points that Labor gives you and think that that's the way to proceed with a debate, because what the coalition did in 9 years, not 10, but 9 years of government, was to make sure that we protected workers, and not just migrant workers, but also to ensure we had a fairer Australia. And no better place to see it. I understand that your electorate is very multicultural. That's fantastic. So too is the Riverina. And whether it's the Riverina that I first represented in 2010, which included the Murrumbidgee irrigation area, which is, I think, the cradle of multiculturalism in this country, because so many people went there pre-World War II, but particularly after the Second World War, when that great massive migration came out from Europe, when the guns had fallen silent in 1945, and made a better life for themselves in regional Australia. And I understand and appreciate that the member for Gorton mentioned the regions, and I commend her for that, because it's the regions where they're crying out for migrants, member for Gorton, they truly are. And the sad reality is we had recently a productivity summit headed up by the Treasurer, the member for Rankin. I think what we need in this nation right now is a planning and population summit. I think we need to do much better across the aisle when it comes to seeing where our migrants go, because all too often they are going into the western suburbs of Melbourne and Sydney, and the regions where they're crying out for skilled labour, crying out for unskilled labour. They are not reaching out to those places, and I appreciate there are measures in place put there by the member for Parks. I see him at the table, the Assistant Minister, and he knows. He represents more than half of New South Wales landmass, and in Western New South Wales, just like the Riverina, they want migrants, they welcome migrants, they celebrate migrants. And to suggest, member for Gorton, that coalition members are in any way racist, I think that's really a bridge too far. In Wagga Wagga, my hometown, the largest festival, the largest celebration of the society is after the Wagga Wagga Gold Cup horse race on the first Friday in May, is our Fusion Festival, which celebrates the food and the culture and the dance and the music and the attributes that migrants bring our city, the largest inland city in New South Wales. And you are right when you say, in one sense, that some migrants were exploited, but it wasn't the fault of government. There are some hire firms which do the wrong thing, and they deserve the full force of the law brought against them. They deserve the Immigration Department raiding them, whether they're doing the wrong thing by the farmers, or whether indeed the farmers in some cases are doing the wrong thing by the migrant workers, and some of them do. Let's not beat around the bush about this, but I tell you one thing that Labor did do, which was, I believe, anti-migrant, and that is they changed the rules around the Pacific Australia Labour Mobility Scheme. And what that did, as Labor tried to unionise that scheme, is to force farmers to pay for work that was never going to be done, to try to even out the number of hours and extend the number of hours such that they would pay migrant workers money to when there wasn't the work there at all. And we know that farming work is so seasonal, whether it's in crop production, horticulture, whatever the case might be. And the biggest losers out of that were not necessarily the farmers who stopped employing the migrants, but it was the Pacific workers themselves, because the work stopped and the farmers turned off the tap. And Labor brought this in, tried to unionise the scheme, and it fell foul of the people that they were purportedly trying to help. And they were the workers themselves, the palm workers, those magnificent people who come here and do the jobs that Australians simply won't do or can't do. Well, you know, Minister, seriously, I live it, I breathe it. I have these people come into my office all of the time. I'm not sure how many of them come into your Melbourne office and talk to you about the pitfalls and the shortcomings of what Labor did when they made those changes to the palm scheme. But I know I was right, because I was the Shadow Pacific Minister at the time, and Labor then put a pause on it and changed the rules. They did. Labor did. They backtracked, and you can't tell me they didn't, because they did. And Labor then went back to the scheme as it was to begin with, because the farmers were leaving it in droves, and so were the palm workers. And you know what was happening? The fruit was being left to rot on the ground. The work wasn't being done. And you can throw your head back all you like, and you can make out as if I'm off on the wrong tangent. I am not, because I had that lived experience, because I'm there front and centre of what the Pacific Australia Labor Mobility Scheme is, because the Riverina lives it. We have those workers, and we enjoy those workers, and we applaud those workers, but you cannot come in here, Minister, and tell me that what the changes were to that palm scheme were wrong, because they were. And the Minister backtracked, and the Minister backflipped. And it was the member for Shortland, because he knew that he'd got it wrong. He'd listened to Minister Burke, and he knew that it was wrong, because the scheme started to fall apart. So don't try and tell me anything else, because I know, and it's our farming areas that grow the food, that grow the fibre, and that employ the palm workers who benefit from that scheme. And they were being dudded by the changes by this Labor government. And that is true. And that is true. Now, let's talk about this legislation, shall we? Many businesses in the Riverina, as I said, rely on the migrant workers. It's a regional area that welcomes these. I don't know why you're shaking your head. I mean, I've said everything that was true. And with the palm scheme,
the member for Cooper will leave her remarks for the rest of the contribution, and the member for Riverina will direct the comments through the chair, not at the minister. Thank you.
The Coalition supports stronger integrity in the skilled visa program, but what this bill does, it fails to achieve that objective without exposing employers to unjustified risk. Now, I'm not saying that every labour hire company, I'm not saying that every employer is going to do the right thing. And I agree with the member for Gorton. Those people who exploit workers should be exposed. Absolutely, 100% they should. But, and certainly, I know the raids that were conducted by the Immigration Department when we were in government, and I know the sort of work that those public servants for and on behalf of the Commonwealth does now with Labor in power. They should be doing it. They should be exposing people who do the wrong thing by some of the most vulnerable people who come to Australia to work hard, to do the jobs that sometimes won't or can't be done by Australians themselves. And we thank those workers, and we should be protecting those workers. Absolutely we should. But the publication of basic sponsor information, it could be seen as a proportionate step, but the bill, unfortunately, gives rise to too many potential problems and also leaves the scope of data of any exemptions to regulations. And that's what the Coalition is concerned about. That's why the Coalition is not supporting this bill. We need to establish clear criteria and review mechanisms to prevent what would be arbitrary use of power. We should, but there are so many potential risks to businesses which rely on migrant workers, and particularly in regional areas. And it's regional areas where many of these workers are being engaged. It's regional areas which, as I said earlier in my remarks, which welcome these people, which need these people, and by and large, for the honest employers, those good farmers, those well-meaning communities who do the right thing by these workers. Now, more substantial anti-exploitation reforms promised by the government as part of its migration strategy, including criminal sanctions, a whistleblower visa and repeat offender bans against those recidivists, have yet to materialise. And Labor and the city-based members who get so uptight about these things, and the city-based members who often want to tell us, so I appreciate there are some city-based coalition members sitting here with me, but who want to tell us how to live our lives, how to run our businesses, how everything should happen in regional Australia, who barely ever set foot in the place. I'm not saying that about the coalition city members in the chamber at the moment, but you know who I'm talking about. Well, they just need to learn a thing or three about regional Australia. And the government should be held to account for those delays, for those unnecessary delays. But just don't take my word for it. Maybe find a farmer who does employ these workers and ask them. Maybe find a local government mayor, and I know the member for Parkes has many of them, and see how vital they are to the operations of our local communities in country Australia. And as I say, by and large, people in regional, rural and particularly remote Australia do the right thing. Now, a concern raised directly with Senator Paul Scar from Queensland, Immigration Shadow Minister, by the Business Council of Australia relates to the inclusion of nomination headcount data. Now, the BCA, and I don't always agree with the BCA, but certainly in this instance, they argue that the information is not necessary for the stated transparency purpose and could expose employers to, wait for it, member for Parkes, union harassment. Union harassment. And we all know what happens when the unions start to harass. And I say this, and Labor members can smile about this all they like, but I was a union member for 21 years. So I've been a member of a union. I understand that unions have a part to play, have a role and a responsibility in this nation. But what we don't want is giving the green light to unions to harass employers unnecessarily. We do not. And the Master Builders Australia also advised the good senator that migration agents, the key contacts for migrant workers, rightly or wrongly, would already have the information proposed to be included in the register. Already have the information. And in cases where a migrant worker needs to find a new sponsor, these agents are already well placed to assist with that search. Now, alternatively, the information that the government is seeking to include in the new register could simply be shared with the migration agents rather than be made far more widely available. So there are clauses and pieces of this legislation which are concerning, and Labor, in typical Labor fashion, has not properly explained this. Labor, in typical Labor fashion, has not done, I believe, and as do my colleagues, the proper stakeholder engagement before it brought this legislation to the chamber. But what the Labor Dirt Unit does is give the notes to the members, and they come in here and just assiduously read them and think that that's all true and all right. And then it's always got that decade of neglect and dysfunction, etc., etc. We all know, because we hear it parroted all the time, and if you say it that often, eventually you'll believe it. But This side of the parliament did some very good work in the migrant worker space. I hope that the Labor side also does some work in that space to benefit our migrant workers, because regional Australia needs them, and regional Australia needs legislation that can be the best it can be.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the member for Kingston Smith.
Thanks, Speaker. Modern Australia was built on migration. The great economic advancements that we had in the wake of World War II were related to the populate or perish policy that our Immigration Department and Arthur Caldwell delivered in those important years after the Second World War. But unfortunately, we're aware as a government that too many migrants that are working in Australia have been exploited. They haven't received the correct wages and conditions that they are entitled to, and many unscrupulous employers have taken advantage of the power imbalance that exists between migrant worker and employer. Our government is determined to fix this, to ensure that all Australian workers, including migrants, enjoy the full protection of the law and are paid a fair wage for a fair day's work. And we're taking responsible action to fix the problems that we've inherited in this system from the previous government. We're restoring integrity to the system and working to bring migration back to sustainable levels, with a major focus on skilled migration as a major part of the program. When we first came to government, we commissioned Martin Parkinson to review the country's migration system. It hadn't been done for decades, but we thought it was important to take stock of whether or not the migration system was delivering better living standards, greater productivity to our economy, but most importantly, better living conditions for migrants that come to Australia. And Martin Parkinson found that the system was quite broken and in need of major reform. And in the wake of that, we put together the migration strategy to fix the problems that Martin Parkinson had identified, had developed under the previous government. And this bill that we bring to the Parliament today is part of this process of fixing the issues that we inherited from the previous government, particularly those around combating migrant exploitation. The government's been clear about the need to bring migration back to normal, and our actions are helping to achieve that. But we're also restoring integrity to the system and ensuring that it delivers the skills that we need. This legislation strengthens arrangements around skilled entry to Australia by introducing a public register of approved work sponsors to be published and maintained by the Department of Home Affairs on their website. It will implement a commitment made by our government in the migration strategy that was released in December 2023. The exploitation of those on temporary visas hurts all workers by driving down wages and worsening conditions for everyone. This reform provides enhanced protections and oversight mechanism. The intention is that the development of a public register will encourage transparency, monitoring and oversight. The register will help combat temporary skilled migrant worker exploitation by enabling workers to find a new sponsor and provide a resource to check that a sponsoring employer is legitimate. The proposed amendment in the bill, underpinned by extensive consultation that was undertaken with businesses, unions and stakeholders through the migration review that informed the migration strategy. Delays in the passage of this bill will mean delays in the implementation of the public register, which strengthens the integrity of the temporary skilled visa program. The register for employers who are approved as standard business sponsors and have nominated skilled workers for entry into Australia. The register may include details such as the type of approved sponsor, the name of the approved sponsor, the approved sponsor's ABN, the postcode associated with the approved sponsor's ABN, the number of the sponsored workers, and the occupations nominated by the approved sponsor. By including the postcode registered with the approved sponsor, it will enable migrants considering mobility to identify employers nearby and increase the practicality of the register. The register will complement the public register for sanctioned sponsors published by Australian Border Force. This is a name and shame register that workers and other employers can go to see who is abiding by the rules and regulations related to people working in Australia on visas. Approved standard business sponsors will be automatically included on the register without needing to request this at the time of applying for sponsorship. The data behind the register, Speaker, will be uploaded and updated regularly to ensure it remains current. Information will be provided to approved sponsors at time of sponsorship application, as well as messaging on the department's website to alert them to their business details to be included on the register. The register will also draw on already available public information, such as the information the sponsor has provided for their ABN. Any disclosure of information on the register would be consistent with the Privacy Act of 1988. No personal identifying information of nominated workers will be included on the register. Speaker, the government's made a commitment in the migration strategy to develop a new skills-in-demand visa. The passage of this bill will continue the government's commitment to implement reforms to strengthen and maintain integrity of the temporary migration system. Migrants make a valuable contribution to Australia, not only to our prosperity, but also to our communities, our national identity, and to our connections across the world. They have the right to feel safe and to be safe, particularly in their workplaces. Since 1945, more than 6 million migrants have chosen to make Australia their home, and each of them has in their own unique way contributed to our cities, regions and towns. There are relatives, neighbours, friends, work colleagues, acquaintances, industry and business leaders, corporates and small business owners, and of course workers. Good, hard-working people who've helped shape our culture, our social, our civic and economic life. Our human diversity is both our nation's defining characteristics, but it's also our nation's greatest strength. And in my electorate of Kingsford Smith, it was one of the original homes to many of those post-World War II migrants, the Greeks, the Italians, the Chinese, who've settled in our area, and we're now into the third generation and fourth generation in some cases of those original migrants. And I love living in a country where you can have a front row seat to Australians from so many backgrounds honouring their traditions while passing them down through those new generations. We know how important it is, Speaker, to maintain the Australian people's trust and confidence in the migration system to ensure that those settings that we put in place for migration work in the national interest and deliver better living standards for all Australians. At the same time, we're progressing an ambitious migration reform agenda, building a migration system that matches the needs of the nation and delivers for Australians and for migrants. This bill will help ensure that we have the skills we need into the future and ultimately to make sure the system is working in the interests of all Australians. The Albanese government continues our important reform work to ensure that the migration system works in the interests of all Australians and can be the best that it can be. Much has been achieved already, particularly in relation to system integrity, skills gaps and student migration. We're restoring public trust and aligning with Australia's economic and humanitarian programs. Speaker, Australia is a great country. We must never take our way of life for granted. It must be cherished, valued and nurtured. And this bill is an important step towards achieving this government's aim of a coherent migration strategy that delivers better living standards for all Australians.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. And I call the member for Nichols.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and I too rise to speak on the Migration Amendment Combating Migrant Exploitation Bill 2025. This bill will insert a new section into the Migration Act 1958 which authorises the Secretary of the Department of Home Affairs to publish a public register containing the details of employees' sponsorship of skilled migrants. Now, the bill title attempts to link this register to combating migrant exploitation. And I have no issue with combating migrant exploitation. In fact, combating migrant exploitation, the exploitation of any workers, but particularly vulnerable people who are coming overseas to work in our industries, need to be protected. And that is something that is believed on that side of the House, and it's something that it's believed on this side of the House. And I've worked in horticultural industries for a great many years, and I've seen a lot of good work on both sides from good people who want to make sure that the people who come from overseas to work in our industries are protected. And I'm confident in saying that many farmers and businesses in my electorate of Nichols who welcome migrant workers feel exactly the same way. Now, skilled migration, whether temporary or on a permanent pathway, has always been about benefiting both sides of the equation. Farms and businesses facing critical workforce shortages are able to access skills and labour, and migrants are able to access jobs, be paid a fair wage and work under fair employment conditions. And we've got history of this. This is basically what built the electorate that I now represent. Anytime anyone turned up in Australia from even before World War II with the Albanian community, where were they sent? Well, they were sent to where there was requirement for what was then unskilled labour. And those people came often to the Goulburn Valley, which was a burgeoning irrigation district. It had a lot of dairy farms, had a lot of fruit orchards, people also from the United Kingdom, from Southern Europe after the war, then from communities in the subcontinent, the Middle East, and now African communities and communities from parts of Asia. And they are welcomed in the Goulburn Valley. And we all understand that we wouldn't have built the economic miracle that is the Goulburn Valley without them. So we don't want to see those people who have come to build our industries, which become their industries, because often what happens in the Goulburn Valley is that these people who are paid a fair wage, by and large, save up enough money to buy their own farms. And that's happened over and over again. It's wonderful to see people in second generations whose parents came here with nothing becoming very wealthy people and able to educate their children in a way that they were never able to be educated because they were able to build the capital, buy their farms and become incredible successful business owners. Now, I don't deny that there have been instances of migrant worker exploitation, and I believe it is actively sought out, stopped, and the offenders prosecuted. And if there are better ways we can do that, then we're happy to work together on that. But I'll just tell you this, since July 1, 2024, the Australian Border Force have had a prohibited employer register providing information about employers, sponsors and third parties who have seriously, deliberately or repeatedly broken the law and have been prohibited from employing additional migrant workers for a period of time. Now, let me go to the media release of September 29, 2025 from the member for Bruce, the Assistant Minister for Citizenship, Customs and Multicultural Affairs. And the release is headlined, Australian Border Force names and shames businesses for exploiting migrant workers, which sounds great, and we support that. And when you go to the first paragraph, you say that the quote is, a Western Australian business has become the first in the nation to be publicly named and shamed by the Australian Border Force for exploiting vulnerable and migrant workers under the strong new laws introduced by the Albanese government. And that business is still the one and only business that's been shamed on the Border Force Prohibited Employer Register. So one business has been named and shamed between July 2024 and November 2025. And that is despite well-publicised employee rights material attached to visa applications and clear lines of reporting breaches such as underpayment, sexual harassment, pressuring or coercing a temporary migrant to breach a visa condition or pressuring them to hand over their past work. And the Fair Work Ombudsman has a wealth of information for migrant workers and offers a dedicated telephone helpline, including interpreting services. The PALM scheme provides ongoing welfare and wellbeing support to workers throughout their time in Australia. And PALM has a dedicated 1800 number support service, and there's adequate information and assistance available to migrant workers or prospective migrant workers. There's already a name and shame register of dodgy employers, and that register has a mandatory publication mandate in the Migration Act, which triggers the Australian Privacy Principle, 6.2b, which permits the Australian Border Force to disclose personal information of an individual where a law requires it to do so. So the point I'm making is that there have been a lot of good work on both sides of this chamber when they've been in government to try and combat this. So I'm asking, what is being put in place now to go a lot further that will help combat exploitation of migrant workers? I think this is under the guise of protecting migrant workers. This bill allows the publication of personal details of individuals and corporate entities regardless of whether they've even transgressed. It'll publish the sponsor's activity and track record apparently as a deterrent against the poor treatment of migrant workers. So apparently we've already got the risk of prosecution, hefty fines, 10-year ban, naming and shaming, and that's not enough of a deterrent. Instead, employers of migrant workers, and I want to emphasise this point, farmers, businesses, like those in the Goulburn Valley, who care about these migrant workers and who know that their businesses can't operate with them, so why would they want to exploit them? Why should they be on a register, a public register, saying that they employ X number of temporary workers? Well, here's what I'm worried that it will lead to, and I've seen this in my electorate. It can lead to unions deciding they will go and harass those businesses, even if there's no evidence of anything being done wrong, just because in the minds, and I agree with the member for Riverina who said before, unions have their place. They're an important part of Australian cultural history. They're an important part of Australian economic history. But I have seen them behave in ways that have been really disappointing, where they've come into the Goulburn Valley and they've tried to stir up a lot of trouble where there was no offence or there was no exploitation happening. I think there are areas of migration the Albanese government would do a lot better to focus on. And this is because the temporary skilled migration system is failing regional businesses. And a lot of those regional businesses are agricultural businesses. On 11th of December 2023, Labor's migration strategy was released outlining reform directions for Australia's skilled visa programs. And the promise was to, in inverted commas, fix an in inverted commas broken system and streamline visa processes so they better support industries that require temporary workers from overseas to plug workforce shortages. Key to the reforms was the introduction of the Skills in Demand visa to replace the temporary skills shortage visa. And this visa would have three target pathways: core skills stream, specialist skills stream for high earners, and an essential skills stream focused on addressing lower income labour shortages. Now, the essential skills stream is especially important for regional businesses because it replaces the labour agreement stream, which so many industries rely on in my area, electorate of Nichols and across regional Australia. And currently, there are labour agreements covering horticulture, dairy and meat, and these are all key industries for the Australian national economy, but particularly for regional Australia. And those labour agreements are still being used because while the core and specialist streams are operating, but the essential skills stream has not yet been implemented. So we don't know what the conditions of the essential skills visa will be, but I do hope it creates a pathway for employers currently priced out of the migration system to recruit the workers they desperately need. Now, why have so many employers been priced out? Well, for most migrant workers, this visa has to meet the temporary skilled migration income threshold. And when the Albanese government came to power, it was $53,900. On July 1, it is 2023, and it's soared to $70,000. But it is also indexed. So, in July 2024, it was... In July 2024, it was $73,150, and in July this year it's $76,515. And dairy, horticulture and meat operate under labour agreements, which means they have to pay workers equal to or greater than 90% of the temporary skilled migration income threshold. So if we follow the same path from 2023, the minimum payment under a labour agreement has gone from $48,510 to $68,863. And accounting for indexing, by July next year it will be around $72,000. Now, I have businesses, Deputy Speaker, in my electorate that desperately need workers. They have migrants who want to come on a temporary visa, but the mandated pay rates are well above what their Australian workers earn and are unaffordable for the employer. So not having workers is a big problem because the businesses can't grow and they can't employ other people. And this is not just for farms. This has happened in the auto industry. It's happened in all sorts of industries. We need much greater flexibility in the visa program. And instead we get this bill which seems at best to be a replication and at worst a serious overreach. Deputy Speaker, everyone in this place does not want to see migrant worker exploitation. Where it happens, it needs to be rooted out and prosecuted. And I believe, as I said earlier, that both sides have done some good work over the past 20 or 30 years to strengthen that. I just want to finish with an anecdote about what really happens in regional, what's the common experience in regional communities. A couple of years ago, a very prominent fruit grower, large fruit grower from a 5th, 6th generation family, died, passed away. It was of great sadness to the community, and I went to his funeral. He had been using the PALM scheme and Pacific workers and employing them and making sure that he had a vibrant business so that money could be sent back to those communities over generations. When that man died, and I went to his memorial service, there was over 30 Pacific workers and their families who attended that and sang the most beautiful songs and music that I've ever heard in unison to honour a person who had put together a business and employed them and treated them so well and put so much money along with their work. It was a real combination of capital and labour that worked for both the capital and the labour and went on. And the respect that was shown by him to those workers, and then when he passed away, by those workers to him, it was truly moving. Now, if there's exploitation, it needs to be rooted out. But more often, these schemes are very, very good for Australia. They're very good for the migrant workers who come here. I don't think this bill helps that. I think this bill creates division with that. I think there are already some great things in place to assist the continuing combating of migrant exploitation. And if there are serious proposals that can be put forward to further address that problem, I think that people on this side of the House would be very interested in working together with the government on it. I don't think this is serious. I think it's a half-baked solution that doesn't address the problem, and it will lead to further division and harassment by unions, some unions of regional businesses, and therefore I won't be supporting the bill. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the Assistant Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I think you had 58 seconds to go after all those fine words where you finally fessed up, despite all the concern about exploitation of migrant workers and all the noble sentiments, that you're actually not going to vote for the bill. This is not a half-baked proposal, to quote you. This is something that came out of the migration strategy following the migration review, responding to a serious problem, which is the foul, disgusting, shameful, ongoing exploitation of migrant workers. Let me just address two of the points that you made there. Firstly, in relation to the Tisman, let's be very clear what we heard there. We heard 3.5 minutes of a circular argument, but when you strip it back, what the member opposite was arguing for was lower wages. Now, that's not a surprise, given the entire economic management philosophy of the previous government was, quote, a deliberate design feature of their economic management to keep wages down. Now, he quoted the shock and outrage of the Tisman. You know, for those listening at home, the temporary skilled migration income threshold. It's the minimum amount that an employer bringing in a migrant worker has to pay them. And he said, this is terrible. It's jumped from $53,000 to $70,000. Shock horror. Well, you know why, Deputy Speaker? It's because for their 9 years they didn't index it. They held it at $53,000. So in real terms, employers were able to bring in workers year after year, paying them less and less and less. And guess what that does, Deputy Speaker? The economic labour market analysis was absolutely clear. It holds down the wages of Australian workers, because when employers can too easily bring in migrant workers, pay them a pittance, then it holds down the wages of low-skilled Australians. That was absolutely clear. It was established through parliamentary inquiry after parliamentary inquiry, with labour market submissions, labour market analysis, but of course they did nothing about it. They wouldn't index that minimum wage that you could pay migrant workers because that was their agenda, to hold down wages. Their ministers actually said it. So I just want to be very clear and put on the record what they actually meant by that. The second thing we learned, I quote, is arguing for greater flexibility in visas so that it's easier for employers to bring in low-paid workers. So when you hear all the hysterical rhetoric and the chest beating from most of their backbench undermining the leader, and the massive cuts to migration, they'll never actually specify what they want to cut. Is it Australians falling in love with people from overseas? Are they going to cut the partner visas? Is it working holiday makers who actually do the agricultural work in regional Australia? Is it international students? Keep the hospitality sector going? I mean, they never actually prepared to outline which regions are no longer going to have GPs or healthcare workers, which aged care centres are going to close. So that's the debate they want to have out there. But the debate which they want to have in here is bring more migrants in, pay them less, drag down wages and give employers greater flexibility. That's exactly what the previous member was arguing. Exactly what the previous member was arguing. Exactly.
Member for line.
Unbelievable. The hypocrisy. But I thought that this bill would be routine. I did. Aware of the history, the briefing's clear, the case is clear. There's a lot of fine words about combating migrant worker exploitation. I genuinely thought it would be routine. But then we find out, with 58 seconds to go with the previous speaker, that they're going to oppose this bill. He talked about unions. It was cute. He said unions have a place in Australia in history. And unions do fine work historically. But when push comes to shove, every time, the thing they always get most angry about, it's the age-old debate, isn't it? Workers versus employers. You know, the Labor Party believes in bringing capital and labour together. But what really triggers them is the idea that workers should actually get paid properly and get their fair share and be looked after. But look, the great Australian promise, so we say, is a fair go. The great Australian promise of Australian multiculturalism is a fair go, that everyone gets a fair crack at life here, gets treated fairly under the law, no matter their ethnicity, their circumstance, how long they've been there, their visa class and so on. We're all equal under the law. Mostly we live up to that promise, mostly we do well. But at times, for too many Australians, including many in my electorate, spoke at the African Culture and Music Festival in the middle of Melbourne. 40% of Australia's African-born population, to illustrate the point, live in Melbourne or Victoria. And for too many people in that community, it's structural racism. It means they don't get a fair go. You see it in the employment data. But mostly we live up to our promise. But one of the most shameful, disgusting examples where we fail as a nation and undermine our own values is the exploitation of migrant workers. It's not good enough that every now and again we see the media splashes and people go, oh, that's quite bad, of people living in squalor, underpayment, sexual and financial exploitation, human trafficking and slavery. They're strong words, but that's actually what's going on in our country with vulnerable migrant workers. And so those opposite want to argue for lower wages, argue for employers to be able to bring in more and more workers on low wages, argue against the role of unions in exposing exploitation. For those of us who are born in Australia, I say this very genuinely, Deputy Speaker, I'm born in Australia. As far as I can tell, back 4 generations. Hopefully they were convicts and had a good time, I don't know. But for those of us born in Australia, it's really hard to understand, viscerally, the vulnerability that a temporary visa status has over someone. The extreme power that an employer can have over a temporary worker. The threat, I will have your visa cancelled, I will report you, I will cancel your sponsorship unless you do what I say, unless you work extra hours, unless you pay me kickbacks, unless you put up with these foul living conditions, unless you give me sexual services, or worse. That threat, that insecurity in itself creates an enormous power dynamic that those of us who take our citizenship for granted just don't truly understand. It's not a criticism, it's an explanation of the lived experience of a lot of people in our country. People who do critical work, people who service food, people who work in hospitality, work in agriculture, work in aged care and so on. I think everyone would agree, and I hear those opposite, and I believe them, that the exploitation of migrant workers is wrong morally, that people accept that. It's not who we are as a country. We've done very well as a country over centuries now, from a model of permanent migration where those people who come and make the contribution, meet our labour market standards over time, can seek permanent migration and build a life here and contribute with security. We've done well from that. We don't have mass migration. Some of them like to bang on Sky News. We have a highly controlled, orderly migration program. We're not experiencing what we're seeing in Europe. We're not experiencing the long-rolling issues on the southern US border that dominate the media and infect our politics. We have a highly controlled, tightly managed migration program. It can go up, it can go down, but governments of the day are in control of that program. But the exploitation of migrant workers, this creation of permanently temporary underclasses hidden from the view of society, does us no credit as a people. But it also harms Australian workers. This is the point. When we fail to act on the exploitation of migrant workers, it puts downwards pressure on the wages of Australian workers. It hurts everyone, not just morally, not in the conception of who we are as a people, but economically. I gave the example before, remains current. If the minimum wage that's paid to migrant workers isn't sufficient, then it drags down the wages of Australian workers. This has been proved over and over again. It's also proved in aggregate with one of the worst, stupidest policy decisions the former government made to uncap the numbers. I know it's a strong competition. I'm thinking within my portfolio space, keep it narrow, don't go too broad, it's late at night. But to uncap the work hours that international students could work to allow them to work unlimited hours, turning our high-quality student visa, our premium student visa, into some kind of low-rent guest worker visa. I mean, it corrupted the student visa pipeline. We're still paying for that today with the non-genuine students that the Morrison government let in, working their way through the ART appeals system and gaming it. We're still paying for that failure today. But it's the same principle. If you let too many low-skilled workers in without the right safeguards, it actually drags down the wages of Australian workers. But as we know, that was their policy. So this bill is another key step to strengthen protection for migrant workers that helps all Australians. The bill seeks to enhance protections by introducing a public register of approved work sponsors. It implements a commitment that the government made in the migration strategy, the sort of shock horror routine from those opposite. Oh, well, where did this come from? Who made this up? Well, it was in the migration strategy. I know those two words would be unfamiliar to them because we inherited a complete and utter mess in the Home Affairs Department. They'd sacked over 1,500 workers, destroyed the capability of the public service. Peter Dutton and Scott Morrison, the whole legacy, the whole cabal, was up there with the Australian flags behind them. They'd run out of Australian flags for every press conference. But when you look behind the curtain, when you look under the hood, there's no compliance. there is literally no enforcement going on in the Department of Home Affairs that we inherited. So we did the migration review, we did the migration strategy, we set out the things that we're now implementing to tighten up the system. We're rebuilding the enforcement capability in the Australian Border Force. And that's a proper agenda. This bill is the next step. It complements the register of sanctioned sponsors published by the Australian Border Force. Now, I'll thank the previous speaker and acknowledge something I haven't heard. He read out one of my press releases. I've never actually met anyone who's read any of my press releases, so I'm very grateful to the member who spoke. Well, thank you. The member for Werra was read one of my press releases. You can talk about that too when you get up. But he mentioned that it was a deep surprise that there'd been a sanctioned sponsor named and shamed. Well, I'll just say genuinely to the member, the legislation has been operative for a bit over a year. It takes proper process and time, natural justice. You've got to be fair to the employers. You've got to do the investigation. Well, actually, no, before that, let's go back to basics. You have to put the money in and employ the staff and train the staff and then actually send them out. So you actually have to have public servants to go and do the enforcement. Also a shocking concept, given the tens of thousands of staff they stripped out of the public service. There was almost no enforcement capability left in the Department of Home Affairs. So I'll just say to the member, in addition to the name and shame, that sanction, there's illegal worker warning notices, there's compliance notices, there's enforceable undertakings, there's prohibited employers, there's employer-sanctioned infringements, there's non-voluntary location, and there's human trafficking referral. So there's a whole range of sanctions which have been put in place that the staff that are now working in the Australian Border Force are able to employ and in many cases are employing. So this bill here comes as part of the latest part of a package of reforms to address migrant worker exploitation. We put in place, Deputy Speaker, a range of pragmatic measures that focus on strengthening the legislative framework available under the Migration Act and the enforcement capabilities of the Department and the Australian Border Force to address employer non-compliance. That includes enhancing protections to encourage temporary migrants to report exploitation and resolve workplace issues in a timely manner. Now, the Strengthening Employer Compliance Act amended the Migration Act with the following measures. I'll just outline a few of them for context because they work as part of a package. This is just the latest part of the package. To quote the member for Moreton last night, we like a big package. It's actually good reform. 3 new criminal offences targeting employers and others in the labour chain for misusing migration rules to exploit temporary migrant workers. A new power to prohibit employers found to have engaged in serious, deliberate or repeated exploitation of temporary migrants from employing additional temporary visa holders for a period, increased penalties for breaches of employer obligations under the Migration Act, and, Deputy Speaker, new compliance tools, the ones I touched on earlier, compliance notices and enforceable undertaking, to support a proportionate response to the issues of non-compliance. But look, I'll close where I started. The vast majority of Australians would not morally put up with migrant worker exploitation. It's kind of a sort of a thing you hear about in the media. But for some of these most vulnerable human beings living in our society, living on insecure visas, they're incredibly vulnerable to exploitation. That threat that an employer, a rogue employer, most employers don't do this. Most employers are decent. But the threat that rogue employers can make using that power imbalance to coerce a vulnerable employee, be it through wage exploitation, sexual exploitation, or, as I said, the Border Force with these powers and resources is now making reports every year of suspected human trafficking. We have a very clear agenda as a government to actually raise the wages of Australians. A part of that is indexing the minimum wage that employers have to pay migrant workers, and a part of that is stamping out migrant worker exploitation.
That's all right, yes. It being 7:30, I propose a question that the House do now adjourn. I call the member for Forrest.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And just last week, the Prime Minister of Australia visited Forrest, and I welcome him as often as he'd like to come to Forrest with a visit like that, because he really disappointed the people of my electorate with what he didn't do while he was in our community. He didn't address the issues that matter most to the people of the Southwest. He didn't talk about housing pressures, rising costs, or the challenges facing our families, businesses and community groups. The people of Forrest deserve much more than a fly-in photo opportunity on his private jet at the underfunded and underdeveloped Busselton Airport. They deserved answers from the country's Prime Minister, and they didn't get them. So tonight, in this House, I want to put on record the issues that matter to the people of Forrest, because my community deserves to be heard in this parliament when it is ignored by the country's Prime Minister. Housing remains one of the biggest pressures in our region. According to REWA, median house prices in Western Australia have increased some 67% since 2001, and median rents not far behind, with an increase of 57%. Families, young people, key workers, even retirees in Forrest are all feeling the pressure from these sort of price hikes. And that's why I've consistently called for action on both demand and supply. This is a market that experiences both, and it means controlling migration levels to better manage housing demand, and it means unlocking additional supply by cutting red tape, clearing delays and removing the barriers blocking builders and councils from getting new homes to market. If the Albanese government refuses to act, this crisis only continues. More Australians will be priced out, rents will climb, and home ownership, the dream of home ownership, slips further from the grasp of another generation of Australians. I'm fighting for practical solutions, faster approvals, more homes and genuine affordability. And importantly, I'm fighting for practical immigration reforms that support our regional workforce without crippling our housing market, because migration should strengthen our community, not overwhelm it. The 2025 cuts to travel allowances and service rates for NDIS providers in regional Australia, like my community, are a betrayal of regional Australia, including our most vulnerable. A one-size-fits-all policy may work in the inner-city suburbs and places like here in Canberra, but it doesn't work in the southwest of Western Australia. In Forrest, where services are already limited relative to metropolitan areas, these cuts have led to appointments being cancelled and providers closing their doors altogether to our community's most vulnerable. Families are being punished simply because of where they live in some sort of sick postcode lottery. It's unacceptable, and I stand with the families in my community and the NDIS providers who have been so badly let down by the decisions of this government. And in interests of fairness and accessibility to a safety net that every Australian deserves, I would ask the government to reconsider the changes that it stands by. The Margaret River Hospital, just south of where the Prime Minister landed his plane, is outdated and increasingly unable to meet the needs of a growing, ageing population, not having been upgraded since 2001. The Health Minister's pretty quick to come into this chamber and crow about what he's done for the good people of Forrest, but the reality on the ground is a sad story indeed. Residents shouldn't have to travel 3 or 4 hours to Perth for services that should be available locally, a fact totally lost on the WA Premier Roger Cook. And so a major upgrade to the Margaret River Hospital is essential. I'm committed to advocating for a modern, expanded hospital that delivers the high-quality care in our community that my region deserves. Apprentices are already facing lower wages and rising living costs like everyone else in our community. Cutting their travel and accommodation allowances makes it even harder for young people at the start of their careers to complete their training, especially in a regional electorate like Forrest, where long travel to the city is simply unavoidable. These cuts punish the very people that we need most, young Australians who are learning a trade, rolling up their sleeves and helping to fill our national skills shortage. I'll continue fighting to ensure that our apprentices and trainees get the support that they need. And finally, one of my key priorities is advocating for a new terminal at the Busselton Margaret River Airport, the same airport the Prime Minister is very fond of landing his private jet at. He had the perfect opportunity during this visit to acknowledge the enormous pressure on the facility from our FIFO workforce, our tourism and trade opportunities and the freight for our region. Instead, he said nothing.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the member for Ford.
Speaker, in my first adjournment speech, in my last sitting week of the year, it's giving me a chance to reflect on what I've learned over the last 6 months, and I have tried to employ a very simple philosophy in the electorate that I am privileged to represent, and that is to listen, to fight for what I hear, and to deliver for our community. And to that end, we've been door knocking for most weekends of the year. Our team have been out there knocking on doors. I've been organising house visits. We've been holding community barbecues. And the sorts of issues that I'm hearing is that people are still doing it really tough. It's been a crisis in many ways that is, as our housing minister says, 40 years in the making, not just in housing though, but in energy and in so many areas in training. And I think that this government is beginning to turn it around. I think that we are really beginning to deliver. And so in Medicare, I've never seen in all of the time that I've been a participant or an observer of politics, one single policy have such a massive impact as that policy to provide incentives to everybody for a GP to bulk bill. That has meant that in the electorate of Ford, we went overnight from 9 bulk billing clinics to 20, almost more than doubling the number of clinics. That number's gone up to 21, and that number is only going to continue to rise. I've never seen a policy so successful. In housing, I believe that is my number one priority in Ford. That is where people are really, I think, doing it the toughest. And this has been a failure of policy, as the Housing Minister says, over 40 years in the making. A complete lack of federal government investing in public housing like we used to has created the problem that we have today. Our post-war economic miracle was very much based on cheap public housing and cheap public energy. And over the last 40 years, the federal government really has left the field and left people to struggle with what we have now. But just some very practical policies that we are delivering and that I'm delivering in Ford. Policies like the 5% deposit, policies like the Housing Australia Future Fund that is already building almost as many houses in Ford in 1 year as the Coalition built in 10 years. Policies like the Help to Buy scheme, policies like the getting behind the building 100,000 houses just for first home buyers, policies like getting behind the National Cabinet's objective of 1.2 million homes to take that pressure off. They are the sorts of policies that this government is delivering in communities like mine. Cost of living is without doubt something that is just housing is a part of, healthcare is a part of, but not just housing and healthcare. Cost of living. I mean, I can see the member for Hume is shaking his head at me in my speech tonight. But the member for Hume, I'm shaking my head at the policy that you took to the last election, a policy to actually bring the taxes up on Australian people. When that happened, the member for Hume, that's when I thought I had a chance of winning Ford. By the way, that very day, that was the day I really thought, hang on, they can't seriously be going to repeal the tax cuts. And when you did, that's when I actually thought, oh, I've got a chance here. But it's not just tax cuts. It's energy rebates. It's cutting down HECS by 20%. When we cut, we're about cutting the cost of living for people. And it's things like, it really is things like the real wages growth. I think we've had 8 consecutive quarters of real wages growth. But that replaced your 5 consecutive quarters of cutting real wages. And ultimately, I'd finish off, that the world that I grew up in the 90s was a much different world than the one we had today. The hometown that I came from in Broken Hill, when I went back there in the 90s, had an unemployment rate of over 20%, depression-level unemployment. Today it's different. We've got employers screaming out for workers. But again, a failed system of training has meant that Labor is now playing catch-up. And so that's why things like free TAFE are helping to get people the skills that they need to have a good life, but also employers to employ the workers that they have. So there's a lot to do. I'm listening to workers. I'm fighting for workers and people in our community, and this government is delivering.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to the member for Hume.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise tonight to draw attention to a simple but sobering fact. Australia is under sustained attack. Not a conventional war with tanks and troops, but a campaign of coercion and interference. Cyber attacks on our banks and hospitals, espionage in our institutions, coercive trade measures, dangerous provocations against our servicemen and women, and assaults on our places of worship. This is a warfare without a formal declaration, but not without victims, Mr Speaker. And Australians feel it when their data is stolen, when services are disrupted, when communities are pitted against each other and made to feel unsafe in their own homes and suburbs. Our security agencies have made clear that we face the most dangerous circumstances since the Second World War. Great power competition has returned, and its centre of gravity is our region. It's a contest between open societies and the axis of autocracies, Russia, Iran, North Korea and the Chinese Communist Party, working together more closely than ever and using every lever of power. Short of open conflict, manipulating international rules, funding proxy crime and terror groups, coercing smaller nations through trade, technology and energy, and waging persistent cyber and information campaigns against countries like ours. Now, Mr Speaker, Australia sits in the eye of the storm, pulled by two powerful forces, a weakening economy and rising threats to our sovereignty. And in such a moment, what we need most is clarity of leadership. Clarity about the threat, our alliances, and clarity about our national priorities. Leadership starts with telling the truth, Mr Speaker, even when it is uncomfortable. Yet Labor still struggles to name the threat plainly and consistently. We are not getting that clarity from this government. We should be crystal clear about the world we face. We oppose Russia's illegal and brutal war in Ukraine. We welcome early steps towards a peace deal and the government's confirmation that more assistance is soon to be announced. That assistance must be substantial, timely and focused on learning the lessons of this conflict to better protect our great country. Turning to our region, it is vital to strengthen the trade relationships with the Chinese people. But the Chinese Communist Party is a strategic competitor. Whether flares are fired at our aircraft, there are live fire exercises off our coast, foreign interference on our soil or state-sponsored cyber attacks on our infrastructure. In recent days, we have seen coercion directed at our great friend and trading partner, Japan, for merely asserting its right to self-defence and peace in our region. At the same time, we must never confuse the threat posed by an authoritarian government with the contribution of its diaspora. From Ballarat to Young, Chinese Australian communities have helped build our towns and our prosperity. Our disagreements lie with the authoritarian states that seek to upend the rules-based order on which our freedom and prosperity depend. Not with Australians who have come here seeking that freedom and prosperity and who yearn for their families to enjoy the same freedoms at home. Labor has weakened our standing with Israel, a long-standing democratic partner, and too often dragged its feet on AUKUS, leaving our servicemen and women waiting for the capabilities they need and denying Australian industry the jobs, the skills and the innovation that we know AUKUS can deliver. But national security doesn't exist in a vacuum, Mr Speaker. We cannot defend our country with a weak economy. We cannot build unity and resilience in a nation where too many Australians feel locked out of opportunity, home ownership and rising living standards. And that is why prosperity and sovereignty live hand in hand. They are twin national priorities, not competing goals. They depend on each other. A stronger economy gives us the resources we need to invest in defence, intelligence, cybersecurity and critical infrastructure and defend that critical infrastructure. Greater sovereignty in energy, industry and technology protects our prosperity from coercion and threats. So our path forward should be clear. Australians are entitled to leadership that levels with them about the risks, sets clear priorities and has a credible plan to restore prosperity and strengthen our sovereignty. That is the test that a government must meet to rebuild our strong economy, a sovereign nation and a safer future for our children, to move on from rhetoric to readiness and to ensure Australia stands on its own 2 feet while standing shoulder to shoulder with our allies.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the member for Isaacs.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise today to talk about something that sits at the heart of our identity as a nation, something that speaks to our values of fairness, decency and care for one another, something that millions of Australians depend on every single day. That is Medicare. It is difficult to imagine Australia without it. Even more difficult to imagine is that before Labor's reforms in the 1970s, the size of your bank balance determined whether you could visit a doctor, get treatment or simply look after your health. Yet that was the system Labor inherited from the Liberal Party, a health system where private insurance decided who received care and who went without, a system that left many Australians on the wrong side of the waiting room door, shut out from the care they desperately needed. When Labor first introduced Medibank under Gough Whitlam, the Liberal and National parties fought it every step of the way. They refused to pass the Medibank legislation twice in the Senate, triggering the 1974 double dissolution election. They opposed the historic joint sitting of Parliament in August 1974 that finally passed the bills. And when they returned to government after Whitlam's dismissal in late 1975, they moved quickly to dismantle Medibank and wind back its universal coverage. Then in 1984, when Labor created Medicare, the coalition opposed it all over again. They opposed the principle of universal health care, favouring models based on private payment and private insurance. Their policy on health paper at the time recommended letting people opt out of Medicare altogether if they bought private health insurance. But an opt-out system like this only works for those who can afford it, and that is where the real problem begins. We end up with a healthcare system where your level of care depends on your ability to pay, which reflects the private insurance model, not the principle of universal access. And that is the reality of a market-run system. Its priority is profit. Under that model, those who can pay are prioritised and everyone else is pushed to the margins, trading away the principle that universal access to healthcare belongs to every Australian. It tells you more about their attitude to ordinary Australians than they would ever dare say out loud. The Liberal and National parties never wanted the universal principle of Medicare. I'm reminded that every coalition member of Parliament since has relied on Medicare, despite their repeated efforts to dismantle it. Medicare is one of the clearest demonstrations of our national values and is one of the most remarkable public health policy achievements in the world. Other countries study it, experts praise it, it delivers universal care that is the envy of many countries. It rejects a model that ties health to income and replaces it with a universal commitment that recognises that a fair society safeguards the health of all Australians as a matter of principle, not privilege. It gives every Australian the right to see a doctor, the right to receive treatment and the right to live with dignity and security. And it does all of this because Labor governments had the courage to build it for the Australian people and the determination to protect it. Today, under the Albanese Labor government, we are strengthening Medicare once again. We've delivered the largest increase to the bulk billing incentive since Medicare was established. We've opened urgent care clinics across the country so that families can access the immediate care they need, fully bulk billed, without sitting for hours in emergency waiting rooms. One of the busiest of these clinics is in Dandenong South, in my electorate of Isaacs, and other clinics serve the community every day in Frankston, Narre Warren and other locations. By mid-next year, there will be 137 urgent care clinics across Australia. We're investing in new women's health initiatives, including expanded endometriosis care. We're rebuilding the primary health system that was left idling in cuts and neglect for nearly a decade by the previous Liberal National government. These reforms mean more people can see a doctor without worrying about cost. More parents can take their sick children to an urgent care clinic and get the treatment they need close to home. More women can access the specialised health support they deserve, with 11 new endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics opening across Australia. That is what Medicare looks like when a government believes in it, when a government strengthens it instead of trying to ruin it. We should never forget how hard fought this achievement was. Medicare exists because Labor built it, and it thrives today because our Labor government understands that healthcare is not a privilege, it is a right. Labor will always protect Medicare for all Australians.
The question is the House do now adjourn. I give the call to the member for McPherson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Australians deserve affordable energy and responsible emissions reduction, and the Coalition believes we can do both, but affordability must come first. This is what families and businesses in my community tell me every day. They're desperate for a government that understands the pressures that they are facing. But instead of relief, Labor's delivered an energy system that is failing. Prices are soaring and targets that are pure fantasy. Labor promised cheaper power, a $275 cut to your bill, I remember. Instead, under this Prime Minister, the average household is paying around $1,300 more. Energy prices have risen by almost 40%. Factories are closing, business insolvencies are at record highs, and investment is stalling. And emissions? They haven't moved an inch since the Coalition left office. Labor talk tough on climate, but their results say everything. Australia's emissions remain at 28% below 2005 levels, exactly where they were the day we left office. In other words, Labor's emissions reduction has flatlined, all pain and no progress. Yet they continue to insist that their targets, physically unattainable, economically reckless, and never properly costed, are the only way forward. And they want Australians to bankroll this failure, even as cost of living pressures bite harder than ever before. While families struggle to afford groceries and keep their lights on, Labor is chasing headlines, lecturing Australians and approving fossil fuel projects they then condemn in public. The hypocrisy is staggering. The Prime Minister's happy to export Australian resources to fuel foreign energy grids and drive global emissions, but he refuses to let Australians benefit from the same standard that he holds for the rest of the world. He forces higher power bills and unaffordable targets on our nation while criticising anyone who questions the price that we are being asked to pay. And now, the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, the part-time energy minister moonlighting as an international climate frontman, wants you to trust him on a new 2035 target that experts say is built on spin and fantasy. The government won't release the costings. They won't release the modelling. And they tried to hide the briefing that confirmed exactly what every family already knows. Under Labor, power prices just keep going up. Australians have been let down. They deserve better than slogans, secrecy and promises that never materialise. And that's why the Coalition has put forward a new energy plan, a practical plan to bring down costs, strengthen reliability and responsibly reduce emissions. Our plan focuses on results Australians can afford, not targets that Australians can't meet. We must restore reliability at the centre of Australia's energy policy. We want to change the national electricity objectives, so planning is built around price, reliability and security, not political targets. Second, we will introduce the technology-neutral affordable energy scheme. It supports all forms of reliable generation, gas, hydro, batteries, coal and renewables in the right places. No ideology, no picking winners, just the affordable, reliable power that Australians need. This scheme will bring on new supply faster, keep existing reliable generation in the system until real alternatives are ready, and crowd in private investment so taxpayers aren't forced to shoulder the burden. Third, we will support more gas supply, fix regulatory delays and ensure Australian consumers aren't left behind in their own market. Fourth, we'll pursue energy abundance by removing the ban on zero-emissions nuclear technology, by protecting reliability and by using all of Australia's resources responsibly. And finally, we will reduce emissions year on year in line with the Paris Agreement through technology, choice, energy abundance and industry-led innovation, not through taxes, mandates or punishing families and businesses. Emissions reduction will be driven by technology and genuine progress, not political theatre. Australians want affordable power and responsible action on emissions reduction. Labor has delivered neither. It's time for a plan that actually works. It's time to put Australians first, Australian families and businesses first, not last.
The question is the House do now agenda give the call to the member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Longer days and queues at shopping centres, Australia beating England in the Ashes cricket can only mean one thing. Christmas is fast approaching along with the end of the year, and 2005 has really been a very interesting year. Globally, we've seen conflict after conflict and tragically the needless deaths of far too many people, especially civilians. Famine and war are sadly a constant, and I acknowledge all of those in my community who are touched because they have friends and family in danger. Their fear and concern is something they live with every day. As this is my last speech in this place for 2025, I want to acknowledge and thank everyone who has invited me so warmly and welcomed me into our community. All Saints Liverpool, St Rafka's, St Zaya's Cathedral, John the Baptist, the BL Mosque at Hinchinbrook, Iftar and Ramadan dinners, Assyrian New Year events, the Affinity Intercultural Foundation, Ramadan Eid bazaars, and the many Buddhist New Year's and lunar events, Mandaean events such as Deepa Daman ceremony and the Hindu Festival of Chariots. The list is extensive and encompasses every corner of the globe and of Werriwa. And then there are the many sporting groups who do so much in the electorate to support fun and healthy activities for tens of thousands of people. Thank you to all the volunteers of the Liverpool Catholic Club Junior Rugby League, Liverpool Olympic Football Club, Southern Districts Football, Preston's Hornets, Hoxton Park Tigers Cricket, Autism Advisory Support Service, CNA and Ladies Like to Lunch. I've been generously invited to many events, including the Liverpool Historical Society, the Rural Fire Service Medal presentation and the opening of McGurr Park. The events I've listed are just a taste of what I've been to this year, and I always receive a generous welcome in our community. Day in and day out, in countless ways, there are thousands of people who devote themselves to helping others. To each of them, I express my sincere thanks and extend to them the very best for the upcoming Christmas and New Year season. I also would like to add those who serve the electorate through their work and think of all the first responders, the nurses, teachers, police and retail workers. Thank you for what you do. And for the retail workers, please be patient at this time of the year. It's not okay to be rude to anyone trying to serve you. That remember, they are someone's parent or child. The Albanese government, having been so resoundingly re-endorsed at the May 25 election, has wasted no time in delivering. The government is focused on cost of living relief. We've just this week reduced student debt by 20%. A constituent wrote to me, "I cried when I saw the $11,000 come off my debt. I've been making payments but buying a house and honestly I haven't been able to get ahead on it. This helps." On the 1st of January, medicines will be the cheapest they've been since 2004. No more than $25 per PBS script and $7.70 for concession card holders. We've reduced the beer excise to support consumers and venues. We've made the biggest investment in health in decades, bulk billing incentives, 137 urgent care clinics and $1 billion to support Australians' mental health. There's a new Aged Care Act implementing the recommendations of the Royal Commission that started on the 1st of November. There's been a minimum wage increase in each of the 3 years of our government. There are fee-free TAFE places legislated for the future and 10,000 for apprentices that support housing construction. New home buyers only need a 5% deposit for a new home, and there are over 100,000 Australians that have taken advantage of the cheaper home batteries. In Werriwa, work has begun on 15th Avenue with community consultation for the upgrade underway and early work started. And next year, Western Sydney International Airport will open, bringing jobs and opportunities for our community. I especially want to wish my constituents, each and every one of them, the best for Christmas and the upcoming New Year. It's only because of your support I stand here and can advocate on your behalf. That honour and privilege is never lost on me, and I treasure it. And it is a task I recommit myself to do each and every day as I look forward to 2026. To one and all, a very Merry Christmas.
Well said by the member for Werriwa. It being 8 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.